Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Spring, 1994. Japan, Fuuki City, Mama Town. In a remote, old, and dark mansion, lives one of the three noble families, the Mata family. In a spacious and tidy room, a delicate crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, though it isn't working properly. Only the dim moonlight streams through the windows, casting elongated shadows on the wooden floor, stretching to the door. The shadow of a boy, also extended by the slanting moonlight, is Mata Shinji. Late at night, the blue-haired boy, Shinji, has lost count of how many times he stood in front of the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection with a furrowed brow and squinted eyes. Damn. This seaweed hair really is exactly like the second young master's. The boy 7-year-old Mata Shinji is somewhat distraught. Though his past life's memories have just returned, the current situation offers little joy. Yes, the boy named Mata Shinji is a transmigrator, or rather, a reincarnator. However, for the past 7 years since his birth, he hadn't retained any memories of his past life. It was only tonight, while preparing for bed, that those memories suddenly awakened. A golden finger. Still offline, and who knows if it will ever come. What if it's not like those gratifying stories from his previous life? Shinji irritably fiddles with his soft hair, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as he looks at himself in the mirror. Honestly, this world is quite dangerous, after all, which part of the Nasuverse isn't? But then again, if he doesn't do anything reckless like in FSN and just lives quietly as an ordinary person, maybe he could live a stable life. Perhaps he could even run away like his uncle, Mitakaraya, who likely already met his end. However, after regaining his memories, everything seems out of place. His sister, who just joined the family a little over a year ago, his grandfather who never looks him in the eye, his father who temporarily pays attention to him, all of it feels wrong. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Fourth Holy Grail War just ended. What? What's the Holy Grail? Don't mind it, it's just a toy for Saber to cut, though it does carry some danger. Fate route? UPW route? HF route? Impossible. From the moment his past life's memories reawakened, he no longer has anything to do with those routes. Only the original Shinji would be the despicable. When the time comes, he'll just stay far away. Thinking of this, Shinji lying in bed feels inexplicably relieved. He is not the original Shinji, staying away should be fine, yes, indeed. A talentless eldest son without magical aptitude? Doesn't matter, as long as he has enough to eat and wear. An old monster who has lived for 500 years and forgotten his original intentions? Not my problem. I'll just live peacefully and take the money like my cheap dad. And then there's his sister, who he used to feel a bit protective of before his memories awakened. Though she is indeed quite pitiful, and by now has probably spent a whole year in the worm storage before he regained his memories. Sorry, Sakura. Big brother is powerless to help you. You have to understand, in return, I'll stay far away and give you some condescending care. But don't worry, I won't do anything too excessive. Ding. A message from your ancestor, Emperor Qin Shi Huang. I am your grandfather. Take me to the Holy Grail War. The sudden voice in his mind startled Shinji. At this moment, Shinji felt like Shiru possessed. I'll save my sister. I'll end the Holy Grail War. At this moment, Shinji felt a surge of righteous fervor, but it quickly faded. Something's off. Why does the voice of the first emperor sound like Siri? And not even male Siri, but female Siri. Also, claiming he's the reincarnation of Fusu? This is too much. Don't doubt, I am indeed the first emperor from your original world. And you are indeed the reincarnation of Fusu? I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, call me Grandpa, and see if I respond. I won't call you. I've wandered the world for 2,000 years just to find you and make it up to you. I even followed you to this strange world, yet you won't even call me Grandpa. I'm not inclined to. Also, how about you switch to something like Zhao or Xiaodu or Mal Genie? I'm patriotic and don't like Siri. System initializing language switch. Hearing the mechanical voice, Shinji's eyelid twitched. Are systems nowadays all this cheeky? Hello, grandson. I am Kmal. Your first emperor grandpa, Shinji, switching complete. Now, call me, Shinji, call me quickly, Shinji, quickly, grandson, or grandpa will disappear. Are you done yet? Taking advantage like this? Shinji felt like swearing. I am truly the first emperor. Do not be unfilial. Call me quickly, why don't you just give me your card number, and we'll call it quits. I am not your gambling addict uncle, you're definitely not the first emperor. System binding unsuccessful, initiating system removal. A mechanical voice, distinct from the Kmal emperors, sounded. Grandson, call me grandpa quickly. At this point, Shinji realized that this might indeed be a system, but it needed to be bound, and the binding condition was calling it grandpa. Forget it, a real man can submit and bend. The most important thing is to learn to compromise with life. Shinji comforted himself in his heart. Grandpa, grandpa, Shinji whispered softly. A real man knows when to yield. The most important thing is to learn to compromise with life. Shinji consoled himself in his heart. Ah, good grandson, system binding successful. Two completely different mechanical voices echoed simultaneously in Shinji's mind. This damn system. Shinji cursed inwardly. Detected excessive resentment towards the system, initiating forced removal. Grandson, call me grandpa 2 more times to neutralize the resentment. Damn. I'm not playing anymore. Shinji hugged the quill tighter and decided to ignore it. However, the cold mechanical countdown made Shinji a bit conflicted. 10, 9, 8, 7, the next one will be better, the next one will be more obedient, the next one will be a soft, sweet, silver-haired, red-eyed beautiful girl. Shinji comforted himself. But will there be a next one? 32, grandpa, grandpa, grandpa. I'm so damn pathetic. Shinji cursed himself. Ah, good grandson, Mita Shinji, your exclusive first emperor grandpa system has been successfully bound. Any problems during use are non-refundable. Finally, I wish you a happy life. Shinji immediately jumped out of bed and started hitting the bed with his pillow in frustration. Damn. I got played. Chapter 2 Early March, the onset of spring. The cherry blossoms haven't bloomed yet, but they will soon. A few days ago, it snowed, and Shinji guessed that it might be the last snowfall before the arrival of the next winter. At dusk, by the deserted riverbank where the snow had just melted, a blue-haired boy with a still frail body due to his age and other reasons was doing one-handed push-ups by the rapidly flowing river, shirtless. Sweat had already soaked the ground beneath him, but Shinji gritted his teeth and kept going. 299. 300. After counting to 300, Shinji finally stopped, his arms giving way as he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Grandson, 20 seconds rest time countdown, 19. 18. 17. Listening to the familiar voice of Siri in his mind, which had been with him for 3 years now, Shinji had grown used to it and no longer felt the anger he did initially. As for why he switched back to Siri, it was because the other Chinese voices sounded too emotional. What would it feel like to have someone call you grandson with emotion in your ear every day? It would drive you insane. As for Siri, she has no emotions. Barely managing to get up, Shinji didn't hesitate to strip off his pants, wearing only swim trunks adorned with anime girl designs, and plunged into the rapid river. The cold water instantly revitalized Shinji, but he didn't hesitate and began swimming upstream with all his might. Although he was utterly exhausted, there was no choice. After all, he had tasks to complete. Grandson, you have 198 meters left to complete today's 200-meter task. Keep going, persist, and I believe you will eventually become an emperor like your grandpa. Shinji felt an urge to hit the system, but he couldn't, and he couldn't block it either. A momentary distraction caused Shinji to lose his rhythm, and he was instantly swept far away by the current. But he didn't give up. Since the day after acquiring this damned system, Shinji had been training his body onto the system's daily tasks. It's been 3 years now. According to the system, to become a qualified emperor, one must first have a strong physique. Of course, the system never referred to itself as a system but claimed to be the first emperor, his grandpa from many lifetimes ago, who followed him to this world to compensate for his father's, Fusu's, shortcomings. Shinji didn't believe it and even wanted to uninstall it. Time and again, he struggled, only to be swept far by the cold, rapid river, but Shinji never gave up. After all, the main task progress bar was severely lacking, and without effort on daily tasks. Finally, just before the last light of dusk faded into darkness, Shinji completed his daily task of 2 consecutive sets of 300 one-handed push-ups and 200 meters of upstream swimming. Exhausted, Shinji clung to the riverbank and slowly climbed up, marking his spot with a stone. If you look closely, you'd see the riverbank covered in markings, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. All the way up to the current 200 meters. Lying on the ground, Shinji panted heavily, and it took about 2 minutes for his breathing to stabilize. Propping himself up, Shinji wanted to check his system interface for daily rewards, but then he noticed out of the corner of his eye a purple-haired girl with a ribbon on her head, standing on the riverbank, staring blankly at him. Matu Sakura, originally Tasaka Sakura, had been adopted into the Matu family for 4 years now. Her hair and eye color had shifted towards purple due to the training Shinji preferred not to imagine. That dark, foul-smelling, disgusting, and bone-chilling basement. If he could, Shinji would never set foot there again. Dragging his exhausted body step by step to his bag placed 200 meters away on the riverbank, Shinji took out a clean towel and roughly dried himself before dressing and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, climbing up the embankment. Brother. As he passed Sakura, Shinji showed no emotion, maintaining a cold demeanor. Only after walking several meters did he respond coolly. Yeah. Hearing this, Sakura lowered her head and quietly followed behind. Honestly, over the years, Shinji's attitude towards Sakura had changed from the initial indifference and a mix of bullying and caring before regaining his past life's memories to now cold and distant. This was intentional. To cover for his daily training and tasks, he had to act as if he discovered the truth and was driven by pride to work hard. Also, he had to avoid being too kind to Sakura and creating dependence, or Skin would surely exploit this to twist her personality as a pawn in the Fifth Holy Grail War, just 7 years away. Shinji had no doubt that if he allowed Sakura to rely on him, Skin would use it against him. That old man had no regard for family ties. So, until he had the power to protect himself, Shinji had to keep up the act. Luckily, his acting was convincing. In the eyes of his cheap dad and grandpa, he had realized the truth that Sakura was the real heir of the Mita family and hence treated her with increasing coldness. They probably thought he hadn't given up and was seeking ways to compete with Sakura, like looking through Skin's old travel records, magic notes from the East, training his body, and learning Eastern martial arts and Qigong. They likely believed he was stubborn and wouldn't just give up, but they didn't pay much attention to him, thinking he was just a talentless waste. Neither Skin nor his dad focused on him, pouring all their attention into Sakura, leaving Shinji free to act. As long as he had enough time. Checking the floating interface only visible to him, Shinji completed his daily training task with a thought. Instantly, a cool yet strangely warm and satisfying stream of energy flowed into Shinji's body, almost making him moan, but he managed to hold back. Grandson, 3 years to reach the entry level of a Taoist. Keep it up. Taoist, akin to a cultivator in Xianxia novels, but without spiritual energy in this world. The needed energy could only be obtained through daily task rewards from the system. It took 3 years to barely reach the lowest realm of Taoist, but now Shinji was an official Taoist. He had long memorized the techniques and meridian maps. Ignoring the system, Shinji cautiously attempted his first chi circulation. Luckily, he succeeded on the first try. Feeling the spiritual energy gradually transforming into inner energy within his meridians, Shinji was delighted but kept a calm exterior. Passing by a brightly lit shopping street, Shinji suddenly remembered something and stopped, looking at a jewelry store. Today seemed to be his poor sister's birthday. Chapter 3 Big Brother? Seeing Shinji stop and look at the window display, Sakura also stopped and tentatively called out. Shinji gazed indifferently at the shop window of the accessories store and said coldly, "Go inside and pick something you like." Hugging a white bunny plushie, Sakura kept her head down and silently followed behind Shinji. "Thank you." Before Sakura could finish her sentence, Shinji interrupted her with his cold words, "It's only because I'm the eldest son of the Mita family. I don't want people to think the eldest son of the Mita family can't even remember his sister's birthday. It would bring shame to the Mita family." "Oh, I'm sorry." Sakura's timid apology was cut off by Shinji's sharp retort and the sight of his clenched fist. The words stuck in her throat, and she fell silent once again. For 9-year-old Sakura, who had endured unimaginable torment, the realization that the only person who had shown her any warmth in this house also now hated her, was a crushing blow. Yet, despite everything, Sakura couldn't bring herself to hate her brother. Even if he was cold, even if he threw the dessert she disliked at her as if it were trash, it was still one of the few things she could eat that wasn't poisoned. Even though he never missed giving her a birthday present each year, Sakura often comforted herself by thinking that her brother still cared for her. But the cold, increasingly resentful look in his eyes shattered her heart every time. His attitude towards others contrasted sharply with his treatment of her, and this too gnawed at her spirit. Although he frequently skipped classes, he was top in both academics and sports, always polite and sociable with everyone around him. But towards her, he maintained an icy indifference, pretending not to know her even when they met at school, never speaking more than necessary. She must truly be someone nobody cared about. Shinji understood Sakura's feelings, but he had no choice. He needed an excuse for his training. What he didn't realize was that his actions were deepening Sakura's despair, laying the foundation for a twisted affection towards him in the future. Unbeknownst to Shinji, the story was veering far from its original path. Shinji's plan was simple: survive in the most logical way, develop his strength, and deal with everything else later. Under the bleak moonlight and the flickering old street lamps, the already gloomy Matu residence looked even more foreboding. Returning home, Shinji saw a middle-aged man waiting in the living room, his father Mitabayakaya, and an old man with a bald head, wearing a dark blue and gray kimono, leaning on a cane. This skeletal figure with sunken eyes, emanating a sharp gleam, was Matusuken, Shinji's grandfather. Seeing them, a glimmer of hope flashed in Shinji's eyes. "Grandfather." "Father," before Shinji could finish, Bayakaya interrupted him. "Sakura, come here." "Shinji, go to your room." At the same time, Zuken stood up from the sofa, his eyes never leaving Sakura, not sparing Shinji a glance. Clenching his fists tightly, Shinji bit his lip and lowered his head, hiding his expression in the shadows. It felt all too real. Even after the two left with Sakura, Shinji didn't unclench his fists. In his room, Shinji lay on his bed, mentally praising his acting skills. If this were his previous life, he'd surely win an Oscar. "System," Shinji called out in his mind. "Grandfather is here, damn it, it's taking advantage again." Cursing silently, Shinji began to examine the system panel. The system panel was divided into the taskbar and the points shop. The points shop wasn't accessible yet due to Shinji's weak cultivation level. Currently, only the taskbar was available. The taskbar was divided into daily tasks, main quests, regular tasks, and strategy tasks. Completing tasks yielded various rewards. Daily tasks were the simplest, like today's training task, usually offering a small amount of spiritual energy as a reward. Regular tasks hadn't appeared yet. The main quests were twofold. Main Quest 1, Redeem Matusuken, Makiri's Ulgent, within 10 years. Difficulty, SSS, hint, the best redemption for him is to remind him of everything he has forgotten and send him off without regrets. Quest reward? Progress, 0.01%, time remaining, 7 years, grandson, hurry up. There's no time to waste in redeeming an old man with dementia, this task irked Shinji. Initially, the system had straightforwardly demanded that he eliminate Zuken within 10 years. His conversation with the system went something like this: "Dog system, kill someone for me within 10 years. Shinji, body cleansing pill plus cultivation technique plus meridian chart plus 200 drops of high concentration spiritual energy liquid. Dog system, here, take it as a deposit, body cleansing pill plus cultivation technique plus meridian chart." Shinji, after checking and accepting, "System, who do you want me to kill?" Dog system, the head of the Mita family Matusuken. Shinji, shocked, "Who?" System, you know he's my grandfather, right? Dog system, do you even care about such things? Shinji, system, you misunderstand. He's my blood relative, a close elder. Dog system, Shinji, you need to add more compensation. So after much haggling, the main quest changed from, eliminate Matusuken within 10 years, to, redeem Matusuken within 10 years. The compensation didn't increase, and the task remained essentially the same. This dog system really knows how to play. Next was the second main quest. Main Quest 2, completely destroy and eliminate the Holy Grail system. Difficulty, SSSS, hint, 5th Holy Grail War, Holy Grail system, Innsburn Factory. Quest reward? Progress, 0.003%, time remaining, 7 years. These tasks were insane. Shinji sighed. After 3 years of daily training tasks, he had barely started his cultivation journey. Achieving these tasks in time for the 5th Holy Grail War in 7 years seemed impossible. But, grandson, these are all tests from me. I believe you can complete them, which is why I set the highest risk rewards for you. If you succeed, the rewards will exceed your imagination. However, the risks are also high. If you fail, there's a 90% chance you'll end up in a vegetative state. But I believe, as my descendant, you have 0 chance of failing. Go for it, Shinji. Chapter 4, Strategy Task, Target, Sakura. Progress, Favorability, 25%, Target, Tasakurin. Progress, Favorability, 15%. When Shinji saw the second target, he stopped and wondered to himself, why did Rin's progress suddenly increase by 5 points? Wasn't the initial value 10? I haven't even met her yet. Grandpa doesn't know, Shinji exploded, damn. Enough is enough. How much have you taken advantage of me in the past 3 years? Isn't it enough already? How do you speak to your grandpa like that? Damn it. I'm done. If I become a vegetable, so be it. Even if you become a vegetable, you can't unbind from me. You'll still hear my voice, grandson. Ah. Shinji jumped out of bed in frustration and started hitting the bed with a pillow, venting his anger. Just then, Mitubai, who had just finished his work, walked past his son's room. Hearing the sounds of smashing and Shinji's grinding teeth, he shook his head helplessly. No magic circuits? So what? Just give up early and inherit the family business with me. Why risk your life? This foolish son really doesn't take after me at all. After venting for a while to no avail, Shinji decided to go out for some fresh air. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Sakura standing outside, holding a little rabbit doll, her eyes empty and lifeless. She must have been tormented again. He felt a pang of heartache. After all, he was a mature adult, and he couldn't stand seeing a child being abused. Many times, Shinji wanted to shout out. This is not how you treat a lily. She should be dressed in cute little dresses, made pretty and sweet-smelling, that's the right way. Of course, he could only think this to himself. Brother. Shinji frowned, clearly showing some displeasure on his face. Good night. Sakura bowed slightly, then turned and slowly walked away, still holding her little rabbit doll. Only after Sakura returned to her room and closed the door did Shinji move. Bang. Clenching his teeth, Shinji punched the wall hard, as if to say, what is this? Showing off or mocking? Of course, this was just an act. After all, Zuken had a godlike perspective. If Shinji slipped up, it would be bad. Acting needed to be convincing. While running at night, Shinji's face showed resentment and anger, but images of Sakura's face kept flashing through his mind. That was a face that had given up all hope of any salvation, resigned to despair. In 3 different storylines, the only one who brought salvation to this poor girl was the protagonist of the HF route, Shiru. In the other 2 routes, where Sakura had less screen time, she only appeared briefly at the end. As for her future in those 2 routes, Shinji didn't know. It might be better, but it wouldn't be perfect. Shinji felt helpless. He could only hope that the girl could hold on until he completed the first main task. In short, Tokyomi. Come out and take the blame. Time flies. 2.5 years passed in a flash. Now in his first year of middle school, Shinji hadn't changed much. He still skipped classes, exercised for daily tasks, and practiced cultivation. There was one thing that made Shinji happy, something different from the original story. He had almost reached the height of the original setting for the second master, just 7 centimeters short. He estimated that he would surpass it before high school. Teachers described him as a handsome, popular student who loved to skip classes but was unexpectedly friendly and well-liked. Though his actions were sometimes odd, like on the first day of middle school when he went to the wrong school, confessed to a girl at the gate, got rejected, and got beaten up. Or during swimming class, wearing a pink swimsuit with a cute anime girl on it without feeling embarrassed at all. In October, with the cultural festival approaching. As a well-known student who had skipped no fewer than 60 days in the past half-year, Shinji was stopped by his homeroom teacher after school the day before the festival. Seeing his teacher, a serious-looking woman in her mid-20s with glasses, dressed in a purple professional suit, standing with her arms crossed at the classroom door, Shinji brushed his hair back. Oh my, Yukiko-sensei, I can accept this forbidden relationship, but can you give me a bit more time? Blocking students after school will lower your score with me. Ignoring Shinji's antics, Yukiko, his homeroom teacher, said with irritation, Matu-kun, do you remember how many times you've attended school since enrollment? Teacher, have you been thinking about me all this time? Shinji looked surprised, then frowned with a bit of reluctance. I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't notice your sincerity. I'll think about it and get back to you. See you tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. Yukiko didn't give Shinji a chance to escape. She grabbed his collar and dragged him to her office after adjusting her glasses. Teacher, where are you taking me? Shinji finally got serious, asking with a bit of helplessness. Grades aren't everything. Matu-kun. Your absenteeism is too serious. The student council has approached me more than once. Today we need to have a good talk. If this continues, I'll have to call your parents. Hearing this, Shinji sighed. Teacher, if you can get my parents here, I'll promise not to skip class again. But I don't think you can. They don't care about me that much. When Shinji came out of the teacher's office, it was completely dark. In the dim corridor, he walked towards the stairs, hands behind his head, bored. He hadn't remembered much of the conversation with his homeroom teacher. As he checked his system panel while walking, Shinji reflected on his progress. After 2.5 years of relentless daily tasks and personal cultivation, he had finally broken through the initial stage of chi absorption to reach the soul condensation stage. The levels of a Taoist were roughly divided into chi absorption, soul condensation, body refining, mind integration, spirit gathering, river formation, mountain and sea, sun and moon, Tao illumination, and universe mastery. Each level had several sub-levels. Each small advancement brought a qualitative leap. For example, soul condensation involved solidifying the 3 dispersed souls within the body, and body refining involved tempering the 7 spirits. According to the dog system, to redeem skin comfortably, one needed at least a level 3 body refining. But Shinji felt that reaching such a level from the initial stage of soul condensation in 4 years was a pipe dream. Of course, one thing Shinji hadn't realized yet, as he had never used his powers openly for fear of being discovered. Perhaps the magic and sorcery of this world were considered Lovecraftian horrors in his original world. But what he was learning now was the true Lovecraftian horror for this world, or rather the ancient and mysterious Eastern nightmare. Friendly reminder, the previous system is not the protagonist's true golden finger, hence the lack of detailed description. The protagonist's true golden finger will come online after the 5th Holy Grail War. In simple terms, after the 5th war, the protagonist will transform from being a mere pawn to becoming the scythe. Chapter 5 Shinji never dreams. He has this extraordinary condition where he never dreams, just like in his previous life. He's forever dreamless. When the system first told him about this, Shinji didn't think much of it. However, after doing some research, he discovered that it's impossible for someone to never dream. Even those who claim they don't dream actually do while sleeping. This phenomenon is linked to the cerebral cortex and brain nerves. In simple terms, it's a human instinct. If someone truly doesn't dream, it indicates brain damage or a defect in brain activity, implying a physical problem. But Shinji's brain and body are perfectly fine, he simply doesn't dream, as if he's missing a basic human instinct. The system couldn't explain it either, but Shinji didn't care. He couldn't dream, but that didn't stop him from daydreaming while awake. Over the past 2.5 years, there have been some changes to the system interface. The ordinary tasks and the point small were unlocked. As the name suggests, ordinary tasks are mundane assignments, randomly generated, such as, even the original would dare to confess, why wouldn't my grandson? Confess your feelings to Kusagakure at 30 high school on the first day of school. Or, old people should focus on health. Go wake up the old worm at 6 a.m. and practice Tai-Chi together. And, although you're reincarnated, you owe your birth. Catch your father in the act at the hotel and kick that woman out. Completing ordinary tasks earns points, which can be used to purchase items from the points mall. The mall has a wide array of items. If categorized, the selection is incredibly diverse. In essence, it has everything you could possibly need. Some items are even adjusted to fit this world, like a brick that can break any magical barrier, one-time use, a nice lolly that can remove crest worms from the body, one-time use, and smart pills that make you smarter, useful when you feel dumb. The most impressive items are the red and blue gemstones, though they are so expensive that Shinji doesn't even dare to think about buying them. Looking at the cheapest item, the Quick Gen pill, which costs 500 points and doubles cultivation speed for a month, limited to the condensation realm, Shinji couldn't help but gulp. But it's useless, he couldn't afford it. Despite completing so many ordinary tasks, he had only accumulated less than 200 points, enough to buy just 2 bottles of smart pills, a real bargain for anyone feeling brainless. Descending to the first floor, Shinji closed the system interface, still lost in thought. Over the past 2 years, some ordinary tasks, like practicing Tai-Chi with the old worm, had somewhat improved his relationship with Skin. Occasionally, Skin would even show a gentle side, like a typical grandfather. But for Skin, Shinji's attempts to bond were merely clumsy efforts to gain his support in becoming a mage and the head of the Minto family. However, Skin knew it was futile. He had checked and found Shinji's magic circuits hopelessly blocked. The path of a mage was forever close to him. Despite this, Skin noticed that Shinji was physically fit, smart, and had good social skills, though his inherent mage pride remained. This led Skin to slightly revise his opinion of Shinji over the years. Occasionally, Skin would even let Shinji handle some stock transactions, bypassing his own son. It seemed he was grooming Shinji to manage the non-magical affairs of the Minto family in the future. Whenever Shinji looked at Sakura with jealous eyes, Skin took it as a sign that Shinji hadn't completely given up on magic. For some reason, this amused him. For Skin, Shinji, though useless in magic, was no longer a completely worthless grandson and had some minor utility. This situation fostered a complex psychology in Shinji. Could he really bring himself to mercilessly kill this old man? I'm your only true grandpa, the system interjected. Shinji retorted, pay up? Just then, Shinji stopped in front of a half-open door to a lit activity room. Inside was a familiar classmate, Shiro Emiya, the protagonist of FSN, the Harem King, and a champion of justice. Yo, Emiya, Shinji greeted, leaning against the door. Shiro, who was adjusting a festival sign, looked up and responded, "Shinji, you're still here." Shinji shrugged and walked into the room, just finished enduring Yukiko's post-breakup bitterness. "You really should stop teasing Yukiko-sensei," Shiru sighed. "Isn't she mad because you keep skipping classes?" Indeed, fate seemed to have its way. Despite being reincarnated, Shinji had become friends with Shiru earlier than in the original timeline, starting in their first months of middle school. After getting to know him, Shinji realized how genuinely pure and precious Shiru's qualities were: his honesty, earnestness, dedication, and idealistic naivety. "Were you asked to help again?" "Yeah, I need to finish this by dawn." "You never change, do you?" "Always agreeing to these unreasonable requests," Shinji remarked with a touch of helplessness. "Need any help?" "No, I can manage on my own." "Emiya," Shinji said, scratching his chin and furrowing his brow. "What kind of avenue do you like? Beep, or beep?" "PFFT." Shiru couldn't help but spit out. "Why are you suddenly asking something like that?" "No, I just felt we're too distant as friends. One way to build friendship is to share awkward secrets. Don't you know that?" "What kind of common sense is that?" Shiru retorted, then added with some appreciation, "I appreciate the thought, but don't you need to be somewhere? Your sister waits at the school gate whenever you're here." "Her?" Shinji replied indifferently, "She's probably gone home by now. It's pretty late." "You should be more considerate of your sister," Shiru sighed. "Don't worry about that," Shinji said, pulling up a chair and sitting down with an interested expression. "So, what's the answer? Which type do you prefer? Or is it something else? Shouldn't you ask more appropriate questions for middle schoolers? What's the harm? We're all guys here. Or are you saying you've never watched one?" Chapter 6. Watching Shiru silently blushing and focusing on his work, Shinji suddenly realized something. He opened his bag and started rummaging through it, speaking nonchalantly. "Here, I'll lend you something. I have all kinds." "What kind of things are you bringing to school?" Shiru exclaimed, his face turning even redder. Adult magazines, comics, 18+ comics, 18+ Jinshai, and 18+ gal games, as well as regular gal games." Shiru's eye twitched as he watched Shinji rummage through his bag. "Shinji, you really are. You're the only guy in class who hasn't borrowed anything yet, Emiya," Shinji said, showing some concern. "Honestly, I'm worried about you, Emiya. Do you not like girls? Are you interested in men?" "Of course not." "Oh?" Shinji raised an eyebrow. "Really? Then tell me, what type of girls do you like?" "It's too early for that kind of discussion. And weren't you supposed to be helping me?" "Don't change the subject, Emiya. This is a serious matter we're discussing." "It's more of a trivial matter," Shiru retorted, but then he thought of something and continued, "By the way, Shinji, do you have someone you like? I heard you confessed to a girl at another school on the first day." "That was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, don't worry about it." Shinji waved it off, looking indifferent. "Really?" Shiru glanced at Shinji, teasingly. "I heard her name was Tasaka something, and after you got rejected, you got a good beating." "I already said, it was just a heat-of-the-moment thing. I came to my senses right after. It had nothing to do with the beating." "I don't believe you," Shiru replied. "It's true." Shinji stood up suddenly, clenching his fist with a serious expression. "At the last moment, I realized. The appeal of twin tails is limited." Shiru twitched at the corner of his mouth. "What are you even talking about?" "Once I realized that, I said I was just joking, and then I got beaten up." "You got a beating?" "Yes, that's what happened." Shinji wasn't entirely truthful. When he first met Tasaka and confessed, he suddenly felt something was off. After realizing something was wrong, he quickly said he was just joking, and then got beaten up. Rin's affection in the game dropped by 5 points after that confession, but given that her affection sometimes inexplicably increased over the past 2.5 years, it was a minor drop. Currently, Rin's affection level was at 40. And Sakura's affection level was around 50. Shinji couldn't quite understand this. He felt something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint it. But he thought it wasn't a big deal, as there was still the Shiru's high jump event, which was the real start of the emotional line for the two sisters. "Emiya, to be honest, I am a champion of justice." Hearing the words champion of justice, Shiru paused, stopping his work and looking up at Shinji. Shinji stood on the chair, his right hand on his chest, and solemnly declared, "Yes. For me, cuteness is justice. Only cuteness must not be betrayed in this world. I will be the champion of justice." "What kind of justice is that?" Shiru muttered. "It's the justice in my heart." Shinji opened his school uniform, revealing a cute anime girl on his undershirt. "How about it? Cute, right?" Shiru could only awkwardly tug at the corner of his mouth. Shinji, you. Shinji interrupted. Hey, don't you think it's cute? It's not about being cute, it's just that no matter how cute it is, it has nothing to do with justice. Enough. Emiya. If you keep going, I'll get angry. This is justice. My justice. Shiru suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, so, Shinji, are you a Lilikwa? You said it. You were about to call me a Lilikon. Just to clarify, I am not that kind of pervert. Absolutely not. I didn't even finish my sentence, Shinji. You just admitted it yourself. What did you say? And so, amid their bickering, the two of them worked on the cultural festival sign until midnight. Shiru stretched, placed his hands on his hips, and looked at the completed sign. Then he turned to Shinji, gratefully, thanks to you, Shinji, I didn't have to stay up all night. Thanks. If you're grateful, treat me to something. Something homemade and hot. I can do that, but aren't you going home? Nobody's home lately. My dad mostly stays at hotels. Last time, I even caught him in the act at a hotel. It was quite fun. Your personality is as bad as ever. And don't just blurt out such personal family matters. It's fine, because it's you, Emiya, Shinji said casually, then slung his bag over his shoulder, with one hand in his pocket. Let's go. I'm looking forward to it. I'll have fried chicken, tempura, sukiyaki, and some takoyaki. What's with that last one? And what kind of combination is this? Tempura should go with you, Don. Haha, Shinji laughed as he reached the door, then turned around and said mysteriously, it's a delicious combination. What kind of nonsense answer is that? Shiru sighed and shook his head, but then he noticed something. Shinji? Why did you stop? Didn't you say you couldn't wait? Shiru saw a girl standing outside the activity room door. It was Shinji's younger sister, Sakura Matu, who often waited for him at the school gate. Brother. Shinji didn't respond, his face cold as usual. Shinji? Shiru called tentatively. Emiya, sorry, I can't have dinner with you today. Don't cry from loneliness, okay? See you tomorrow. Shinji smiled and joked before walking past Sakura, heading towards the shoe lockers in silence. Sakura bowed politely to Shiru and followed Shinji. Watching the peculiar sibling duo, Shiru sighed. Shinji's relationship with his sister hasn't changed at all. Who would get lonely from eating alone anyway? Chapter 7. Watching the backs of Shinji and Sakura, Shiru wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. The relationship between his friend and his frequently seen sister was cold and distant. They rarely spoke, and their usual interaction was Shinji walking ahead while Sakura followed with her head down. It had always been like this. Shiru had advised Shinji to be more affectionate towards his sister, but it seemed to have no effect. Moreover, Shinji didn't seem interested in discussing the matter. It was probably due to the complexities of their family. Shiru thought to himself, recalling how Shinji had often mentioned seeing his father entering hotels with other women. Late at night, a light rain was falling steadily. Seeing Shinji and Sakura standing under the eaves of the school building, Shiru, who had just arrived, kindly offered, since it's raining, do you want to stay at my place? I can't make takoyaki today, but I have plenty of spare rooms. Emiya, Shinji showed a startled expression, protectively covering his chest and joking half seriously, it's my first time. I'm not mentally prepared. Cut it out. Shiru sighed, giving Shinji a light punch on the shoulder. The buses to your place stopped running long ago. You can either come to my house or sleep at school. Glancing at the silent Sakura, Shinji thought for a moment and replied, alright, after 3 seconds of thought, I'm mentally prepared. It was bound to happen eventually. I said stop joking. Shiru shook his head. But the next moment, Shinji lifted his chin close to Shiru's face, feigning deep emotion. I'm serious, can you really joke like this in front of your sister? Shiru smacked Shinji's hand away, annoyed. Anyway, we should hurry. I didn't bring an umbrella, so we'll have to run in the rain. Yeah, Shinji agreed, taking off his jacket and tossing it over Sakura's head. Sakura blinked in surprise at her brother's action but quickly dismissed it, thinking it was probably just for appearances, like the birthday gift he had given her before. Just to maintain a good reputation. Follow us, Shiru said, using his bag to cover his head. Is that alright? Sakura asked Shinji hesitantly, can I really go? Whatever, Shinji responded indifferently, stepping into the rain with his bag over his head. Emiya, I get the first shower. Don't worry. I have more than one bathroom. Besides, shouldn't girls go first? Shiru frowned. But Shinji was already far ahead, ignoring Shiru's words. Shiru sighed and turned to Sakura. Let's go. After hesitating, Sakura finally decided to follow Shiru into the rain. At the Emiya household. I'm back. Why are you saying that? This is my house, Shiryu said, exasperated. Welcome home, Shinji turned and bowed to Shiryu. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Say excuse me for intruding. Repeat after me, excuse me for intruding. It's fine, please come in. Shinji waved off Shiryu's complaint with a mock invitation. You. Soaked, Shiryu lunged at Shinji, and they playfully tussled in the entryway. Watching them, Sakura felt an indescribable sense of difference. Seeing her brother so lively with Shiryu, yet so cold towards her, stirred something within her. Adding to this was the mention of the name Tasaka she had overheard at the activity room door, combined with another school and a girl Shinji liked and confessed to. At that moment, seeds of negative emotion began to take root in Sakura's heart. Of course, Shinji was oblivious to this, foolishly believing that Sakura would eventually like Shiryu. In the game's affection chart, Sakura's section was mostly ignored. Shinji had no idea that the countless times Sakura had watched his efforts had already caused something to grow inside her. Whether it was good or bad, no one could say. Ah, this feels great in the bathroom, Shinji sighed contentedly, a towel on his head. Shinji, you're too cold to your sister. Emiya, Shinji opened his eyes, wagging his finger. That's the 13th time you've said that. Then listen at least once. Everyone has things they don't want to talk about, right? This is mine. You. Then, as if something occurred to him, Shinji asked, by the way, where's Fujini? Miss Fujimura is on a training retreat. Shinji rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I see. So you took the opportunity to lure me here. Don't worry, Shinji, my orientation is very normal. So you did plan to do something to me? Did you even hear what I said? In the living room, sitting casually at the low table, Shinji slurped his udon, grumbling, Emiya's cooking is the best. I feel revived. Thanks for the compliment, Shiryu replied, handing a plate of tempura to Sakura. He then looked at her. Sakura, is it okay if I call you that? Yes. Sakura, now in Shiryu's spare clothes after a bath, nodded quietly, thank you. You should be more relaxed, like Shinji. He never hesitates with me. After all, we'll be living together eventually, Shinji started, but Shiryu quickly stuffed a tempura shrimp in his mouth. Shut up. Chewing and swallowing the tempura quickly, Shinji grinned, this is strategy, Emiya. For a piece of tempura shrimp? Remember, food is the only thing that must not be betrayed. That sounds familiar. Didn't you just say cuteness must not be betrayed? Then both cuteness and food must not be betrayed. Can't you stick to one principle? Shiryu was exasperated. Principles can change. If you eat the same favorite food every day, sometimes you want to try something different. That has nothing to do with principles. They're entirely different things. Chapter 8 maybe. Shinji said nonchalantly as he continued eating. But principles can indeed change, and sometimes it's easier if you do. What are you even talking about? Nothing, just something to think about. Don't worry about it. Strange guy. After dinner, it was nearly 2 a.m. The rain continued to fall steadily, and Shinji and Sakura eventually decided to stay at the Emiya household for the night. The next morning, when Shiryu opened his door and stepped out, he saw Sakura had also just entered the living room. Where's Shinji? He went out for his morning run at 4. Still as early as ever, Shiryu said, picking up the sticky note Shinji left on the table. No need to make breakfast for me. See you the day after tomorrow, Emiya. Your fated one, Shinji Matu. P.S. Tell Sakura she doesn't need to wait for me at the school gate recently. Is this guy planning to skip class again? Shiryu sighed. Why doesn't he just tell his own sister these things? There's a message for me? Sakura asked, surprised. Yes, he said you don't need to wait for him at the school gate. He's probably going to skip class again. I see. Sakura's empty eyes showed a trace of disappointment. After a brief silence, she seemed to gather her courage and continued, Emiya-senpai, if it's alright, could you tell me about my brother? Shinji? Aren't you his sister? You should know him well. Sakura shook her head without responding, her expression speaking volumes. Seeing this, Shiryu began slowly. Shinji is the type who gets along with everyone. He is easy to be around, and you don't need to pretend around him. Although he skips classes often and rarely studies, he's always at the top of his class. He's also physically fit. Sakura listened eagerly as Shiryu recounted various stories about Shinji at school. Throughout breakfast, Sakura's ears were tuned to every detail Shiryu shared about her brother. After breakfast, as they left the house together, Sakura bowed to Shiryu gratefully. Thank you for telling me so much about my brother. It's nothing, really. No need to thank me. Let's head to school together since it's on the way. Emiya-senpai, Sakura hesitated but then spoke resolutely, I have a favor to ask. Seeing the girl bowing and earnestly requesting something, Shiru didn't hesitate to agree. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, with Shinji balancing training, studies, and daily tasks more rigorously than ever before. He never missed a day of grueling exercises, completed every ordinary task, and still had 4 years left for the main storyline mission. As for the romance tasks, Shinji had no interest. Despite being a master of simulation games in his previous life, he didn't want to start such endeavors in this reality. Playing a game where one could see affection levels felt odd to him. Simply put, it didn't feel like love. So, the romance task section remained untouched, and Shinji paid no attention to affection levels. Grandson, having a harem is the mark of an emperor. You need to get with the program. Ignoring the annoying system, Shinji stepped out of the classroom, only to be stopped by his homeroom teacher. "Yukiko-sensei," Shinji said, pretending to be shocked. "Is that handsome guy in a brand-name suit holding a bouquet behind you?" "Where?" Yukiko immediately turned to look. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shinji slipped through the classroom door and sprinted down the hallway toward the stairs. Meanwhile, realizing she'd been tricked, Yukiko chased after him in a fury. This scene was a common occurrence at their school, playing out every few days. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, the corridor bathed in a golden hue, Shinji deliberately slowed down, engaging in playful banter with his teacher. This carefree daily life was something Shinji cherished deeply. "Mito-kun. Stop. And no running in the hallway, even if it's empty." "Who actually stops when told to stop? Besides, you're running too, teacher." As he ran, Shinji shouted back without turning his head. But just as he finished speaking, he noticed Shiru on the field outside, warming up for high jump. A thought crossed his mind. Sakura is applying to this middle school, and it's the results announcement period. Though she hasn't officially started, she's already a student here. She would come to handle some paperwork and attend orientation sessions around this time. So, today is the true starting point of the FSN storyline. The infamous day we all joke about not knowing how many people saw Shiru's high jump. With this realization, Shinji's expression subtly shifted into a smirk. The story was finally beginning. Feeling unexpectedly relieved, Shinji quickened his pace, soon bursting out of the school building. Shinji didn't know that his sister, who had just finished her orientation meeting and was supposed to watch Shiru's high jump, wasn't paying much attention. She glanced briefly before looking away. On the other side, seeing Shinji about to run out of the school gate, Yukiko breathlessly called out to the middle-aged man at the entrance, "Sato-sensei. Close the gate." "Stop, Mito-kun." The middle-aged man, understanding the situation immediately upon seeing Shinji, had a long-standing relationship with his troublemaker since he entered the school a year ago. With short hair, a muscular build, and only wearing short sleeves despite the weather, the gym teacher and discipline head, Mr. Sato, didn't hesitate to close the gate. "Mito-kun. You're checkmated." Mr. Sato chuckled. "Is that so?" Shinji responded with a light laugh, not slowing down. He ran straight to the gate, bent his legs, jumped, and cleared the gate, landing smoothly on the other side. The entire motion was fluid and effortless. "Mito-kun." Yukiko yelled in frustration, but Shinji paid no heed, swiftly disappearing from sight. Mr. Sato stared in amazement at the 2-meter-high gate, murmuring, "Can he really jump that high so easily?" At that moment, a certain black-haired, twin-tailed girl from another school, who had come to handle some student council materials, had just entered this middle school and passed by Shinji. Stopping in her tracks, she turned to look at the gate. "That guy just now." Chapter 9. At dusk, by the same secluded, rushing river, Shinji was sweating profusely, doing one-finger push-ups with his shirt off. He also had some weight blocks on his back, which appeared to be no less than 50 kilograms. Perhaps it was because he was still growing or for some other reason, but the constant exercise hadn't turned Shinji into a bulky muscle man. Despite the clearly defined muscles, he still appeared taller but somewhat skinnier than boys his age. Holding some student council materials, Rin stood on the distant riverbank, watching Shinji's silhouette. Her thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago. By chance, she passed by and discovered Shinji undergoing rigorous physical training, unusual for his age. After 300 one-handed push-ups, he would jump into the icy, rushing river and swim against the current. Time and again, he was swept away but never gave up. The countless marks on the shore were likely indicators of each successful challenge. When he reached a new milestone, Shinji would climb out of the river, exhausted but smiling broadly, as if he had just accomplished another goal. That day, as he left, Rin learned about his identity through the girl waiting on the riverbank. He was Shinji Mito, the eldest son of the Mito family, rumored to have blocked magic circuits. And that girl was Rin's former sister Sakura Mito, originally Sakura Tasaka. Since then, Rin would occasionally come here and often see Shinji pushing himself with increasingly extreme physical training, which seemed beyond his age. Every time she watched Shinji perform almost impossible, potentially injurious exercises, Rin would think, is this really achievable? But Shinji always managed to complete the increasingly difficult training. Considering he wasn't even a mage, his achievements seemed like some kind of miracle. And these weren't just one-time miracles, they kept happening. Can such miracles be achieved through sheer effort and perseverance? Rin once questioned herself and tried similar physical training in her family's basement but failed. She could only complete half of the task she set for herself before giving up. Exhausted and unable to move, she thought of quitting, but Shinji's image kept appearing in her mind. How could he keep going despite being swept away by the river repeatedly? What was he thinking at that time? No, he wasn't thinking about anything. His gaze never wavered from his goal. Maybe that's what she lacked. From that day on, Rin began to emulate Shinji's training regimen. Although she couldn't match his intensity, she gradually increased her training intensity within her physical limits. Until one day, she accidentally set her training intensity a bit too high. When there was just a little bit left to complete, she was utterly exhausted, and the barbell in her hand was about to fall due to her fatigue. However, at the last moment, looking at the day's training goal posted on the wall, a surge of strength came from nowhere, allowing Rin to grip the barbell and complete the final bit. After finishing, she lay on the floor, too tired to move, staring at the ceiling and suddenly started laughing. So, I can do it too. Is this how he feels every time? Is that why he's so happy after completing such extreme training? It indeed felt addictively satisfying. Rin didn't know that Shinji's happiness came from completing system tasks, entirely different from what she thought. Later, she continued to watch Shinji's increasingly extreme training. Occasionally, she would still feel, this is definitely impossible, right? No way he can do this. Yet, he never failed. This guy is a lunatic, a maniac who is incredibly harsh on himself, Rin thought, but she kept watching him. Especially every time Shinji finished his training with that genuine look of joy, it never got old. Because of one person, Rin began to believe in things she hadn't cared about before, like persistence, perseverance, effort, and maybe even miracles. Then came last year's unexpected confession. In April, with cherry blossoms in full bloom, petals falling at the school gate, Rin, who had just entered junior high, was surprised to see Shinji standing outside the school gate with his eyes closed. She instinctively thought he had enrolled in the same school. But noticing his uniform was different from the other boys around, she dismissed the idea, feeling a faint sense of disappointment for some reason. Then came the climax. Hey, do you want to be my girlfriend? He turned around, opened his eyes, and said the first words to her, leaving her stunned. Is there someone who confesses at first sight in this world? Is his brain all muscle too? And isn't he too young? Staring blankly at Shinji, Rin finally snapped back to reality, her face turning red in an instant. Do you know what you're saying? Is it not okay? Shinji asked curiously. You. Rin, embarrassed and angry, couldn't even speak clearly. Ah, if it's not okay, then forget it. Just consider it an April Fool's joke. Goodbye, nameless girl. Watching Shinji turn to leave after saying this, a fire rose in Rin's heart, and she kicked him directly. You did it on purpose, you jerk. This was the first and only overly dramatic conversation and interaction they ever had. Pulling her wandering thoughts back, Rin looked at Shinji in the distance. By now, he had finished his one-finger push-ups, sit-ups, stationary squats, and high knees, and had taken off his pants. Seeing Shinji's blue swimsuit with cute anime girl patterns, Rin sighed. His choice of swimwear was still so unique. Watching Shinji tie sandbags and weights on his legs, arms, and body, Rin calculated that these weights alone were more than twice Shinji's combined weight. This guy is getting harsher on himself. Doesn't he fear body damage? You can't be this desperate, can you? Splash. Watching Shinji jump into the river, even though Rin had witnessed many miracles, she still felt a bit worried for him. Please, don't let anything happen to him. Chapter 10. As the sky grew darker, Shinji Matu, having completed his daily physical training and routine tasks, lay down by the river bank, panting heavily and continuously complaining in his heart. Damn it, every time the daily tasks come up, this damn system seals all my powers as a mage, leaving me exhausted and without even the strength to climb ashore. Grandson, this is all for your own good. Endure the hardest of hardships, and you'll rise above others. Shut up, don't talk to me, I don't want to hear anything from you. In that case, you probably don't want to activate the lottery feature either. Well, what are you talking about? It's an honor to speak with you. Call me Grandpa, Humphrey. What do you take me for? Shinji Matu snorted in his heart while struggling to climb up the river bank. You think I, an African luck person, would give up the lottery feature for a bit of dignity? If you don't want it, then forget it, Grandpa, lying on the lawn, Shinji Mito looked at the lottery interface on the system page. Lottery rules: 1 free chance refreshes monthly. Additionally, you can use points to draw up to 10 times a month. First draw costs 100 points, the second draw multiplies by 10, and so on. P.S. 10 consecutive draws guarantee an epic item. The free chance is highly unlikely to yield anything. Damn it. Shinji Mito cursed silently at the last note. What a scam. In the previous life, no system novel I read had a system as lousy as mine. Not only are the task rewards pitifully low, but the lottery is a rip-off too. After a quick glance at the prizes on the wheel, Shinji Mito noticed that most were items worth a few hundred points in the points store. With a sigh, he clicked the start button. 3 seconds later, seeing the pointer land on a bottle of brain-dead pills, Shinji Mito's eye twitched uncontrollably. Grandson, want to draw again? You have 1,100 points left, enough for 2 more draws. Seeing the lottery wheel now with a few more high-end items, Shinji Mito nervously used his mind to click start. As 100 points were deducted in an instant, Shinji Mito felt as if his heart was bleeding. 3 seconds later, seeing the pointer land on brain-dead pills again, Shinji Mito suddenly felt the urge to slap himself. How can this be? I clearly have true European blood in this life. This is unreasonable. Want to draw again? I have a feeling you'll get something rare next time. Draw your head. No more. I'm going home, not playing anymore. Not satisfied with the items? You can resell them to the points store. Suddenly interested, Shinji Mito thought, if I sell a bottle of brain-dead pills for 100 points, even with depreciation, 2 bottles at 80% can still earn me 60 points. How much is the depreciation? Shinji Mito asked with some anticipation. 30% value, smack. The slap Shinji Mito had promised himself finally landed. After roughly drying off with a towel from his bag, Shinji Mito was about to put on his clothes when he caught sight of Sakura standing on the riverbank. Has she finished watching the high jump? As Shinji Mito thought this, the FSN plot was finally about to begin, with only 4 years left until the next Holy Grail War. The main task deadline was also just 4 years away. He had no choice but to prepare with all his might. The main task was mandatory and came with penalties. Failing it had a 90% chance of turning him into a vegetable, and he didn't dare gamble on the 10% chance. Meanwhile, watching Shinji Mito and Sakura slowly leave one after the other, Rin turned and quietly walked away from them. By the way, Shiru was still at the school field trying to clear the high jump. And he still hadn't cleared it. Time seemed to. In short, 2.5 years had passed. 4 months ago, Shinji Mito, who had entered the same high school as Shiru Hamura Academy, found his life no different from middle school. However, the high school teacher, Shiru's good neighbor and sister figure, Fujimura Taiga, was clearly on a different level compared to the middle school teacher, Yoko. Her resentment towards Shinji Mito for frequently skipping classes was deep. Every time, like a real tiger, she would chase Shinji Mito all over the campus, trying to correct him. Attendance was also simple, only Shinji Mito's name was called. If someone responded, it meant everyone was present. If no one responded, she would secretly note it down and use force the next time she saw Shinji Mito. But it was all in vain. Skipping classes had become part of Shinji Mito's life. Of course, Shinji Mito had changed a bit. For instance, he was now 1.73 meters tall, far surpassing his 1.67 meter height in the settings, and had spent half a year learning swordsmanship with Fujimura Taiga. He also spent 3 months at Ritu Temple, undergoing rigorous training for a regular task, where he met Sai Ritu. It was said that after Shinji Mito's rigorous training ended, Sai's father, the muscle-bound head monk, almost tearfully wanted Shinji Mito to stay, reasoning that he had never seen such a hardworking, resilient, and exceptionally talented child. Shinji Mito wanted to tell him it was the system driving him, but he gave up in the end. Thus, Shinji Mito and Sai had a pretty good relationship, at least before high school. After entering high school, Sai, now part of the student council, became the primary enforcer of capturing and educating Shinji Mito, with Taiga as the secondary enforcer. Also, Shinji Mito's stock holdings were increasing. Now, Skin Mito had even abandoned his only hobby, stock trading, leaving it all to Shinji Mito. Compared to Skin, Shinji Mito was much better at it and yielded terrifyingly high returns. For Shinji Mito, since all of this money would eventually be his, how could he not manage it well? With some memories from his previous life and combining them with the real situation in this world, in just a few years, Shinji Mito had multiplied the value of the stocks he obtained countless times. He even secretly founded a holding company, becoming the president of a company, investing in various projects and starting operations in industries, like the biggest amusement park in Fuiuki City, set to break ground this month. As for the Mito family's spiritual lands across the country, they were mainly managed by Iskin, though Shinji Mita took on many burdens to ease his father's pressure. Yet, his cheap father still drank excessively due to the stress. Over the years, Shinji Mita had advised Iskin to drink less more than once, but it was useless, and the latter continued to drink all night. Eventually, Shinji Mita stopped trying. In the summer of 2002, in early September, just after the summer vacation ended, with less than a year and a half left until the Fifth Holy Grail War. Even during the summer vacation, Shinji Mita had a packed schedule. After the school year started, he still didn't settle down, skipping a week of classes after attending the first day of school. Just as Shinji Mita was busy dealing with various tasks, Shiru suddenly asked him out. On a scorching summer day, in a cafe in Fuiuki City. Seeing Shiru sitting opposite him with a cast on his right hand, Shinji Mita suddenly remembered something he had forgotten due to his recent busyness. This guy got injured around this time. He had previously reminded Shiru to be careful while working, but it turned out to be fate indeed. Chapter 11 Emiya, you. As you can see, I got hurt while working, Shiru said with a bitter smile. So? Shiru lowered his head. Shinji. Please join the archery club and compete for me. I don't want to drag the club down because of me. Seeing Shiru like this, Shinji's mouth twitched, and he looked at him as if to say, are you kidding me? After a long silence, he finally organized his thoughts and spoke. Emiya, to be honest, I'm really happy that someone who always helps others is asking for help. But even if I had the time, I've never practiced archery. Shinji. You can definitely do it. Remember when we went hiking and you threw sticks at birds with perfect accuracy? You can absolutely do it. Shiru's eyes were earnest and sincere. It's completely different. Shinji retorted loudly, then sighed and rubbed his forehead. Emiya, it's weird for someone like me, who has never touched a bow, to say this, but aren't you underestimating archery? Indeed, it suddenly feels like that, Emiya. Sitting beside Shiru was a girl around 16 or 17, with a beautiful appearance that drew attention even without excessive makeup. She had shoulder-length, refreshing short hair, and her eyes and hair were both brown. She wore light blue denim shorts and a pink top, leaning her cheek on her hand as she looked at Shiru. Her name was Mage Ayako, a newcomer to the archery club and its future president and captain. That's not what I meant, Shiru quickly defended and turned back to Shinji. Shinji is different from others. If it's him, he can do it. What do you know about me? Shinji retorted, waving his hand dismissively and showing a very casual expression. Anyway, no way. I have a lot of things to do. Mito-kun. Sitting next to Shinji, near the corridor, was a boy with short purple hair and round glasses, dressed neatly in casual clothes with a scholarly air. He pushed up his glasses and spoke in a mature and steady voice, surprisingly so. I want to talk to you about your absenteeism last term and how you've been skipping classes for a week right after the new term started. Before the boy with glasses, Ritasai, could finish, Shinji interrupted angrily, Hey, Emiya, did you really learn to use such despicable tactics? Having Sai, who thinks he has dirt on me, came to persuade me. Do you think I'll yield to this? No way. I have so much dirt on me that it's countless, just like those hidden erotic books, I don't care at all. Shiru explained, No, you misunderstood, Shinji. I just ran into Sai on the way. Exactly. It has nothing to do with Emiya. Sai, fiercely protective, took over the conversation and then glanced at Shinji. Matu, bringing contraband like erotic books to school is a complete violation of the school rules. Do you know the consequences? Suspension for reflection. Shinji stood up and bowed deeply to Sai. Thank you, Sai. Don't you have any remorse or reflection? Humphrey, Shinji crossed his arms and chuckled lightly, looking indifferent. Sorry, not at all. You know, erotic books are a necessity for teenagers, just like water is essential for life. They are a vital source of mental nourishment for teenagers. Is it a crime for humans to drink water? Seeing Shinji's self-righteous expression, even the calm and composed Sai couldn't help but retort, that's completely different. Do you need to go back to the temple for more training? Can I sneak in some erotic books? Enough already. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Miziji, who had been quietly watching the two, burst into laughter, clutching her stomach with tears streaming down her face. Emiya, this guy is too funny, even funnier than you said. If he joins the archery club, it will be so interesting. And who might this be? Shinji asked. Can't you remember your classmates? Shiru retorted. Hello, I'm Miziji Ayako, your classmate. Meta Shinji-kun. I see. Shinji nodded, then propped his chin on his hand, looking thoughtfully at Miziji's outstretched hand. So, you want an autograph? I can, but I didn't bring a pen. How about next time? Miziji's expression darkened, but she quickly smiled warmly, looked at Shiru, and said, Emiya-kun, you must get this person to join the archery club. I'm really interested in him. Mizhuji, I've told you, Shinji loves to joke. If you take it too seriously, it will never end. Really, Shinji said, spreading his hands with an exasperated look. Girls nowadays are too bold, saying they're interested in a guy they've just met. Even I would be embarrassed. Anyway, Ryougi-san, I'll think about it. Please be patient until I give you an official answer. Emiya-kun, can I punch him? I mean, he didn't even remember a single character of my name. Well, even if you say that. Shiru just smiled awkwardly. At this point, Shinji finally got serious, shrugged his shoulders, and continued casually, anyway, I'm not interested in things I'm not interested in. Also, unlike you, Emiya, I'm not someone who goes all out to help anyone in need. I'm just a rather selfish commoner. Chapter 12 Shinji. Shiru wanted to say more, but Shinji didn't give him the chance. He turned and walked toward the shop door, waving goodbye to the others behind him. See you at school. Goodbye. Wait. Matu. Sai stood up, bracing himself against the table, raising his hand to stop him. Your absentee rate for next term shouldn't exceed 5%. And don't bring contraband to school again. Do you hear me? Hey. Matu. As Sai continued to shout at Shinji, Mizhuji turned to Shiru with a slight frown and asked, Emiya, isn't Matu's personality a bit strange? Did you already know this would happen? More or less. Shiru sighed and then muttered, it's not just strange, it's more like bizarre. Shinji often gets whims to try all sorts of odd things, but his passion fades just as quickly. For example, Sai cut in. For example, he suddenly wanted to experience a monk's life and spent 3 months undergoing rigorous training at Rita Temple with my father. Or he suddenly decided to write a novel and locked himself in his room for 2 months, coming out with an award-winning book. Or when he wanted to see if discounted bento boxes had the same number of rice grains as regularly priced ones, he bought both and meticulously counted them all night, finding a difference of 15 grains. There are countless such examples. Hearing this, Mizhuji's eye twitched. Just calling him strange doesn't seem enough to describe Matu, does it? Perhaps to ordinary people, it might seem so, but Matu is different. Sai shook his head and continued, his focus and dedication during his training made me think countless times that he wanted to become a monk. But once the training was over, he quickly reverted to his usual self as if he had lost interest in monastic life. It's not just that, any whim he has, once completed, is swiftly abandoned. He even refused to accept an award for his novel, claiming it was plagiarized. Without a doubt, Matu's ability to perfect any whimsical project makes him a prodigy. It's just a shame he loses interest afterward. Indeed, it is. Mizhuji nodded. To be honest, I sometimes can't tell if he ever had genuine interest in those things. It's hard to say for sure. Shinji said it himself, he just acts on whims, Shiru said. I think that's all there is to it. That's such a waste. Sai and Mizhuji both exclaimed. Why are you directing that at me? Shiru was startled by their simultaneous outburst but then sighed. It would be great if Shinji could take an interest in archery. I just thought it might be possible. Actually, I just got a sudden whim to try archery. When's the competition? Mizhuji stared in surprise at Shinji, who had returned unnoticed and made this announcement. Sai sighed and rubbed his forehead, while Shiru looked a bit grateful. Shinji continued, oh, by the way, just until this competition is over. Mizhuji couldn't help but comment, you really are a strange guy. Am I? Shinji chuckled and then leaned forward with interest. Actually, I just got a little bit of a whim about you too, Ryougi-san. Mizhuji smiled sweetly and reminded him, Matu-kun, my name is Mizhuji Ayako. Please remember it. As Shinji and the others left the cafe, a twin-tailed girl sitting in a corner booth lowered her newspaper. So that confession back then was just a whim too. Rin's face was dark with anger, barely managing to control her expression. Meta Shinji, you just wait. Unbeknownst to Shinji, he had successfully attracted the ire of a certain twin-tailed girl. As for agreeing to temporarily join the archery club, it was because as soon as Shinji stepped out of the cafe, the dam system suddenly issued a regular task. Random task issued, task, join the archery club and win the upcoming novice tournament, reward, 1,000 points. Additional penalty for failure, 90% chance of becoming a vegetable. Upon seeing the task, Shinji cursed internally. Damn it. Over the years, Shinji had been played countless times by suddenly issued tasks with failure penalties. The tasks were varied, from writing an award-winning novel to undergoing rigorous training at a temple or counting rice grains in bento boxes. The system just kept finding new ways to trouble him, making him want to uninstall it. Dear grandson, as a descendant of mine, archery is a family tradition my ass. Isn't a man's family tradition supposed to be, beep? In the end, Shinji still succumbed. In the Emiya residence, living room. Come to think of it, won't I be unable to eat your cooking for a long time, Emiya? Sitting at the low table, Shinji's expression gradually grew serious as he realized something. It'll probably take over 3 months to recover. Sitting across from him, Shire replied. Damn it. I just realized this cold reality. Why are you only thinking about that now? Because I've been sitting in the living room for 10 minutes and you haven't served me tea, so I thought of this possibility. Shinji answered honestly. You were waiting for me to serve you tea? Shire was speechless. Look at my situation. If you want tea, make it yourself. Never mind then, I'm not thirsty. Shire, Russell. Hearing the sound outside, Shire turned towards the entrance and murmured, Is it raining? Knock, knock. Is it Fujimura-sensei? Shire stood up and walked slowly towards the entrance. Shinji, however, refuted in his heart, No, it's my sister sent by the old man to watch you. But this time, her visit has nothing to do with me. I'm curious what excuse the old man will use to let Sakura take care of you. At the entrance, Shire was surprised to see Sakura drenched by the rain. Sakura. Chapter 13. In any case, we'll discuss that later. You should wash up now, you'll catch a cold if you don't. Thank you. As footsteps drew closer, the voices of Shire and Sakura could be heard from behind the closed door. Shinji, propping himself up on the floor with his hands, casually glanced at his younger sister, now in her 3rd year of middle school, who walked in behind Shire. Shinji, your sister is here. Shinji didn't respond but instead lay back down on the tatami, resting his head on his hands, and crossed his legs, yawning. While Sakura used Shire's bathroom, Shire sat down across from Shinji in the living room, frowning slightly as he spoke. Shinji, I heard from Sakura that you've only been home 5 times in the past 2 months. So what? What do you mean, so what? Why haven't you been home? Sakura is worried about you. There's no need. Hearing Shinji's unhesitant reply, Shire looked exasperated. After all these years, the relationship between the siblings was still the same as ever. I mean, I don't know the reason, but isn't your attitude toward your sister a bit too cold? Emiya. What? I'm hungry. Are you even listening to me? When I'm hungry, I can't listen to anything. So please, make dinner for me. No way. And don't forget that I'm still injured. Oh, I forgot. You really are up. Shire sighed deeply, giving up on the conversation. Shire, I came to see you. Upon hearing Fujimura Taiga's voice from the entrance, Shinji, who was lying on the floor flipping through a magazine, suddenly sat up and hurriedly walked towards the living room door without thinking. How are you feeling? Better? Taiga asked as she walked in from the entrance, but then she noticed Shinji trying to sneak away silently. Well, Matukan, long time no see. Taiga, with her hands on her hips, bent down and smiled sweetly. Hearing Taiga's voice above him, Shinji froze, forcing a smile as he looked up. Ahahaha, yes, long time no see, Ms. Taiga. Instantly, a red vein of irritation appeared on Taiga's forehead. How many times have I told you? Call me Fujimura-sensei. Ouch, Ms. Taiga. Shinji begged for mercy as Taiga tightly locked his neck. I said call me Fujimura-sensei. And we need to discuss your week of truancy at the start of the new term. Despite Shinji's struggles, Taiga showed no sign of letting go, continuing to grip his neck tightly. I'm going to suffocate. Miss Taiga. Seeing this, Shire, who had been ignored due to Shinji's antics, finally spoke up. Taiga, weren't you here to see me? Oh. I almost forgot. Remembering her original purpose, Taiga turned to Shire sitting at the low table, releasing the near-suffocated Shinji, and scratching her head with a sheepish smile. Haha, seeing the biggest troublemaker in the class, I couldn't help it. Sorry about that, ahahaha. Taiga then noticed the purple-haired girl, likely a middle schooler, sitting across from Shire and drying her hair. By the way, who's this girl? Taiga asked, but then she spotted Shinji trying to sneak away again and grabbed his collar. Matukan, I have a lot to talk to you about. Seriously, you noticed that too? Shinji muttered, frustrated. So you're Matukan's sister, huh? Sitting at the low table with Shire, Taiga looked surprised at Sakura, who sat next to Shinji with an impatient expression. But then she looked a bit troubled, tapping her cheek with her finger as she continued. Even so, as Shire's guardian, I feel this is inappropriate. Apparently, Sakura had expressed a desire to help out at Shire's house until he recovered. Taiga, Shire coughed lightly and signaled Taiga with his eyes. What is it? Why are you making faces? If you have something to say, just say it. Or are you hitting on your friend's sister? Taiga. Shire's face turned red as he loudly reminded her, then leaned in to whisper something only Taiga could hear. I'll explain everything later. It's actually related to Shinji. Huh? Mintakun? Taiga looked surprised and then at Shinji, who was yawning and looking bored. Does his injury have something to do with Mintakun? No, and keep your voice down. Actually. Shiryu was about to explain, but Shinji suddenly put on a pained expression, clutching his chest and speaking up. Yes, it's all my fault. If I had taken better care of Emiya, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. What are you talking about, Shinji? Shiryu was confused. In any case, it's all my fault. Shinji stood up, looking apologetic. If I had been by Emiya's side 24/7, this wouldn't have happened. No, 24/7 is a bit much. Why would you need to be by my side? So, please let me take responsibility, Emiya. Shinji leaned forward, gripping Shiryu's hand with a heartfelt expression. I'll make it up to you, Emiya. So until then, let's move to the Netherlands together. I'll spend my life making it up to you. What are you talking about? Shiryu looked at Shinji with a strange expression. And why would we move to the Netherlands? Ahem, Taiga cleared her throat and whispered in Shiryu's ear, Shiryu, the Netherlands recognizes same-sex marriages. Huh? Yes. From now on, let me make it up to you for the rest of our lives. I'll always be by your side to protect you, Emiya. And Taiga, I'll count on you to be our witness. I said call me Fujimura-sensei. And as his guardian, I would never agree to that. Chapter 14. Why? Do I even need to explain? Taiga slapped away Shinji's hand from Shiryu's. And stop making jokes like that. What if Shiryu really takes it seriously and develops some strange interests? Huh? Strange? Shinji scratched his chin, furrowing his brows in thought. Didn't you teach us in class that love comes in many forms? How is it strange? I don't recall ever teaching something like that. Oh. I get it. Shinji suddenly had a realization, knocking his palm with his fist. Taiga-san, could it be that you're feeling lonely because Emiya is going to the Netherlands with me? Shiryu sighed, exasperated. No, I never said I was going with you. And I've become immune to your jokes. Who's lonely? Taiga retorted. And call me Fujimura-sensei. No need to say more, sensei, I understand. Shinji raised his hand to stop her, then put on a tender expression. Don't worry, sensei. One day, you'll find a hero who will protect you for a lifetime. Metu-kun, honestly, you change topics too quickly. It's hard for me to keep up. If you must know why. Shinji smiled, his eyes narrowing. It's because bananas are sweetest when they're about to rot. Huh? Taiga was momentarily confused, then realization dawned, and her face turned red with anger. You little brat. Who are you calling a rotting banana? Taiga locked Shinji in a chokehold from behind, gritting her teeth. Sensei, I'm still a green apple. A very green apple. Taiga, that analogy is a bit. Shiryu awkwardly smiled. Shiryu, do you think I'm a rotting banana too? No, that's not what I meant. Ah. Taiga, I'm still injured. Don't jump on me. Watching the three of them bicker in the small living room, a hint of envy flashed in Sakura's usually vacant eyes. A hero who will protect me for a lifetime. Sakura's thoughts drifted back to a distant past, where a small blue-haired boy stood proudly before her. Sakura, just wait. Once I learn those amazing skills, I'll definitely protect you from anyone who bullies you. Amazing skills? Yes, very amazing skills. But I can't tell you yet because it has to do with our family's secret. That little boy eventually forgot all those words. So, what about dinner? Shinji, still in Taiga's hold, suddenly asked. This brought Taiga to a halt, and she looked over at Shiryu. Yeah, what about dinner? Seeing both of them looking at him, Shiryu sighed. You two shouldn't react the same way about this. And don't forget, I'm injured. Shinji sat up, resting his chin on his hand, and concluded, so, we're going to starve tonight? Taiga nodded, mirroring his posture. Unfortunately, it seems so. Taiga, are you learning bad habits from Shinji? Shiryu said after a long pause. Looking at the table full of Chinese dishes, everyone, including Sakura, showed expressions of surprise. After placing the final dish, Kung Pao chicken, on the table, Shinji sat down and, seeing their surprised faces, asked, what's wrong? Why the disbelief? Shinji, you can cook? Shiryu still couldn't believe it. Are you really Mintakun? Taiga questioned. So, what kind of impression do you all have of me? Shinji retorted. Anyway, yes, I can cook, but only Chinese food, and I haven't done it in a long time, so it might not be perfect? My goodness. Taiga covered her mouth in shock. I thought you could only make instant noodles. I didn't expect you to have such talent. Sorry to disappoint you, I can do more than instant noodles, Shinji replied sarcastically, passing bowls of rice to everyone. But I won't be doing the dishes. Sakura knew Shinji could cook. About 5 years ago, Zukin was inspecting spiritual sites nationwide, and their father was often staying in hotels, so that night, only the maids, Shinji, and herself were home, and the maids had gone to bed. Late at night, unable to sleep, she heard footsteps in the hallway and curiously opened the door to see her brother, wearing an apron and carrying 2 plates of fried rice to the dining room. He turned around at the sound, saw her, and asked indifferently, "Want some?" So, it had developed from there. Due to inexperience, the fried rice wasn't perfect that night, but it was a cherished memory for Sakura. Since then, whenever she heard footsteps late at night, she would quietly open her door. And Shinji, as if accustomed to it, would always make an extra serving, improving the taste each time. However, in the past year or so, such opportunities had nearly vanished. Shinji rarely came home, and their silent, introspective midnight snacks ceased. Sometimes, Sakura would marvel at how versatile her brother was. "This sweet and sour fish is amazing." Taiga's praise snapped Sakura out of her reverie. "That's sweet and sour fish," Shiru corrected, slightly exasperated. "I know this dish. It's green pepper beef. I've had it at Chinese restaurants." "It's just green pepper and beef," Shinji muttered. "After dinner. Take care on your way home. And don't be late for tomorrow's club activities." Standing at the entrance, Taiga wore a kind smile. "What, you already knew?" Shinji sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Of course, I'm the archery club advisor, after all. Don't skip club activities like you usually do." "Don't worry. I'll stick with my whims until I completely lose interest. Goodbye, Taiga-san, Emiya." "That's not reassuring. And call me Fujimura-sensei." Chapter 15. Watching the Mita siblings walk away without much interaction until they were out of sight, Taiga turned to Shiru and asked, "Shiru, why did you stop me before dinner? Don't tell me you actually have feelings for your friend's sister." "I already said no," Shiru sighed, looking in the direction they had left. "If I had to explain, it seems like a sister trying to get closer to her brother." "Huh? Sakura-chan wants to get closer to Minta-kun?" "Yes, Taiga-sensei, you noticed too, right? Shinji is rather cold toward Sakura." Taiga nodded. "Now that you mention it, it does feel that way. Even though she's his sister. So, Sakura asked me to teach her housework, like cooking, hoping to improve their relationship." "I see," Taiga said, realization dawning. "It's like they say, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. It feels a bit different, but close enough. Still, isn't it too much trouble?" Taiga frowned. "Wouldn't it be easier for me to just talk to Mito-kun directly?" "Probably not. I've told him countless times, but as you can see, it hasn't made any difference. Shinji seems to dislike talking about these things, probably because of his family." "I see," Taiga nodded again. "Now that you mention it, it's a bit strange. I've called his father about his absenteeism, but he's always impatient and hangs up before I finish. It seems like there's some issue with Mito-kun's family. We should avoid prying into sensitive matters." "True. I just hope Mito-kun understands his sister's efforts someday." "Shinji will realize it eventually," Shiru said hopefully, his thoughts drifting back to a morning nearly 3 years ago. Sakura, still an elementary school student, had shyly asked him to teach her how to cook, saying her brother seemed to like her cooking. Shaking off his thoughts, Shiru sighed, "Shinji is really fortunate." A week passed quickly. During that week, Sakura went to Shiru's house every morning and after school to help with chores under his guidance, even on weekends. Although she was clumsy at first, Sakura gradually became more proficient at housework and cooking as the days went by. Meanwhile, after only 4 days of intense training in the archery club, Shinji participated in the novice competition with Mizuji and won the championship. According to Mizuji, Shinji trained like an indefatigable monster, with a focus that was almost frightening. For 4 days, he trained for about 12 hours a day without rest. With his natural talent and such intense training, Mizuji, like Sai, was puzzled. It seemed like he was genuinely interested in archery, as his eyes were solely focused on the target. No other reason could explain his dedication. But, excuse me. Standing in the hallway outside the classroom, Shinji looked at Mizuji, who was blocking his path and informing him about the after-school club activities. He spoke calmly. "Didn't we agree that I'd only stay until the competition ended? I'm no longer interested in archery." "Ugh." Mizuji sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Just like the vice president said." "Sai? What did he say?" "Nothing," Mizuji said, looking straight at Shinji. "Can I ask you something? Were you ever genuinely interested in archery? Why do you ask? It's strange. If you weren't interested, why put in so much effort? But if you were interested, why give up so easily after achieving success? It's such a waste." "Really?" Shinji scratched his chin, thinking. I don't think it's a waste. The idea that something is meaningless unless you see it through to the end doesn't resonate with me. For me, participating is enough. You're really strange, you know that? Am I? Shinji shrugged indifferently. Anyway, my experience with the archery club is over. Please inform the president and Taiga-sensei. I don't care. And if you want to quit, write a proper resignation letter. Too much trouble, and it was you guys who asked me to join. Clean up your own mess. Miyagi sighed, raising one hand. Even if the club president agrees, do you think Fujimura-sensei will? Who knows? Anyway, this is your problem to deal with. Looking at Shinji's indifferent face, Miyagi could only shake her head. You really are. Wait, Shinji suddenly leaned closer to Miyagi, grinning. Could it be that you don't want me to leave because you want to spend more time with me? If that's the case, I might reconsider. Before we discuss this, please remember my real name. It's Miyagi Ayako, Miyagi reminded him with a smile, then sighed again. Besides, your attitude is probably the worst for girls. Even if someone dates you, you'd probably dump her on a whim. Why do you think that about me? Shinji asked, exasperated. Everything about you. That's really hurtful. Shinji pouted, then crossed his arms, annoyed. I wouldn't do that. My approach to these things is different from my whims. Really? Miyagi looked surprised. Of course. Shinji trailed off, suddenly remembering something. He sighed deeply, burying his face in his hands. Shinji finally realized that due to being busy with various system tasks, he had never dated or gone out with a single girl in this life. Chapter 16, Dear Grandson, don't rush. Everything will come in due time, shut up. Isn't it all your fault? I told you, Matu-kun, you can't deny the possibility. Miyagi-san, Shinji propped his chin, looking serious. I just suddenly realized that if a high school boy doesn't experience at least one romance, it would be a failure. Is this another one of your whims? Anyway, I've decided. Shinji clenched his fist with determination and announced his plan. From now on, I'll confess to the first girl who comes along. No matter who it is. Your whims are too. Miyagi's mouth twitched, but then she noticed something. Oh! Here comes a girl, Matu-kun. Leave it to me. Shinji gave Miyagi a thumbs up, took a deep breath, and turned around, starting to speak as he did. Even though I don't know your name, please believe this is fate. So please go out. Before he could finish, Shinji realized the girl in front of him looked familiar, especially with those distinctive twin tails. Sensing trouble, Shinji quickly turned back around, cleared his throat, and said, well, it seems practicing confessions in the hallway is a bit inappropriate, don't you think, Miyagi-san? Huh? Practice? Since when was this practice? Miyagi, acting as if she didn't catch Shinji's hint, questioned in confusion, Matu-kun, didn't you just say you'd confess to the first girl who came up behind you? Miyagi, are you doing this on purpose? No, I'm just stating the facts. Matu. Shinji. Hearing Rin's voice growl from behind him, Shinji instantly regretted his actions. Why her? Out of everyone, why her? Seeing Shinji clutching his stomach and lying on the floor, Miyagi squatted down, asking kindly, are you alright, Matu-kun? I'm mostly okay. Shinji trembled as he answered, holding his stomach. Seems like the rumor is true. Rumor? What rumor? Shinji asked as he got up. Miyagi stood up as well and looked at the annoyed Rin walking away. The most popular boy in school confessed to the most popular girl back in middle school. Shinji was puzzled, so who are the most popular boy and girl? Really? You don't know? Miyagi's eye twitched. No. Me? Shinji pointed at himself in confusion. Is it me? You seriously don't know? Well, I haven't been to school much. It's odd, though. Odd that you're popular despite not coming to school often? No, it's odd that Rin, who I call the over-the-hill twin tails, is the most popular girl. I think I understand why Rin doesn't like you. Hey, what does over-the-hill twin tails mean? Can you explain, Matu-kun? Hearing the question from behind, Shinji instinctively answered, isn't it obvious? The charm of twin tails only lasts until you're about 10. After that, it's not cute anymore. Miyagi, why are you glaring at me? Am I wrong? Well, I need to go to the club now. I'll inform the president and the teacher about your resignation. With that, Miyagi left. At the same time, Shinji finally realized who had asked the question. Turning around, Shinji saw Rin smiling with narrowed eyes, with several strass lines appearing on her forehead and under her eyes. This is really bad. And thus, the infamous pair of enemies in Hamurahara Academy was officially formed, becoming a long-lasting topic of conversation. As time passed, 3 months flew by. With the end of autumn, Shiru's injuries had completely healed. The cool, refreshing autumn weather gradually gave way to the cold of early winter. One chilly morning, Shiro arrived at the school gate, where he saw Shinji wearing a brown wool coat over his school uniform, lost in thought. "Shinji, I want to talk about Sakura." "Emiya." Shinji cut Shiro off without turning around, murmuring softly. "What's up?" "The autumn school uniforms for the girls." Shinji turned his head slightly, looking serious. "The skirts are still too long. Shorten them by 20 centimeters and they'd be perfect?" Seeing Shinji's serious expression, Shiro sighed and complained, "How can you say that with such a serious face? Were you thinking about this the whole time? Don't you think I'm right, Emiya?" "No, absolutely not. And why do you always involve me in these conversations? As men, you all secretly agree with me. Especially the boys in this school who are in their hormonal teenage years. You have a twisted idea of what it means to be a man. Aren't they all secretly harboring pink, fluffy dreams? No, they aren't. Hey, you. Do you want a girlfriend and a sweet high school life?" The boy Shinji suddenly addressed blushed and stammered. "See, Emiya? Proof," Shinji said, putting an arm around the boy's shoulder. "Everyone feels this way, but they're too shy to admit it. I told you, no. And why are you talking about this at the school gate? Because of you, people think I'm weird too. Emiya, it's just human nature. When will you accept your true self? Stop lying to yourself, Emiya. Shut up already." Shiro yelled, frustrated. Shouting at the school gate so early in the morning, "Emiya, Matu." Seeing Sai approaching, Shiro sighed and greeted him, "Morning, Sai." Shinji was just saying some strange before Shiro could finish. Shinji stepped forward, looking at Sai seriously. "Sai, I have a suggestion for the school uniforms." "Oh? No matter if it's summer or autumn uniforms, don't you think the skirts for the girls are too long?" "Really?" Sai adjusted his glasses and then pulled out a ruler from behind his back. "Did you forget all your temple training? You brought the ruler? Especially for you." Chapter 17. In the end, Shinji was caught by Sai. This was almost impossible, as Sai was the kind of model student who never ran or chased anyone in school or the hallways. Shinji's capture was largely thanks to a certain English teacher's assistance and a twin-tailed girl who just happened to stick out her leg at the perfect moment along Shinji's escape route. Watching Shinji, who had fallen to the ground and was clutching his nose in pain, the twin-tailed girl, Rin Tasaka, covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my, Matu-kun, how careless of you. Didn't the school rules say no running or bruising? You." Shinji gritted his teeth, glaring at her. "Don't do that again. You might get hurt." "Got him." Taiga's voice rang out as footsteps approached. Rin turned politely to greet Taiga. "Good morning, Fujimura-sensei." "Oh, it's Tasaka-san." "Good morning. Matu, this is your karma," Sai said, pushing up his glasses as he approached with a ruler in hand. "Ugh," Shinji grumbled as he slowly got up. "The ancients were right, women and petty men are hard to deal with. Matu, I was going to punish you with the ruler, but since you seem to have had a moment of enlightenment, I'll let it go this time." Sai held his right hand to his chest, closed his eyes, and muttered a Buddhist prayer. Shinji mimicked him, also closing his eyes and muttering a prayer. Watching them, Rin's forehead visibly showed two red veins of irritation. The satisfaction of having her revenge was gone. "Just wait," she snapped before storming into the school building. "Shinji, it was Tasaka, wasn't it?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Shinji looked confused. "The girl you confessed to in middle school." "What?" Sai exclaimed, his expression heavy. "Matu, are you the one who confessed to that fox girl at the school gate on the first day of middle school?" "Really, Sai? You're only finding out now." Shiro sighed. "Looks like the ruler punishment is inevitable. Matu. After the ruler, you will recite the Buddhist scriptures 100 times. Are you serious?" Shinji was speechless. "Absolutely. Getting involved with that fox girl will ruin your life." "So Matu-kun knows Tasaka-san," Taiga remarked in surprise. "No, I didn't know her before high school," Shinji shrugged. "Really? Didn't you confess to her in middle school? Why confess if you didn't know her?" Seeing Taiga's curiosity, Shinji sighed. "Sensei, you sure are nosy. It's almost time for morning tutoring. We'll be late if we don't hurry." "Oh no." Realizing the time, Taiga rushed toward the school building, calling back, "You guys hurry too, don't be late." Watching Taiga rush off, the three boys exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Afternoon, after school. Shiro, who should have been heading to the archery club, instead stopped Shinji, who was yawning and preparing to leave with his bag. "Shinji, I want to talk about Sakura Emiya," Shinji interrupted, leaning closer to Shiro. "You're the type who wants everyone around you to be happy, right?" "Huh? I guess so." "Good," Shinji smiled. "Wait, What, unlike you, I'm a very mundane, selfish person. I don't have your selflessness. I'm just a regular person. Goodbye, Emiya. Shiryu was left puzzled as Shinji walked away without another word, only waving behind him. After his club activities, Shiryu recounted Shinji's words to Sakura at home. Maybe it's because my brother has things he's not good at, Sakura said softly, her expression complicated. Shinji? Something he's not good at? But he's perfect at everything. Yes, Sakura nodded, something he's very, very bad at. Really? I can't imagine Shinji ever giving up easily. Sakura remained silent, not mentioning that what she referred to was magic, something Shinji could never master no matter how hard he tried. By the way, what's Shinji been up to lately? Shiryu asked, curious. He's been interested in astronomy. He bought a telescope and some books. I found some star charts he drew when I was taking out the trash. Another whim? But he moved all that stuff out 2 days ago. Probably sold it as second-hand items. That was a short-lived interest. In recent news, 3 previously undiscovered asteroids have been confirmed by the National Astronomical Observatory, as reported by an anonymous online user. Despite efforts, the user's identity remains unconfirmed, though the IP address traces back to the remote town of Fuiuki City. Watching the news, Shiryu chuckled and looked at Sakura. Sakura, could this be? Probably my brother's doing. Unbelievable, Shiryu sighed. Is Shinji a monster? Shiryu, did you hear? Taiga burst in excitedly. Someone discovered 3 new asteroids, and they're from Fuiuki City. Yeah, I just heard. And Taiga-sensei, you might know the person who did it. Really? I know them. Yeah, it's probably Shinji. Sakura said he was into astronomy recently. Mintakun? Huh? Taiga was surprised. But why not reveal his identity? He could name the asteroids. He probably lost interest already, Shiryu shrugged. Taiga, Chapter 18 2002, December 24th, Christmas Eve. Emiya residence. Sorry, Sakura, I couldn't get Shinji to come. Shiru's face showed a hint of regret. No, it's not your fault, senpai. Sakura gently shook her head, though a trace of disappointment was evident in her eyes. Recently, Shinji had been coming home less and less frequently, often disappearing for 10 days or even half a month. But he did give me this. Shiryu pulled out a white rabbit doll from his bag and handed it to Sakura, who was busy in the kitchen. Seeing the rabbit doll, Sakura's eyes lit up with joy. Even though this was just a small gesture from her brother, it held significant meaning for her. Merry Christmas. Dressed as Santa Claus, Taiga entered the room and immediately noticed the rabbit doll in Sakura's hands. Oh? Already starting with the Christmas gifts? No, this one is from Shinji, Shiryu explained. Mintakun? Taiga looked surprised, then smiled and gave Sakura a thumbs up. Sakura-chan, keep it up. Even your cold brother has started giving gifts. Yes, Sakura responded with a smile. On a snowy night, wearing a khaki wool coat, Shinji walked aimlessly through the streets while checking the system panel. So much time had passed, yet he had only managed to consolidate 2 of the 3 souls: primordial spirit and positive spirit. As for the negative spirit, he had barely touched the threshold. Thinking about the need to consolidate the negative spirit and temper the 3 souls in just over a year made Shinji feel hopeless. With a sigh, he closed the system panel and stopped walking. Staring at the festive shops along the street, he pondered for a long time before stepping into one. Unsure of what to buy on such an occasion, Shinji eventually bought a small Christmas-themed cake on the store owner's recommendation. Buying this kind of thing? Am I an idiot? Standing outside the store, Shinji looked at the cake in his hand with a strange expression. Surprised you have some self-awareness, Mintakun. Hearing a familiar voice, Shinji clicked his tongue and looked disdainfully at the approaching Rin. Seeing the clear disdain on Shinji's face, Rin's eyebrow twitched in irritation. You're just as infuriating as always. And you're no different. You. Be gone, demon. Shinji raised his hand and shouted. Cut it out. Unlike the noisy shops outside, the retro-style cafe on the corner was quiet, with soft music playing in the background, creating a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere outside. In a booth, Rin watched Shinji elegantly cut the cake, unable to process the situation for several minutes. What are we even doing? What do you mean? Shinji replied without looking up. You said you knew a quiet cafe, so I had you bring me here. Rin sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. That may be true, but this just feels off. What do you mean? This feels like a date. Huh? Shinji looked up, confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Do I seem like the kind of idiot who would date someone like you? Explain that properly, Rin said, smiling sweetly but with no warmth in her eyes. I mean, only an idiot would date a woman like you. Hey. Why did you kick me? crazy woman. I was just being honest. Do you want to die, Mata Shinji? Ugh, Shinji scoffed and then handed a piece of cake to Rin. As thanks for bringing me here. I can't finish it alone anyway, and don't worry, there's no poison today. Can't you ever say anything nice? I could say the same about you. Suddenly, it felt like an invisible spark of static crackled between them. They both snorted, turning away to eat their cake. After several minutes, Rin finally broke the silence. You have a sister, right, Mata-kun? Yeah, what about it? Shinji glanced at her. And nothing. I was just curious. Rin waved her hands defensively. Cut the crap, Tasaka. I know some things too. Rin was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing her face. You know? Yeah, I know. Is Sakura doing alright lately? Shinji shrugged nonchalantly. Probably fine. What do you mean, probably? Aren't you her brother? Rin's brows furrowed. I've been busy lately and haven't been home much. She's been spending a lot of time at Emiya's place. At Emiya-kun's place? Why? How should I know? If you care, go see for yourself. You should care more about your own sister. I could say the same to you. You. Rin fumed, but then sighed. Even though the Matu family has declined, you should understand, right? Magus, I don't understand, Shinji interrupted. I'm not a Magus. I don't get your Magus stuff. Can't you be serious for a moment? Shinji changed the topic. Do you know, Tasaka, cakes taste best at the right time. Huh? Rin was puzzled. I mean, don't waste it. Eat as much as you can while it's still good. Wait, by the right time do you mean? Rin's cheeks flushed slightly. I mean, pairing it with bitter coffee. The bitterness makes the cake's sweetness stand out more, right? That makes sense, Rin nodded but then caught herself, frowning. Wait, are you saying I'm the bitter coffee? Seems like you do have some self-awareness, Tasaka. I'm impressed, Shinji replied dismissively. Go to hell. Rin kicked him hard under the table. Hey. Watch it. The cake almost fell. Who cares? Just go to hell. You first. And if I go, I'm taking you with me, crazy woman. That's my line. Wow, so you two want to die together? A teasing voice suddenly interrupted them. Both Shinji and Rin turned to see who it was and immediately retorted. That's not what we meant. Chapter 19. Seeing Shinji and Rin turn their heads in perfect synchronization, their expressions equally agitated, Miyaji Ayako, who had somehow ended up in the cafe, laughed heartily. You two really are just alike. Who's alike with this guy? ×2 they both retorted simultaneously, then glared at each other with clenched teeth. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, Miyaji laughed so hard she held her stomach, unable to stop. This is funnier than any joke I've ever heard. TCH. Both Shinji and Rin clicked their tongues and crossed their arms, turning away from each other. So, why are you here, Miyaji? Isn't today Christmas Eve? Rin asked. Sitting down in the booth, Miyaji shrugged casually. My parents had too much to drink and are singing karaoke in the living room. It's way too noisy, so I came out for some fresh air. Then I saw this very rare pairing and got curious. Just to be clear, I only ran into him by chance, Rin said with an air of superiority. Shinji snorted dismissively, probably because I didn't check the calendar before going out. Running into this woman is such bad luck. Next time, I should check my horoscope. Rin's eyes narrowed into a sweet yet sinister smile. Oh, Matu-kun, you're such a joker. Obviously, I'm the unlucky one. Next time, I'll be sure to check my star sign forecast on TV before leaving. Shinji returned a polite smile. No need for that. It's too troublesome. Let me handle the bad luck, you can go out without worry, Tasaka. Bang. You. Rin slammed her hands on the table and stood up, glaring at Shinji. What's your problem? Shinji also stood, crossing his arms and looking down at Rin with annoyance. Watching their confrontation, Miyaji suddenly thought of something. Do you two know the term star-crossed lovers? Miyaji-san, please don't say such things. We're more like mortal enemies. Yeah, exactly, sworn enemies, Rin nodded in agreement. From my perspective, you two look more like bickering old couples. No, we don't. ×2 covering her ears, Miyaji could only smile wryly. Please, keep it down. My eardrums are about to burst. The heavy snow showed no signs of stopping. The park bench under the yellow streetlight was covered in a thick layer of white snow. Half standing nearby, Rin rubbed her hands together, breathing out a puff of white air. Serves her right, Shinji thought. In this cold weather, wearing a skirt? Serves her right. Even though he thought this, Shinji still handed over the hot drinks he had bought from a vending machine to Miyaji and Rin. Oh, Matu-kun, you can be quite the gentleman, Miyaji teased as she accepted the hot drink. Huh? Don't be ridiculous. I just didn't want anyone blaming me if they caught a cold. I'm curious about who this anyone might be, Rin smiled as she took the hot drink. And what's with your outstretched hand? 150 yen. After a moment of silence, Rin pointed at Shinji and looked at Mizuji. Mizuji-san, do you really think this guy is a gentleman? I'll cover Mizuji's drink. Yours is 150 yen. Rin, you're just targeting me, aren't you? Thanks, Matu, Mizuji said nonchalantly, then added, I almost forgot the time. I need to head back, my brother might not be able to handle things alone. Need a gentleman to walk you home? Shinji asked as he accepted the coins Rin grudgingly handed over. I can be your escort if you need. Oh, Matu-kun, you really don't get it. I'm creating an opportunity for you too. Huh? Anyway, goodbye. Mizuji waved and gave them a playful wink. Good luck, you two. What is she talking about? Shinji muttered, watching her jog away. At the familiar long slope in the remote town of Fuiuki, a taxi stopped, and two people got out, Shinji and Rin. Instead of heading home immediately, Shinji walked to the railings by the roadside, hands in his coat pockets, staring idly at the distant city. After about 5 minutes, Shinji couldn't take it anymore. He turned to see Rin, also standing in the cold, her hair covered in snow. What are you still doing here? Afraid to walk home alone in the dark? Hugging herself and shivering, Rin retorted, No. I'm just a little bored. Seems like we're in the same boat. By the way, didn't you get yourself a drink earlier? No, I actually wanted to. Shinji pulled out 2 cans of beer from his coat. Try some beer. But with you hanging around, it felt awkward. Seeing the beers, Rin propped her chin on her hand, a playful smile forming. Oh, Matu-kun, you do have a normal side, wanting to try beer before the legal age. Not that I want to hear it from you, Shinji replied, opening one of the cans. Well, here goes, my first taste of beer. Wait. What? Seeing Rin's hesitant look, Shinji guessed. You want to try too? Just give it to me already. Minors aren't allowed to drink. Neither are you. It's different. I look more like an adult. There's no difference. In the end, curiosity got the better of Rin, and she snatched a can from Shinji. Shinji let out a content sigh after taking a big gulp of beer. It's an indescribable feeling. Looking at the can, Shinji reflected that he hadn't had beer in years. How is it? Shinji asked, glancing at Rin, who was staring at her beer with her head down. All he got in response was a hiccup. Seeing Rin lift her head, eyes glazed and with a playful grin, hiccuping occasionally, Shinji realized something. A few stress lines appeared on his forehead. Is she drunk? Shinji-kun. What? Go to hell. Splat. A snowball smacked Shinji in the face, leaving him stunned. It took him a while to process what had happened. What followed was a late-night snowball fight between the two drunks. It might have been the effect of the alcohol, Shinji felt a bit dizzy himself. After about half an hour, they finally stopped, both panting heavily. Shinji then spotted a wooden board by the roadside. Thus, after the snowball fight, they began a new round of slope sliding. Under the influence of alcohol, what started as solo rides down the slope soon turned into tandem sliding. Sitting on the wooden board, they lost count of how many times they had joyfully slid down the long slope, crashing into the thick snow at the bottom each time. Lying in the snow, Shinji was covered in sweat, panting lightly. After catching his breath, he turned to look at Rin, who was also lying in the snow. Letting you steer was a mistake. How about we go Agai before he could finish, perhaps due to the alcohol wearing off or for some other reason, Shinji suddenly froze. Chapter 20 Rin lay in the snow, her eyes closed and her breath coming in small gasps. Her cheeks were flushed from both the alcohol and the exertion. For the first time, Shinji found her somewhat cute and pretty, no longer just a character from an anime or game in his mind. She was a real girl, and everyone in this world was a living person. Damn it, Shinji muttered, running his hand through his hair and sitting up with a look of frustration. Why did it take me so long to realize this? Rin, with her eyes half open in a drunken haze, asked, What are you talking about? Nothing, Shinji replied as he steadied himself on the cold snow and stood up. Let's go back. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold. I'll be a gentleman and walk you home. Walking a drunk girl home doesn't need an excuse. Rin retorted, wobbling as she got up, putting one hand on her hip and pointing at Shinji with the other. It's common sense. People who sneak drinks before they're of legal age have no right to talk about common sense. After dropping Rin off at her house, it was already 2 in the morning. At 2:30 a.m., Shinji finally returned home, only to see Sakura waiting outside with an umbrella. Welcome back, brother. Yeah. Shinji responded nonchalantly, but he secretly noted Sakura's red, frozen hands and feet, and the snow piling up on the umbrella, showing how long she had been waiting. Silly girl, Shinji thought with a sigh. Take a bath first, brother, so you don't catch a cold. Yeah. Shinji answered indifferently, but as he stepped into the house, he added, you too, don't catch a cold. Sakura was momentarily stunned, as it had been a long time since her brother showed any concern for her. Okay. Sakura replied earnestly. At the Tosaka residence. In the steam-filled bathroom, Rin hugged her knees and curled up in the bathtub, her face blushing as if it were about to bleed. What the hell am I doing? The shame of her drunken behavior overwhelmed her, making it impossible to sleep that night. On the last day of the holidays, January 8th. It had been less than half a month since Shinji changed his view of the world when a phone call from a hotel in Nufuiuki conveyed the news of Byakuya's death to the Mito family. Standing at the hotel room door, Shinji looked at the lifeless body of his father, dressed in hotel pajamas and lying in bed, and remained silent. Beside him, a well-dressed woman in her mid-twenties sobbed and repeatedly explained to the police, saying that it wasn't her fault. She had warned him to take the medication in prescribed doses, and she had found him dead in the morning. The police patiently comforted the woman, as if she were the grieving family member. Are you Mito Shinji? Yes, Shinji replied. Your father's death has been confirmed as an accident. He overdosed on an aphrodisiac. Shinji didn't hear the rest of what the police said. What caught his attention was the woman's change in demeanor after his father's body was taken away. She smiled and handed him a business card, whispering about many nice ladies she knew. Shinji couldn't help but laugh. This harsh reality once again reminded him of how real this world was. Seeing him accept the card, the woman left satisfied, dreaming of more connections with the upper class, unaware that she would soon be expelled from Fuiuki City. At the funeral, dressed in a black western suit, Shinji stared calmly at the gravestone with Byakuya's name engraved on it. He never expected his father, whom he had secretly infused with spiritual energy and added ingredients to his drinks, to meet such an end. He had seen Byakuya complain about the pressure he was under, drinking alone to drown his sorrows. Despite doing only minimal work, Byakuya felt overwhelmed, whereas Shinji, who did much more, never felt such pressure. What a weak man, Shinji thought. Did he hate this man? Probably not. While this man couldn't handle pressure, he shared Shinji's disdain for the corrupted family and the path of sorcery. From one perspective, he wasn't a great father, but for a family steeped in dark magic, he was better than most, perhaps even doing better than many other fathers in such families. Shinji never truly rejected him, always seeing him as his father. Memories of childhood, before his past life memories returned, flooded Shinji's mind. I told you it was a long time ago, right? Just like the library you often go to, the Mito family has lost its ancient power. We are ordinary people now. The Mito family can't use magic anymore. You will never become a magus. You don't understand how lucky you are. Shinji. There's no need to use magic. Forget about magic and live as a normal person. Understand? Byakuya's words echoed in Shinji's mind. The man had tirelessly and earnestly tried to persuade him. Father, I'm sorry. Until your last moment, I couldn't let you know that your son never had any interest in magic, just like you. In nature, I'm just like you. I only wanted to live a carefree life. I'm sorry. Seeing Shinji standing silently in front of the grave for over 3 hours, Sakura, dressed in a black dress, finally approached, perhaps trying to comfort him. Noticing Sakura's presence, Shinji took one last look at the new gravestone before turning and walking away. No one knew how tightly his hands were clenched in his pockets or how many times he almost lost control of his emotions. Shinji understood that Byakuya was just a small part of the immoral world of magic. Tragedies like Sakura's were commonplace in this world. In his past life, as a fan of anime, Shinji had once been fascinated by such a world, but now, living in it, he couldn't find any love for it. A world filled with various desires, reeking of decay. Magicians were not to be praised. Even those with ideals of eliminating human evil and saving humanity from its sins were not to be praised. Evil, at its root, was tied to desire. Without desire, humanity would likely perish. As for karma, it is an ancient philosophy from Indian religion, meaning a person's actions. Karma force is the habit formed by repeated actions, like a person who swears so often that it becomes second nature. Buddhism talks about eliminating karma, which means eliminating the habit, not the actions themselves. While in Islam religion it called karama, it's similar like the concept of karma. A certain saint's ideal of eliminating all karma was about eliminating all human actions, which Shinji found utterly unrealistic. Turning all of humanity into immortal spirits. Too complicated. Why not just turn everyone into mindless stones, free of evil and disputes? Shinji most despised the magician's superiority complex and self-righteousness. Whether it was Garrett Sugu from Fate, Zero, Zkin, or the Insburn family, Shinji disagreed with them all. It would be better if it all disappeared. Everything related to magic and mystery should vanish from this world. The sudden thought startled Shinji. After calming himself down, Shinji cursed under his breath. Chapter 21 Take a break, Shinji thought to himself. The system unusually refrained from urging Shinji to train or refresh daily tasks, as if intentionally giving him a moment to relax. The day after the funeral, Shinji packed his bags. Leaving behind a message that he wanted to travel for a few days, he departed from the Mita residence and left Fuiuki. In the blink of an eye, it was April. The season of cherry blossoms and the start of a new school term. Early in the morning, just a few days after returning from his trip, Shinji opened his eyes and got up from a bed cluttered with various documents and materials. Shinji yawned widely and stretched. Dressed in the neatly folded school uniform placed by the bedside, Shinji, freshly washed and groomed, pushed open the dining room door to see Sakura busy setting the table. "Brother, breakfast is ready. Aren't you going to the Emiya's today?" Shinji asked nonchalantly. "Since it's been a while since you've been back, I thought." She really is a good sister, Shinji thought to himself. As he pulled out a chair and sat down, Shinji discreetly observed his sister, whose expression was markedly different from before. The biggest change was perhaps the light and sparkle in her eyes. A protagonist truly is something special. Within just a few months, they can completely change the life of a girl who was nearly in despair. Is this the power of the protagonist Sora? No, perhaps it's the power of love. Shinji pondered. Since deciding after last Christmas to treat this world as a real one and turning off the favorability system, Shinji would never have guessed that the sparkle in Sakura's eyes had a lot to do with him. Listening to bits of news about her frequently absent brother from the mouth of a certain ally of justice, hearing amusing anecdotes about her brother at school. Clean up later, it's better not to be late on the first day of the new term. Finishing breakfast, Shinji stood up and said this plainly. Although Shinji's gaze was as cold as usual, Sakura's face clearly showed a hint of joy upon hearing his words. Walking to and from school with her brother seemed like something that happened a long time ago back when they were in middle school together. There were only a few such instances. Okay, Sakura responded with a smile. At the gate of Hamura Academy, amidst the constantly falling cherry blossoms, Shinji and Rin met and immediately exchanged sharp, sarcastic remarks, maintaining a harmonious tension. Really, on the first day of the new school year, I thought something good might happen, but it seems not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run into such bad luck first thing in the morning. Indeed, Rin said, shrugging slightly with a hint of regret, just as Mita said, without a doubt. It seems Tasaka already has a clear understanding of her position. No, what I meant was, encountering Mita first thing in the morning is exactly what bad luck feels like. Are you looking for a fight this early? You're the one who started it. Watching the two bite back and forth, Sakura quickly intervened. Good morning, Tasaka-senpai, I am a first-year student Mita Sakura. Seeing the two pretending to meet for the first time and introducing themselves in public, Shinji sighed inwardly. Such scenes are really quite pathetic. Yo, Shinji, morning. Turning around, Shinji saw the newly arrived Shiryu and raised a hand in response. Morning, Emiya. Good morning, senpai, Sakura greeted softly. Good morning, Sakura. And you too, Tasaka. Matu, just in time, the student council needs a report on your absenteeism for the new term. Watching Sai approach, Shinji retorted, what student council? Aren't you the president now? And what's with the absenteeism report? Why am I the only one who needs to do it? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's because your absenteeism is off the charts. Emiya. Come help with recruitment. From a distance, Mitsuzuri's voice rang out. Seeing Mitsuzuri waving and running over, Shiryu raised his hand in response. I'll be there in a bit. Matu, you should come too. Mitsuzuri winked at Shinji as she approached. Shinji looked uninterested. No way, I'm not a member of the archery club anymore. You used to be, right? That was just in the past. I'm not interested anymore. Actually, from a certain perspective, you haven't really left the archery club, since you haven't submitted the withdrawal application yet. I don't care about that. By the way, Mitsuzuri suddenly noticed something, looking at Sakura who was chatting with Rin, and asked Shinji, who's that girl? Shinji's sister, Shiryu answered for the disinterested Shinji. Mitsuzuri's eyes lit up, and she darted forward, grabbing Sakura's hand before she could react, eagerly asking, are you interested in archery? Your brother is a genius in archery, so you must be talented too, right? No, I'm not. Before Sakura could finish, Mitsuzuri continued, oh, I almost forgot, what's your name? My name is Sakura. Sakura. Mitsuzuri nodded satisfactorily, moving a few inches closer, then join the archery club. Or have you already decided on another club? No, then it's settled. Watching Mitsuzuri's assertive behavior, Sai pushed his glasses and sighed. Really, too forceful. Shiru smiled helplessly. At this moment, Shinji noticed something: Rin, who was trying to sneak away, and Taiga, who was running over with a camera. Hey, Shinji called out to Rin, taking a couple of steps toward her. What? Still want to argue? How about a temporary truce? Shinji shrugged. Huh? Rin exclaimed in surprise. That's not like you. Nearby, Taiga, holding the camera, called out, Matu-kun, you're the last one. Oh, and Tasaka-san too, come join. Eh? I don't need. Before Rin could finish, Shinji pulled her by the hem of her clothes. What are you doing? Let go of me. Just shut up, Shinji said without looking back. You let go of me. Rin's face turned slightly red, but Shinji didn't let go. Eventually, Rin was pulled over by Shinji and positioned quietly between Sakura and Mitsuzuri. Seriously, this guy loves making decisions for others, Rin grumbled inwardly. Thanks, teacher. Standing behind the 6 students, Taiga smiled at the neatly dressed man with silver glasses, Soichiro Kuzuki, whom she had asked for help. Fujine, you're a teacher too, Shire remarked helplessly. In the end, a group photo with 7 people was taken. From left to right, it featured Shinji with his hands in his pockets, trying to look cool but being pulled by the ear by Taiga, who was behind him, Sai, not fully looking at the camera and seemingly glancing at Shiru, frowning and about to say something to Taiga, Sakura, Sai glancing at Taiga and Shinji with a slightly surprised expression, Rin, pretending not to care at all, and Mitsuzuri, grinning at the camera. Behind him stood Taiga, pulling Shinji's ear, seemingly annoyed by something he had said. The scene was frozen in time. Just so you know, I won't thank you, Rin said on the rooftop, arms crossed, full of tsundeer attitude. Hearing this, Shinji's eye twitched, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. So you dragged me out of the classroom where I was napping just to say this? Yes. Shinji fell silent again. After a long while. If you want to argue, just say so. Chapter 22, December 24, 2003. Another Christmas Eve has arrived. The Amiya household. In the living room, just like every year, Taiga, dressed as Santa Claus, was already drunk and drowsy, lying on the low table and almost falling asleep. Fujine, if you're going to sleep, go to bed. You'll catch a cold sleeping here, Shiru said, exasperated, as he approached with a blanket. I told you not to drink so much, but you never listen. I am not drunk. With that stench of alcohol, it's hard to believe you. Shiru, did you just call me smelly? How rude. Don't lunge at me. Watching the chaotic scene between Shiru and Taiga, Sakura, who had been sitting quietly at the table, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing Taiga sleep on the floor with a blanket over her, Shiru gave Sakura a somewhat helpless smile. Sorry, Sakura, for showing you this side of Fujine. It's okay, Sakura shook her head, it's very different from my home, but I kind of like it. Hearing this, Shiru scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Well, normally we shouldn't pry into each other's family matters, but Sakura, about your family situation with Shinji. Before he could finish, Shiru noticed a complicated emotion in Sakura's eyes and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sakura shook her head without saying anything, just staring at the white teddy bear on the table, a gift sent from Tokyo. But Shinji never forgets to send Christmas and birthday presents. Maybe he just can't bring himself to show his feelings in front of his sister, Shiru continued. Sakura still didn't respond. Seeing that Sakura didn't want to continue the conversation, Shiru changed the topic. By the way, Shinji, what's he doing now? Before he could finish, the news broadcast on the television caught his attention. 2 months after his debut, the mysterious singer Ni won the Newcomer Award with his first album and gained countless fans. However, at the release of his second album, he suddenly announced that he refused all awards and claimed that his songs were all plagiarized. He even declared that he would retire from the music industry. This announcement immediately sparked outrage and discussion among fans. However, Ni did not specify who he had plagiarized from, and no one has come forward to accuse him of plagiarism. Moreover, fans who compared Ni's songs and lyrics found no signs of plagiarism or borrowing. This incident has been fermenting for a month, and the truth about Ni's plagiarism claim remains unknown. Additionally, Ni, who wore a mask at the press conference, left fans puzzled when he said he wanted to try being Ni in the future. Watching the masked singer Ni at the press conference on TV, Shiru shook his head helplessly. Maybe it was just a fleeting interest. But he's really something, managing to do all this on a whim. Yes, my brother is truly amazing, Sakura replied softly, looking down. But since the news says so, Shinji should be back by now, right? After all, that press conference was a month ago. Sakura shook her head. Has he found a new interest? What does he mean by try being me? I don't know. Sakura looked at the TV, which had already moved on to the next news segment. A locked room murder case that occurred in Tokyo's Shinjuku district at 5:10 p.m. today has been solved, and the suspect has been arrested by the police. It is said that a 17-year-old high school student assisted the police in solving the case. Furthermore, according to police sources, this is the 8th case solved by this high school student this month. Shiru looked at Sakura and asked tentatively, could this high school detective be? Probably my brother, Sakura replied. Shiru, what can't my friend do? Shiru sighed, leaning back and supporting himself with his hands on the floor. Shinji is really a genius. Honestly, I've never seen him fail. Suddenly, Sakura remembered the small figure struggling against the rushing river, refusing to give up. She brushed a strand of hair aside. Pride, focus, effort, determination, perseverance, these were qualities her brother possessed, and she aspired to have them too. There's one piece of cake left. I hope it doesn't go bad, Shiru said as he got up and took the remaining cake from the table, walking slowly to the fridge. If Shinji were here, at least it wouldn't go to waste. My brother doesn't like sweets. Huh? Shiru said, puzzled, as he put the cake in the fridge. Shinji never mentioned that. Maybe it's not something worth mentioning. Really, Shiru said, closing the fridge door with a helpless look. That guy once fought me over pudding. I didn't think he'd hate sweets. Shinji is really a strange guy. Sakura didn't mind Shiru's mention of Shinji fighting over pudding, assuming her brother was just playing around. At 11 p.m., Fuuki City's Shinto train station. Just stepping out of the station with his luggage, Shinji looked at the heavy snow and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the familiar cold air. But before he could even sigh and say he was back, he saw Rin standing about 10 meters away, staring at him in shock with earphones on and a CD player in hand. Such a small world. Setting materials really can't be trusted. Didn't they say Tasaka Rin can't use machines? Shinji thought to himself. Shinji didn't know how long it took Rin and how many times she asked the CD player store clerk to barely learn how to use the simplest CD player. She couldn't even switch songs yet. It's only been a few months, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Shinji said, annoyed, but before he could take a step, Rin stopped him. Stop right there. You're acting weird. Just don't come any closer. Although our relationship isn't great, your attitude is surprisingly infuriating, Shinji said, expressionless. Oh no. Rin panicked. The reason for her panic was that the CD in her CD player was one of his. If he found out she bought his CD, he'd definitely mock her. Thinking this, Rin silently took a few steps back. Anyway, let's pretend we didn't see each other today. Seeing Rin's flushed face as she said this, Shinji sighed after a long silence and turned around. Whatever, I'm too tired from the long train ride to argue with you. He waved his hand. Goodbye, and Merry Christmas. Huh? He's leaving just like that? Rin was surprised, and after a while, she reluctantly and softly replied. Ah. Merry Christmas. Chapter 23 January 23, 2004, late at night. In the secluded, almost eerie hotel near the deep mountains of Fuuki City, a suite at the end of the third-floor corridor was lit. Sitting at a desk, Shinji had his hands clasped under his chin, quietly listening to the meeting from his laptop. The meeting was about the amusement park project that had been in preparation since last year. Currently, the indoor water park and indoor ice park had started trial operations, and the large amusement park was scheduled to enter its trial operation phase within the next week. At 11 o'clock at night, Shinji stretched widely after the long meeting and shut down his laptop. It feels like I've easily achieved things in this life that I would have struggled for several lifetimes to get in my previous one, Shinji said, stretching and musing, but somehow, it doesn't feel as satisfying as I imagined. They are mere trifles. Aim higher, my grandson. An emperor possesses everything in the world. Ignoring the system's words, Shinji casually opened the system page. Over the years, even with monthly speed-boosting drugs, he had barely managed to condense 3 souls. He hadn't yet fully condensed the yin spirit, lacking just the final push. With less than a month left to complete the main task of saving skin, Shinji had already given up on the mission's requirement to reach the 3rd stage of refining the soul. Unless given another 10 years, it might be possible to refine 3 of the 7 souls: heavenly soul, spiritual soul, and energy soul. Refining the soul was much harder than consolidating the 3 souls within the body. But there was still a chance, like the recently refreshed item in the mall, the 3rd stage soul refining experience card, 10 minutes, one-time use. System, are you treating me like a cash cow? Is this on purpose? Shinji wanted to curse. The price of the experience card was nearly all the points he had accumulated over the years. Excluding the cost of some tools he had bought earlier, He had saved 60,000 points. The experience card cost exactly 59,999. Seeing the red promotional font with exclamation marks and labels like bestseller, Shinji wanted to fight the system but knew it was futile. Out of kindness, I want to help my dear grandson complete the task. Why are you so irritable? Fine, I'll take down the experience card. You can remain a vegetable, just someone to talk to. Wait. If you don't buy it, I'll take it down, damn it. Shinji cursed inwardly, his face showing a mix of pain and hesitation. Buy it. Deal, Shinji. In the quiet night streets, under the street lights, Shinji slowly walked towards the deep mountains, his hands in his coat pockets. Having grown and trained, Shinji's height had surpassed the original setting's expectation, reaching an impressive 185 centimeters. His physique, once that of an overweight nerd in his previous life, had transformed into a lean, muscular build. This, combined with his naturally good looks, made him the most popular guy in school. Yet, despite his popularity, Shinji was puzzled by the absence of love letters in his desk or shoe locker, something that seemed a given. Was the world glitched? Not being the protagonist really doesn't work? Lost in thought, Shinji unknowingly walked deep into the woods, arriving at an old, dilapidated Western-style house covered in moss. Sensing something, Shinji stopped in front of the house, which had been uninhabited since he could remember, and turned to look. The smell of blood. Shinji's brow furrowed. His senses had become sharper since he began training, allowing him to smell the thick scent of blood even through the magic barrier, yard, and closed doors. It was human blood, and his keen hearing picked up faint, weak breathing, indicating only one person inside, and they were near death. With only a few days left until the Fifth Holy Grail War, Shinji didn't want to deal with this kind of trouble. If exposed to the prying eyes of skin. Don't want to die. The voice was so faint that even Shinji, with his heightened senses, could barely make out the words. Formation activated. As if making a decision, Shinji called out mentally, ensuring no strange insects were watching him. In an instant, a thin barrier, like an air wall, enveloped the old house, including Shinji. It was a simple formation that distorted the five senses, learned from a beginner's book he had won from the lottery. Those inside wouldn't feel any difference, but those outside would subconsciously ignore everything within the barrier without realizing it. I really am a kind person, Shinji sighed softly and pushed open the rusty iron gate, entering the yard. Yes, it was purely out of kindness, nothing to do with the woman's voice. Inside the old house, or perhaps it should be called the ghost mansion or twin house, in the second-floor parlor, lay a woman with short rose-red hair and eyes, a tear mole under her left eye, dressed in a maroon suit with a matching tie, lifelessly sprawled in a pool of blood. Upon closer inspection, her left sleeve was empty, and her body was covered in stab wounds. Strange, glowing blue runes on the floor around her barely kept her alive. It must have been set up by that pig, Kairai. Her name was Bazit Frogem Kremitz. I don't want to die. Bazit's consciousness kept slipping into darkness, mumbling those words, but she could no longer make a sound. She was barely breathing. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing footsteps from the stairs, a flicker of hope appeared in Bazit's despairing eyes. The footsteps belonged to Shinji Matu, who smirked slightly upon seeing the woman in the blood pool. Tax evader Kairai Kotamine. High-level tax collector Bazit. This development seemed interesting, didn't it? As he thought about it, Shinji found himself amused. Betrayed by that blue guy, Bazit didn't recognize the blue-haired, handsome boy who approached and knelt beside her. In the last moment before she lost consciousness completely, Bazit saw, by the moonlight from the window, a handsome young man with blue hair, just like the hero she admired, her servant Lancer, until a few hours ago. Chapter 24. Looking at Bazit lying on the bed, her injuries hastily treated and her body wrapped in bandages, Shinji sat comfortably at a nearby desk, legs crossed, sipping the tea he had just brewed. She truly lives up to the title of the lady in a suit. Everything about her is perfect, Shinji thought to himself. Due to her rigorous training, Bazit's body, aside from the unscientifically large assets, had no excess fat and was aesthetically pleasing. Of course, this was merely an appreciative glance. Bazit was one of the few women in the Fate world who could tear apart servants with her bare hands. She was the contemporary strongest enforcer in the Mages Association, deceived by Kairai and never even appearing in the Fifth Holy Grail War. She was a true powerhouse, unlike the carrier who bore him, who was dismissed by Skin as a third-rate roadside mage. From the moment he saw Bazit, Shinji had several ideas on how to utilize her. In fact, he had planned even before seeing her. First, her involvement in this Holy Grail War, and her grudge against the tax evader Kairai Kotamine, could draw significant attention away from what he was planning to do in secret. For Shinji, the other participants in this Holy Grail War were inconsequential. The only one he needed to be wary of was Kairai, especially with Gilgamesh at his disposal, who could end the war in a single night. Moreover, Shinji believed that once his power was exposed, he would inevitably be placed under sealing designation by the Clock Tower, Mages Association. Having a mole in the Mages Association could be advantageous. But what if this woman wouldn't cooperate as he wished? A man who can't even subdue a woman has no right to the throne. Shut up, Shinji retorted, crossing his legs and pondering deeply. Honestly, Shinji had many ways to make Bayzet obedient, but most of them were inhumane and not to his liking, such as using heart-devouring curses. While Shinji could take advantage of someone's misfortune, he preferred to use strategy to manipulate this woman, who, like Shiru, was full of contradictions. Furthermore, upon seeing Bayzet, Shinji was surprised. It seemed the time she had her command seals stolen was much earlier than in the original story. If he remembered correctly, Bayzet should have just summoned Lancer around this time. However, the signs of life in the room indicated she had been here for at least 3 days. This meant Bayzet had arrived in Fuyuki City earlier than in the original story, but he hadn't noticed. Morning. As her hazy consciousness cleared, Bayzet felt the morning light and fresh air even before opening her eyes. Pain flooded her senses, especially the unbearable pain in her left arm, making it hard to breathe. But this pain was a good sign. It meant she was still alive. Combined with the bright light and fresh air, it was undeniable proof she had survived. It hurts, Bayzet whispered, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing the familiar ceiling, Bayzet realized she was still in the twin house. Did she make it through yesterday? Bayzet wondered, remembering the blue-haired boy she saw before losing consciousness. Was it a dream? Did she manage to save herself at the last moment? You're awake. Hearing the door open and a man's voice, Bayzet gritted her teeth and turned her head towards the bedroom door, seeing the blue-haired boy with a warm smile, carrying a tray. So it wasn't a dream. Bayzet frowned, confirming that she was saved by this unknown boy at the last moment. You should leave quickly, this place is dangerous, Bayzet said weakly, her blood loss making even speaking difficult. From the moment she saw Shinji, Bayzet realized he wasn't a mage. He didn't have any magical energy. Kairai, who stole her command seals and servant, might return. In her current state, she couldn't fight, couldn't even lift her arm. If Kairai came now. As Shinji approached and sat by the bed, pulling over a chair, Bayzet tried to speak again but was stopped by the spoon he held to her mouth. Eat something first. You've lost a lot of blood. If you don't replenish your energy, you won't recover anytime soon. Listen to me. While I'm grateful you saved me, this place is very damn. Before she could finish, Shinji stuffed a spoonful of seafood porridge into her mouth. How is it? Tasty? Shinji asked, smiling proudly. It's my first time making it, but I think it turned out well. I hope you like it. Swallowing the not too hot porridge, Bayzet tried again. I'm serious. This place is very damn again. She was interrupted by another spoonful of porridge. It seems like you're the one not listening. I asked how the porridge tastes, Shinji said, still smiling warmly. Looking at Shinji's gentle smile, Bayzet was momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could respond, Shinji continued, naturally scooping more porridge. Though I don't have magic circuits, I am the eldest son of a magical family. I know some tricks, so this house is temporarily safe. You're a mage too? Bayzet frowned, her expression turning cautious. She refused the next spoonful of porridge. Calm down. I'm just an ordinary person from a fallen magical family. I said I don't have a single magic circuit. My name is Shinji Matu. Matu. One of the 3 great families, the Makiori. Taking advantage of the moment, Shinji fed her another spoonful. Yes, but we're completely fallen. Especially my generation, we don't even have the basic qualifications to be mages. I see. So there's no need to be wary of me. I pose no threat. Honestly, saving you only to be met with suspicion is quite disheartening. Sorry, Bayzet apologized, looking slightly embarrassed. Huh? She believed me that easily? Shinji was slightly surprised. Did she trust him so readily? Ahem, of course, there's another important reason I saved you, Shinji said, feeding her more porridge and smiling charmingly. Actually, my mother is a carrier too. Though she doesn't have any impressive abilities, unlike you. You can recognize my identity? Bayzet's caution returned, but Shinji nonchalantly fed her another spoonful. Yes, maybe it's the only ability I inherited from my mother. Besides identifying kin, it's useless. We might even have a true blood relation from long ago. If that's the case, I couldn't just let you die. Watching Shinji smile sincerely while offering her the spoon, Bayzet was once again left speechless. Chapter 25. Watching Bayzet accept spoonful after spoonful of food, her wariness completely gone, Shinji really wanted to voice his incredulity out loud. You believe me again? Could you be a bit more cautious? Suspicious, even? You believe such a ridiculous story? No wonder Kyrie managed to deceive you. My name is Bazit Frogem Kremitz, an enforcer for the ceiling designation Enforcers of the Mages Association. After finishing the porridge, Bazit voluntarily revealed her name. Then I'll call you Bazit Sis, how about that? Bazit Sis. Bazit softly repeated the playful nickname Shinji had just given her. It was the first time anyone had called her that, and she found it surprisingly refreshing. Alright then, Bazit Sis, Shinji said as he cleaned up the tray and stood up. I have to go to school now, but I'll be back in the evening. It's complicated to explain, but as long as you don't leave this house, you won't be discovered. I've set up another barrier outside, so rest easy. But you don't have any magic power. It's just a minor trick, probably something to do with genetics. Shinji shrugged, then glanced at Bazit's left arm. Though the injuries on your body will heal with time, I can't do anything about your left arm. Even if I wanted to reattach it, I couldn't find the severed limb anywhere in the house. Ah, it was taken, Bazit said, looking at her half-missing left arm. Her eyes flashed with a mix of anger, helplessness, and self-reproach. Along with my command seals and lancer. I see, so Bazit Sis was a master in the Holy Grail War. That's why it's dangerous to be around me. Even though the Matu family is one of the 3 founding families, you, having become an ordinary person, could be dragged into this because of me. But hasn't your Holy Grail War already ended? Shinji asked matter-of-factly. Having lost your command seals, you should no longer be involved in the Holy Grail War, right? No, Bazit shook her head, her eyes full of complex emotions. It's not over. I still need to get my revenge and reclaim my servant. With that body? Even if you know who your enemy is, you can't do anything with your current condition. You can't leave here for better treatment, and if your enemy finds out you're still alive, they might come after you again. Bazit remained silent, but the determination in her eyes spoke volumes. Well, I guess I have no choice but to help you as much as I can. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, you're just an ordinary person. I can't accept saving someone's life only to let them die again, Shinji said, shrugging his shoulders and giving a friendly smile. Don't expect too much from me. The help I can offer is minimal, like bringing you another bowl of porridge. You. Bazit looked incredulous. Still hungry? There's a bit left. Wait a moment. Wait, hold on, Bazit stopped Shinji just as he turned around. Before that, I want to. Bazit's face turned red as she was carried out of the bathroom in a princess carry and taken back to the bedroom. Alright, continue resting, Shinji said with a smile after gently placing Bazit on the bed. I can handle simple wound care, but I can't help with anything like magical healing. No, it's alright. I can manage if I recover a bit more. Seeing Bazit's averted gaze and slightly flushed face, Shinji wondered, isn't Bazit supposed to be disinterested in men? So why is she blushing? What Shinji didn't realize was that even a woman disinterested in men would feel embarrassed if a man cleaned her wounds, saw almost everything, and carried her to the bathroom. I'll get the rest of the porridge. With that, Shinji left the bedroom. Food just needs to meet nutritional and energy needs, Bazit remarked after finishing the porridge with a flushed face. I see, so that's the kind of person you are, Bazit Sis, Shinji said as he placed the empty bowl on the tray. But I'm the opposite. For me, good food is an essential part of life. They say people who don't appreciate good food don't understand life. My life only requires battle. Bazit's rebuttal was cut off by Shinji. But you don't need to fight right now, do you? Seeing Shinji smile again, Bazit remained silent. Shinji stood up. I'll come back this afternoon. Until then, try not to move too much, even if you feel up to it. The wounds might reopen. I'll leave some water and food within your reach. The day passed quickly. Walking along the road, Shinji appeared relaxed, but he was deep in thought. The 5th Holy Grail War was about to begin, and his mission to completely destroy the Grail system had him constantly preparing in secret. Originally planning to work alone after the war began, Shinji's sudden encounter with Bazit at this crucial moment changed things. Yesterday, before entering the house, Shinji had confirmed that the person inside was Bazit. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, he had decided to save her. And no, it had nothing to do with his attraction to the lady in a suit. He was very principled. Returning to the twin house in Shinto, Shinji opened the 2nd-floor bedroom door to find Bazit lying stiffly, her right hand clenched, and her face red. Realizing what was happening, Shinji quickly moved to the bedside and picked her up in a princess carry. She must have held it in all day. Bazit Sis is amazing. How are you feeling? Shinji asked Bazit, who was back in bed, her flush mostly faded. Before she could answer, her stomach growled loudly. Almost forgot. Wait a moment. With a smile, Shinji left the bedroom. Chapter 26. As the evening drew on, just as Shinji was about to speak, Bayzet beat him to it. The body's functions have somewhat recovered, but I've lost too much blood. Full recovery will still take some time. I see, Shinji replied softly. There's nothing we can do about that. Without magic, I can't help you with such things. That's alright, Bayzet responded, her demeanor seeming to revert to its usual coldness. Do you want more? Shinji asked, gesturing to the nearby rice cooker. Yes. Bayzet's face reddened slightly again. Being gently fed by a handsome young man was still somewhat embarrassing for any woman, even Bayzet. The second time Shinji applied medication and bandaged Bayzet, he was much more proficient. He managed to avoid accidentally touching any particularly dangerous areas this time. It was definitely due to practice, not because Bayzet was awake this time. Even so, once the bandaging was done and Bayzet was dressed, her face was still flushed. Even though Shinji's expression and eyes were devoid of any lewd thoughts, Bayzet still found it difficult to look him in the eye for a while. Hearing the rain outside, Shinji suddenly thought of something. Could it be today is? Bayzet sis, I need to go out for a bit. It's dangerous outside. Bayzet instinctively tried to stop him, her face still a little red. Even though the Holy Grail War hasn't officially started, it's still unsafe for an ordinary person to be out at night. It's fine. I'm just going to the convenience store. And didn't I mention? Even though I'm not a mage, I have a few small tricks up my sleeve. Be careful. In the end, Bayzet said something she didn't even understand why she said. See you later, Bayzet sis. In a forest outside Ritu Temple, Shinji, hidden from sight, looked at the faint traces of blood being washed away by the rain with little emotion. The blood traces indicated that Castor, or Medea, had been rescued by Suichiro Kuzuki. Shinji felt only a slight twinge of regret for not intercepting them. In reality, Shinji didn't need Castor. Beyond other reasons, just their personalities alone would make them difficult to get along with. Cold, ruthless, and unscrupulous, Medea was a true villain adept at various schemes, something Shinji didn't need. He was already sufficient when it came to strategies. It was just a fleeting thought that having one. No, 2 more servants might make things easier. Of course, Shinji wasn't so arrogant to think he could easily subdue Medea. If he had intercepted Kuzuki, Medea's nature might have caused many problems, conflicting with Shinji's goal of acting covertly during the Holy Grail War. Shinji convinced himself of this. Damn you, Kuzuki. After cursing in his mind, Shinji looked up at the insect perched on a tree trunk. Due to his concealed presence, Shinji wasn't worried about being discovered by the insect. This insect showed just how omniscient Zuken was. Therefore, Shinji always acted cautiously, hiding his true intentions as much as possible, fearing that one misstep could ruin everything. Time to head back, Shinji sighed inwardly. After all, staying wouldn't accomplish anything. Should he stick around to eavesdrop at Ritu Temple? Thinking of this, Shinji hesitated. It didn't seem like a bad idea. Late at night, upon returning to the twin house, Shinji hadn't even gone upstairs when he saw Bayzet, wrapped in a coat, leaning against a second-floor staircase with an indifferent expression. Was Bayzet worried about me? This thought suddenly crossed Shinji's mind. Walking up the stairs, Shinji asked, Bayzet sis, what's wrong? Nothing, I just heard some noise and came to check. As she spoke, Bayzet, supporting herself with her right hand against the wall, limped back. However, she almost fell due to her unstable footing, but Shinji quickly steadied her. Be careful. Yes. January 26th. After 3 days of Shinji's care and her own recovery, Bayzet was now able to handle some simple activities, like going to the bathroom by herself. In the morning, watching Bayzet slowly eating breakfast at the table, Shinji smiled. It seems you're starting to appreciate the taste of food, Bayzet sis. Will you come again today? Yes, if nothing comes up, I'll be back. Bayzet remained silent, perhaps unsure of how to respond. What's wrong? Shinji asked. Nothing. Bayzet shook her head but felt a strange sensation in her heart. In just a few days, this handsome, dependable young man, though ordinary, seemed to touch a part of her that she had been unaware of. By the way, even though you can move around a bit now, it's best to stay inside for safety. This place is the safest. I understand. I left lunch in the fridge. Just heat it up when you're ready to eat. Okay. After finishing breakfast, Shinji bid farewell to Bayzet, who stood in the yard, looking away from him with a subtle, unreadable expression. Take care. Perhaps because it was her first time saying such a thing, Bayzet seemed uncomfortable, her voice barely audible. Alright, I'm off. Just as he was about to open the gate, Shinji stopped and smiled back at her. Seeing Shinji's smiling face, Bayzet once again looked away, her face inexplicably feeling a bit warm. In the following 2 days, Shinji rarely visited Bayzet except to bring food, medicine, and disinfectant supplies when no one was around. With the Holy Grail War approaching, Shinji was busy preparing, unaware of the subtle changes in Bayzet's attitude. January 28th. Morning, outside Hamura Academy. Recently, Shinji had rarely been home, so he was surprised to hear Sakura's soft voice calling him as he was about to enter the school. "Brother, Grandpa wants you to come home today." "I understand," Shinji replied curtly, walking past Sakura without looking back, his attitude so indifferent it was as if he didn't notice her. Only after Shinji had walked far ahead did Sakura turn to look at his tall, imposing figure, her eyes filled with complex emotions she couldn't quite decipher. Especially when she saw him greeting his classmates with a smile, her eyes darkened even more. How does he do it? Even with the darkness in his heart, he can stand in the light that I can never truly reach. Chapter 27. Late at night, at the Mata residence. Every repetition culminates in a fifth. Offang. Set start, proclaim. Your body is under my command, my fate rests upon your sword. Respond to the Holy Grail's call. If you agree to this will and this reason, then answer me. In the damp, dark, and decaying basement, a naked purple-haired girl stood within a special magic circle, her hands clasped before her chest, eyes closed, chanting softly. With each incantation, the magic circle beneath her feet glowed more brightly, casting an eerie light across the entire basement. Shinji, wearing sunglasses, stood by with a cold expression, while Tsukumato, leaning on a cane, watched with keen interest. I hereby swear I am the one who achieves all good in the world. I am the one who banishes all evil in the world. Entwined by the three great words of power. Come forth from the wheel of restraint, guardian of the scales. As she finished speaking, the magic circle's light shifted from green to blue, finally stabilizing at a bright red, reaching its peak brightness in an instant. This fully explained why Shinji was wearing sunglasses. Boom. With a muffled sound, accompanied by the hissing of snakes, a woman with over-the-knee purple hair, a snake-shaped mark on her forehead, a purple blindfold with snake-scale patterns covering her eyes, dressed in sleek black clothes and knee-high boots, with a seductive aura and an exquisite figure, emerged from the magic circle as the light faded. Sakura, as if drained of energy, collapsed to the ground, hugging her arms and lowering her head in silence. My appearance has finally been seen by my brother. Though I will be his woman in the future, it's still too early. Shinji recognized the servant with the cold aura, Rider, Medusa, just as in the original story. Servant Rider, I have answered your call. Rider turned to Sakura. Are you my master? Sakura remained silent, clearly showing no desire to participate in the Holy Grail War. Well, Zuken shook his head, sighing. Although the servant was successfully summoned, there is no desire to participate in the war? It seems the Mata family will. Grandfather, Shinji interrupted, removing his sunglasses, about to speak. Zuken glanced at Shinji, showing some interest. In truth, this grandson, apart from lacking the talent of a mage, had no significant flaws. All of Shinji's actions in recent years had been noted by Zuken. Compared to ordinary people, this grandson was exceptionally gifted, often feeling out of place among them, constantly trying different things. Trying, striving, achieving far beyond average results, then discarding, continuously repeating the process. Zuken believed this grandson was searching for something to replace the unattainable path of magecraft. However, he never found it. Success in ordinary pursuits came too easily for this genius grandson. Because of this, he was perpetually tormented. This unfulfilled longing and twisted obsession were what Zuken admired most about Shinji. After all, watching his descendants suffer was one of Zuken's few pleasures. Moreover, this could be useful. Additionally, though Sakura, the vessel he had modified into the Grail, was not yet mature and had no intention of participating, this grandson, who was several times more outstanding than ordinary people, could still bring some amusement, preventing boredom. Very well, Shinji, if you wish to try, then go ahead, Zuken said, then turned to Sakura. Sakura, create a false command spell book for your brother. Hearing this, Sakura slowly stood up, but just as she raised her hand, Shinji spoke again. No, grandfather, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask where the premium magazines I hid under my bed went. Did you confiscate them? Zuken, has this grandson's obsession with magecraft messed up his mind? No. Zuken suddenly realized something. Shinji would never say such a thing at a time like this. He would never miss such an opportunity. Something is wrong. Have you figured it out, grandfather? Shinji grinned, showing a bright smile Zuken had never seen before. But it's too late. Formation activate. As he spoke, a light blue barrier inscribed with strange white runes appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire basement. Sakura, taken aback by the sudden change, didn't know how to react. Rider, though also puzzled, instinctively prepared to protect her master from any potential threats posed by this unknown barrier. Even Skin showed no panic. Instead, he looked at Shinji calmly and laughed. Such power, Shinji, where did you get it? And what are you planning to do? I can't tell you the details, grandfather, but in short, it's from hard work. As for what I'm going to do, I'll tell you, Shinji said, his face softening slightly. I'm going to save you, grandfather. No, Makiri Zul'jin. When did you find out? Skin's expression grew serious. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. Makiri Zul'jin is the founder of the Mito family. Ah. Swish. Sakura screamed as Shinji decapitated their grandfather with a hand chop. However, Skin's decapitated body instantly turned into a swarm of insects, scattering. Although I don't know what you're planning, don't underestimate your grandfather. Shinji shrugged. No, I never underestimated you, not for the past 10 years. Are you trying to prove your strength to me? No, I just want to help a 500-year-old man who has forgotten his true self find redemption. With that, a tremendous aura burst forth from Shinji, scattering debris and insects around him, even forcing Sakura to brace herself to avoid being blown back. Ryder, tense and gripping her weapon, felt an instinctive threat from the man before her, despite his lack of hostile intent. If this man were to attack. In midair, Skin's swarming insects greedily eyed Shinji, who stood with hands in his coat pockets, wearing a serene expression. I can feel it. His soul and body, stronger than ever before. So, this grandson had been hiding his true power all along. If I could take his body and soul, I wouldn't need to switch bodies for decades, maybe even a century. And if I could fully research his abilities. This is quite a surprise, Shinji. You've given your grandfather a great gift. With that, Skin controlled the swarm of insects to attack Shinji, while the workshop's defense mechanisms activated. Your powerful body and soul, I'll make full use of them. Chapter 28. Late at night, at the Mita residence. Watching Shinji being instantly engulfed by countless insects and the twisted space of the magic workshop created by Skin, Sakura cried out in alarm. Brother. Grandfather. Don't worry, my dear grandson, I will absorb all your secrets, fulfilling my ambitions. Really? If it's truly for your ambitions, I might even assist you, but... Shinji's voice echoed from the dark, twisted space, and an invisible shockwave shattered the entire space. Countless vicious insects were crushed into powder, including Skin. Shinji stood there as if nothing had happened. It seems you've forgotten your true ambition. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Insects are expendable. I have as many as I need. Skin's voice echoed throughout the basement. Moments later, a swarm of insects emerged from every corner, quickly reforming Skin's body. Standing atop countless insects, Skin wore a grotesque smile. Is that so? Shinji remained unfazed, calmly pulling his right hand from his pocket. However, squelch. Shinji looked down at the short sword that had pierced his chest from behind, stunned. No, it wasn't me, I didn't. Sakura, having snatched the short sword resembling one with chains from Ryder and stabbed it into Shinji from behind, widened her eyes, desperately trying to explain. He, if you thought I was the only enemy, you were too naive, Shinji. You didn't pay enough attention to Sakura, and it cost you. Brother, it wasn't me. Sakura's eyes filled with tears, which streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Seriously, Shinji said, scratching his head in exasperation. You truly are a 500-year-old mage. Even in such a dire situation, you can come up with such schemes. Quite unexpected, but whether it's effective is another matter. As he spoke, Shinji took 2 steps forward, causing the blade to slowly slide out of his body. Seeing the blood that came out with the blade, Sakura's world seemed to collapse bit by bit. What a delightful surprise. Skin, sensing the change in Sakura's state of mind, was ecstatic. He never expected his grandson to be the catalyst for activating Sakura's Holy Grail mechanism. Sakura, hey, calm down. Shinji spoke gently without turning around. Don't underestimate your brother. Such an attack is nothing to me. At that moment, Sakura noticed something. The wound on her brother's body was healing slowly. And don't blame yourself. That action was just due to grandfather's suggestion. It wasn't your own will. Brother. Sakura whispered, hearing her brother's gentle tone for the first time. You even have the ability to heal, Shinji. You've hidden quite a lot. Grandfather, I have no intention of killing you. As I said, I only want to give you salvation. With that, Shinji began walking towards Skin. With each step, a portion of the insects in the chamber turned to powder due to the invisible shockwaves generated by his footsteps. As Shinji's pace continued, the number of insects in the chamber visibly decreased. Sensing danger, Skin hurriedly shouted, Sakura! Use a command seal. Order Ryder to stop your brother. Hearing this, Shinji stopped and looked back at Sakura with a bit of concern. At this moment, Sakura was filled with confusion. Why was her brother attacking their grandfather? Where did his power come from? Was her grandfather truly the origin of the Mita family Makiri's origin? So many questions. As Sakura was overwhelmed by her thoughts, Shinji's gentle voice brought her back to reality. Calm down, Sakura. I'll explain everything once this is over. Brother. Zuken, growing impatient, roared, Sakura. Do it, but this time, Shinji truly made his move. Swish. 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 Clang. 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 Countless swords materialized out of thin air and instantly flew towards Zuken, piercing him and pinning him to the wall. What is this? Seeing the numerous glowing swords pinning him to the wall, Zuken initially thought of a certain former heroic spirit now known as the King of Heroes. However, upon sensing the unfamiliar power emanating from the swords, he quickly realized this was neither magecraft nor magic. A barrier that combines souls, and these swords that can solidify the third element, spirit, to imprison my body. What exactly is your power? Remember now? Shinji softly interrupted. What? Your true ambition. My ambition has always been immortality. My experience tells me you can help me achieve that. I promise, if you help me, I will agree to any condition. Huh, Shinji sighed, rubbing his forehead, muttering to himself. Really, do we have to go to the final step? Can't you remember your original ambition until the last moment? My task was simply to save you. Shinji looked up, his eyes clear as he stared at Zuken. Sorry, grandfather, but you're mistaken. I can't help you achieve such a twisted ambition. With your soul already corrupted and fragmented, I can't do anything. So, if you really can't remember, then I have no choice but to. Raising his right hand, Shinji made a motion, and the sword's pinning Zuken began to glow intensely. In the blinding light, Zuken was reduced to dust and vanished. Along with Zuken, the remaining insects in the chamber were simultaneously crushed into powder by the aura emanating from Shinji. Finally, it's time to wrap this up. Shinji turned to see Sakura staring at him in disbelief. Her brother had just killed their grandfather. Sakura didn't know how to process her emotions. For the first time in 10 years, she felt a complex mix of feelings. As Shinji walked towards her, Ryder instinctively moved to protect her master, despite not fully understanding the situation. Calm down. If I intended to harm Sakura, I would have done so from the beginning. Don't add to her burden. Besides, I know your true identity. You're the youngest of the 3 sisters who reside on the invisible island of the far west. You know my true identity? The blindfold and the snake-shaped mark on your forehead make it easy to guess. Shinji continued walking closer. And don't remove the blindfold. Even if your petrifying eyes could affect me, I could fight you without looking at your eyes, relying on other cues from your body. Ryder, Chapter 29. This seemingly carefree young man is truly strong. Even if I used my noble phantasm, I might not win. Moreover, having just been summoned, my magical energy is not abundant. My master also doesn't have much magical energy, and forcing the use of a noble phantasm in this state, especially when there's something unusual about her body. Thankfully, this young man, whom my master calls brother, doesn't seem to have any intention of harming my master. His eyes, always filled with concern, aren't fake. Even when he was pierced by my master, he didn't retaliate. Perhaps. Under Ryder Medusa's watchful gaze, Shinji approached Sakura with a gentle smile, seemingly to calm her emotions. Brother. Sakura whispered, holding her hands to her chest as she looked up at her much taller brother. Just hang in there a bit longer, Sakura. It will be over soon. Trust me. Sakura's eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Is my brother trying to save me? An incredible thought flashed through Sakura's mind, something she never imagined possible. However, the next moment she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she saw that her brother's index and middle fingers had pierced through her chest. Everything happened so quickly that even Ryder, who had been watching intently, didn't have time to react, let alone Sakura, who had just let her guard down. The modern knowledge from the Holy Grail that men are all pigs is really coming true. Brother. Why? Sakura asked, lifting her head. Trust me. Shinji's serious eyes met hers as he swiftly extracted a strange, blood-covered insect from Sakura's chest with his index and middle fingers. At the same time, he dodged Ryder's attack by bending backwards and then performed a backflip to evade the flying chains, creating distance between them. Seeing her attack miss, Ryder didn't press forward but quickly retracted her weapon and supported Sakura, who was about to collapse from Shinji's heartfelt words. What is that? A weakened Sakura asked, looking at the long-tailed insect in Shinji's hand that was still making sharp noises. The moment the insect was pulled out by her brother, Sakura felt a change in herself. Her unquestioning obedience to Zuken was gone. It's grandfather's true form, a crest worm that replaced part of your nerves, Shinji explained, then looked at the peculiar insect in his hand. Good morning, grandfather. A crest worm that replaced part of my nerves? Sakura whispered. So that's why. That's why I couldn't disobey grandfather. As the realization hit her, Sakura's tears began to fall again, understanding the absurdity of the truth. Shinji, when did you discover this and how? A bizarre thing happened. The insect spoke with Skin's voice. Grandfather, I'm a genius. I figured it all out 10 years ago when you announced Uncle Karaya's death. Does that answer satisfy you? Impossible. How could a child? Shinji shook his head. No, it's true. But at that time, I could do nothing, so I had to hide myself, pretending for 10 years in this house. It was really exhausting, grandfather, constantly matching wits with you every day. But I won. The proof is that even now you don't know I have no interest in magecraft or the decaying world of mages, just like father and Uncle Karaya. Did you never suspect? That after generations of descendants hating magecraft, suddenly one appears who is obsessed with it without your guidance? I see. Among my descendants, a true genius appeared, and I never noticed. Skin's voice was filled with regret. Enough about us for now. Shinji walked towards Sakura again. But this time, Ryder didn't let him pass. Calm down. I won't harm Sakura. But. Ryder's reply was succinct and clear. She meant you said the same thing earlier and then hurt my master. I had no choice. I couldn't have extracted grandfather's true form otherwise. Ryder still didn't yield, crossing her weapons and lowering her body in a combat stance. For some reason, Shinji suddenly felt as if Ryder was intentionally striking a pose for him, showcasing herself. After all, it was obvious. It's like she's deliberately emphasizing that to me. And with her body bent forward. Oh boy. This is embarrassing. The original work really was R18. Let my brother through. But. It's alright. Seeing the wound on Sakura's chest gradually healing under Shinji's secret technique, Ryder's wariness finally lessened a bit. Countless white runes emerged from Sakura's wound, repairing her internal injuries. These runes were the purest manifestation of Shinji's life force, demonstrating the power of brute force. Does it still hurt? Shinji asked, withdrawing his hand after the wound was completely healed. Sakura shook her head gently, the warm sensation in her body making her feel comfortable. Sakura had many questions but knew this wasn't the right time. After draping his coat over Sakura's shoulders, Shinji magically pulled out a popsicle and handed it to her. Sakura shook her head, thinking that this wasn't the right time for such a thing. Trust me. Seeing Shinji's playful smile, Sakura hesitated but eventually reached out. However, before she could take it, Shinji placed the popsicle in her mouth himself. Sakura gasped from the cold but soon felt something and looked incredulous. Don't waste it. It took a long time to make. Each popsicle costs 20,000 yen. The popsicle not only removed the crest worms from her body but also converted them into pure life energy, healing the damage they caused to her body, nerves, and circuits. It also had additional benefits like beautifying the skin, treating hypoglycemia, improving nutrition, curing fatty liver, resolving constipation and diarrhea, and regulating menstrual cycles, small perks that weren't worth mentioning. Lastly, it tasted pretty good watermelon flavor. What did you do to Sakura? Skin asked. I removed everything you've given her over the past 11 years. It's over, grandfather. You bastard. Skin roared in anger. Grandfather, Shinji sighed, rubbing his forehead. In my room, there's a painting of that woman wearing the garment of heaven. You've often visited my room but never noticed it? How could you forget your original ambition, your reasons for planning the Holy Grail system with the founder of the Tasaka family, Nagato Tasaka, and the winter saint, Justice Liesrichvanensburn? Why did you forget the reason for your pursuit of immortality? Why do you still maintain such a twisted will to live? I really don't understand. Hey, my wish is simply immortality. The feeling of my body and soul decaying every day, the pain of rotting with each breath. My grandson, can you truly understand? No human is unafraid of death, and neither are you. If it means achieving my wish, I wouldn't hesitate to kill every human in the world. Hearing Skin's words, and now fully understanding his intentions, Sakura was utterly shocked. Grandfather's wish is immortality. Slurp. This watermelon popsicle is quite tasty. Chapter 30. Indeed, everyone fears death, but your twisted evil, dragging countless others down because of your own fear of death, is something I can't accept. Tell me, where did you get this power? Skin ignored Shinji's words, his tone urgent due to his desperate desire to survive. And what price do you have to pay for such power? Shinji responded, as I said before, this is just the power I've accumulated secretly over the past 10 years, separate from magecraft. As for the cost, It was probably paid when I was born into this world. Perhaps you don't know, grandfather, but in a sense, I am a unique existence in this world, the dreamless one who never dreams. I was deprived of a basic human function, the ability to dream. Maybe the power I command is related to that. The dreamless one. Sakura's eyes widened, her pupils trembling. Actually, it might be more accurate to call me someone who eternally observes reality. Shinji turned to Sakura with an indifferent smile. Because in my world, there are no dreams. Ryder then questioned, but you don't seem like someone who has never slept. Can't you just let me show off a bit? Aren't you supposed to be the quiet type? Shinji complained internally. Ah, yes, my situation is a bit special. My body and soul can rest, but the only thing missing is the basic human instinct to dream. If this continues, one day your mind will break, my grandson. No, it won't. Shinji shook his head, his expression serious. No matter the reality, my mind won't break. 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, or even longer, I will always live in reality. Unlike you, I will never pursue something illusory, like the pathetic and disgusting mages clinging to the past. You. Wait, don't be so quick to speak. It's almost over. I have another question for you. My father died because of you, didn't he? I knew him. He hated magecraft and had a weak constitution. He might have been indulgent at times, but he wouldn't have done that. You used a Y-worm on him, didn't you? What was your purpose in killing my father? Haha, you even figured that out? Truly a genius. Zken chuckled, answering leisurely. Of course, it was because you weren't growing as I had expected. Although in some aspects you showed a strong obsession with magecraft and had a twisted sense of pride, your attitude towards Sakura was always lacking. In my original plan, your jealousy and abuse would be a crucial element in activating Sakura's function as a holy grail. But you never went to that extent. Shinji, stroking his chin, continued, so you killed my father to make me feel completely worthless in this family, to play with my twisted pride. Meanwhile, Sakura, who replaced me as the Mitu heir, would suffer. Zken praised him. You're indeed smart, but I miscalculated. I never expected that you were acting for 10 years, that your jealousy towards Sakura, your obsession with magecraft, and your twisted pride were all a facade. In a way, you truly are my grandson. This is the first time I've felt unhappy about being praised. Shinji sighed lightly, his tone calm. You know, grandfather, despite my deep hatred for magecraft, there's one thing about mages that I respect: the concept of magic crests. Parents pass them on to their children, and children to their descendants, continuing a legacy like a dream passed down through generations. This is something I don't entirely dislike. I even think it's the one thing in magecraft that feels warm and meaningful. But you rejected all that, keeping your dreams and ambitions selfishly to yourself, unwilling to share or pass them on. That might be why you gradually became corrupted. Corrupting your descendants, corrupting the world, dragging everything down with you. You should have been more generous, passing on your ideals like a true mage. Aren't you a mage? Then do something that a mage should do. You do have a way with words. Zken snorted. Ah, I've given up. Trying to make you recall your original ideals in this state is futile. As he spoke, Shinji released his right hand. At the same time, a micro-ceiling formation filled with blue runes appeared, imprisoning Zken's true form in midair. Shinji. What are you doing? Zken's voice was tinged with panic. I once hoped that I could make you remember your forgotten ideals and end your own life without shedding your blood, but it's impossible. In that case, your sins will end with me, the true bloodline of the Mitu family. I hope you can remember your true ambitions in your final moments. As Shinji's right hand began to close, his face showed a hint of reluctance. After all, he did have Makiri's genes. And those 60,000 points were gone just like that. Street stop. Zken's voice grew increasingly frantic as his true form began to disintegrate from the tail up into light particles. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Zken's voice grew more desperate. But Shinji did not relent, continuing to crush Zken's true form with his mental power. Remember, grandfather. What was the source of your desire to reach a miracle through the Holy Grail? What was it that made you strive to reach the unreachable as a human? I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. And where did this desire to live come from? As he spoke, a rolled-up painting appeared in Shinji's left hand. Unrolling it revealed the lifelike image of a beautiful woman with white hair and red eyes, dressed in the garment of heaven. Grandfather, I found this in a dusty corner of the study. Looking at the woman in the painting just as Lieserich von Innsbruck, the Winter Saint Zken's long-forgotten or sealed memories began to resurface. Certain kaleidoscope, to eradicate all evil, you need a miracle. Certain Tasaka ancestor, if this world is beyond saving, then humans cannot separate themselves from evil. Makiri, if the ideal land is beyond human intellect, justice, then we must pursue a new form beyond humanity. 3 fools, that's right. To restrain all the world's evil, we are willing to bet our lives on this wish. As the memories faded, Zken, now reduced to half a worm's head, spoke with a sense of relief. 500 years. In hindsight, this ambition was but a fleeting moment. Reflecting on Shinji's earlier words about being more generous and passing on his ideals, Zken let out a self-deprecating laugh. Haha, you're right. I was too selfish. Shinji, I'll leave the future to you. Pass it on, just like you said. My outstanding grandson who discovered everything on his own. And I'm sorry, Sakura. With that, Zken completely disintegrated, vanishing along with his decayed soul. Chapter 31. Shinji stood in silence for a long time before finally moving. He ran his hand through his hair, showing a slightly exasperated expression as he muttered softly to himself. Seriously, all this talk about legacy sounds so grand, but it's really just a mess. He sighed gently and then turned to Sakura, who, though not fully understanding the situation, had been quietly listening the whole time. He let out an awkward laugh. Sakura, I know this might be a bit late, but you should know that heroes tend to arrive fashionably late. Seeing Shinji's awkward smile, Sakura remembered what Zken had said earlier. Your jealousy towards Sakura, your obsession with magecraft, and your twisted pride were all a facade. And her brother's own words, this is power accumulated over 10 years, fundamentally different from magecraft. She also recalled what Shiryu had once said about her brother snatching his pudding. The deliberate acts of throwing away barely touched meals and desserts like garbage to a girl who had to eat poisonous food 3 times a day, the nighttime snacks they shared, and the gifts on birthdays and holidays that never ceased. What she had always thought was distance, jealousy, and hatred turned out to be a disguise. Her brother had been protecting her in his own way all along. As these thoughts ran through her mind, Sakura pictured the proud, cool boy standing before her. Sakura, just listen to me. If you stay obedient, once I learn all these amazing things, I'll definitely protect you. Although she still couldn't fully grasp the situation, it became clear that this brother had always cared for her. That statement she had once dismissed as childish banter turned out to be true. Watching the dazed Sakura, Shinji scratched his cheek with his index finger, his smile a bit awkward. Even though it's pretty late, at least now you have a future where you can breathe and live freely, right? So. Before he could finish, Sakura, with tears silently streaming down her face, lunged at him, clinging to him tightly. Shinji mentally recited a mantra to clear his mind, which proved very effective. Brother. This was the loudest Sakura had ever called out to her brother in Shinji's memory, her voice filled with a mixture of sorrow, grievance, gratitude, and pain. There, Shinji's expression softened, and he gently patted Sakura's head. You don't need to suppress your emotions anymore, Sakura. Feeling the warmth of her brother's hand on her head and his strong, warm chest, and seeing the gentle, pained look in his eyes, Sakura finally let go of all the emotions she had been holding back for so long. She burst into tears. I wasn't as alone as I thought. Ryder, who had gleaned some understanding from the earlier conversation, stood quietly by, making no sound, waiting for her master to release the emotions she had been suppressing for who knew how long. In the sitting room. On the sofa, Sakura, her face streaked with tears, clung tightly to Shinji's arm, her head resting on his shoulder as if afraid of losing something precious. After about half an hour of reading through documents, Shinji finally spoke up. Sakura, maybe you should go wash up and get dressed first? Sakura shook her head, still clutching Shinji's arm tightly, even more so than before. Sighing lightly, Shinji put down the documents and pinched Sakura's cheek. Does that hurt? Sakura shook her head again, holding on to Shinji's arm with all her strength. Seeing this, Shinji silently broke into a sweat. I just wanted to tell you that this isn't a dream. But you shaking your head makes it hard to follow up. Should I force it? That would be awkward. Listen, there are still many things we need to handle, Shinji said gently. With grandfather gone, the management of the spiritual land is vacant. We also need to deal with the investigation from the Mages Association. A lot of trouble is coming our way, and we need to deal with it quickly. Sakura still showed no reaction, only shaking her head. Master, there's also the upcoming Holy Grail War that we need to prepare for, Ryder said, having stood quietly to the side. Sakura responded to Ryder the same way she had to Shinji, shaking her head. After a long silence, Ryder asked again, Master, don't you have a wish you want the Holy Grail to grant? Finally, Sakura spoke. My wish. Sakura glanced at Shinji, her voice soft, if this isn't a dream, it's already been granted. Ryder thought, so, should I go back? Seeing Ryder's silence, Shinji chuckled softly and gently patted Sakura's head. This isn't a dream. You should know, Sakura, that I never dream. The nightmare that lasted 11 years is over. Also, you should rest. Although the crest worms have been removed, your body needs time to fully recover from the damage they've done over the years. Since Rider has been summoned, the Holy Grail War is inevitable. But I will do my best to keep you out of it. What did you mean earlier by Master's Holy Grail function? Rider asked. I can't tell you the answer to that right now, but rest assured, it's no longer an issue, Shinji replied. Will you participate in the Holy Grail War? Rider asked the crucial question. Shinji shook his head slightly. Like Sakura, I don't have a wish for the Holy Grail. You don't deny the possibility of participating, do you? Yes, that's right. Since many of the participants are people I know, I might get dragged into it, so it's not entirely impossible. From Rider's perspective, Shinji's eyes were clear and sincere, not like someone who was lying. Except for his eyes constantly glancing at her chest, there wasn't much of a problem. Don't get the wrong idea. I have a habit of observing people's breathing from the rise and fall of their chests to predict their next move. I have no strange intentions. Rider fell silent again. Though she felt that Shinji's words sounded impressive and dignified, something seemed off. As long as you pose no threat to my master, I won't attack you. Besides, I don't think I'm your match. Ha ha ha, Shinji suddenly laughed. You misunderstand, Rider. I'm not as strong as you think. I just borrowed a bit of power from the future. Future power? Yes, Shinji clenched his fist. I borrowed the strength I will eventually attain in the future, but it was only temporary. I've already returned it. Borrowing power from the future, even for a moment, comes with unimaginable costs. What price did you pay? Shinji didn't answer, instead smiling and glancing at Rider, changing the subject. You know, Rider, when a woman becomes increasingly curious about a man, it's often a sign of a growing crisis for her. Chapter 32. Ultimately, Rider didn't ask any more questions, even though his curiosity was evident. Alright, Shinji patted Sakura, who was nestled beside him. Go wash up and get some rest. All the pain and sadness you've endured ends today. Brother, Sakura looked up suddenly. Will you think I'm dirty? Of course, Shinji answered without hesitation. Seeing Shinji's matter-of-fact expression, Sakura's face froze. But then Shinji raised a finger and continued, tears are clean inside the body, but once they come out, they attract dust and bacteria. Not to mention you cried yourself into a little mess. Did you also get snot on my clothes? What am I going to do with them? PFFT. Sakura couldn't help but laugh at Shinji's exaggerated disgust, rubbing her head against his shoulder. Brother, you're mean. Sakura, did you wipe your snot on me just now? I did not. Then what's this sticky stuff on my shoulder? There's nothing there. You're so annoying. Ah, sorry, I think it was already there. Brother. While Sakura went to bathe, Shinji resumed fiddling with his laptop, handling some work. As he browsed files, Shinji spoke. Sakura's body has been affected by those crest worms for a long time. Even though they're gone now, it will take a long time for her to regain her abilities as a mage. That means the mana you can get from her is very limited. Servants rely on their master's mana to exist and act in this world, so you can't use your full power. Rider asked, are you suggesting I find mana elsewhere? No, not at all, Shinji replied without looking up. I don't want ordinary people getting involved because of the Holy Grail War. Honestly, Sakura and I have no interest in participating. It's up to you. If you want to join, I can help with some minor issues. Why would you help me? Rider asked, frowning slightly. No reason, really. I just think if you have a wish, you'd feel dissatisfied just sitting around. I won't pry into your wish. Rider didn't respond immediately, pondering the young man before him. Though seemingly naive, he was shrewd and inscrutable. Despite knowing Shinji wasn't lying, something felt off. Someone who could disguise and endure for 10 years couldn't be easily read. Rider remained skeptical about Shinji's lack of interest in the Holy Grail or any wish. Everyone has desires, and his indifference was suspicious. Suddenly, a chilling yet plausible thought crossed Rider's mind. With a hint of urgency, he asked, could it be that the Holy Grail is within your reach? Shinji couldn't help but laugh at Rider's misunderstanding. Don't overthink it. I warned you, being overly curious about a man is the first step into the abyss. But the feeling you give me. Well, Shinji paused his work, resting his chin on his hand. Besides a small sense of duty and responsibility, most of my actions are driven by spur-of-the-moment interests. I'm not interested in the Holy Grail right now. Do you understand? Rider didn't reply, lost in thought again. Shinji smiled and continued, you're not entirely wrong, though. If I wanted the Holy Grail, I might have a chance, even if I'm weaker than the proper Magi in this war. But... Shinji raised a finger, interrupting Rider. I said I'm not interested in the Holy Grail right now. Seeing Shinji's friendly smile, Ryder held back his questions, sensing no deceit in him. Don't worry, Shinji resumed typing on his laptop. Since you're my sister's servant, if you want to participate in the war, I can help you without involving Sakura and me. Help? How? Who knows, Shinji shrugged, not answering directly. It depends on your decision. If you don't want to participate, you can enjoy modern life. Living with a beauty for a while isn't bad for a man. Shinji interrupted again, this might sound like manipulation, but it's true. You don't need to worry about Sakura, I can protect her. Think about yourself. Opportunities like this are rare. What an unoffensive, blatant manipulation, Ryder murmured. Good, think it over. Sakura will understand, she's a considerate girl. With that, Shinji returned to his work. Seeing Shinji engrossed in his laptop, Ryder sighed softly. He's really an inscrutable man. Click, click, click. The sound of light, quick footsteps approached as Sakura, wearing slippers, hurried over. Before Shinji could say anything, Sakura sat beside him on the sofa, wrapping his arm in hers and leaning on his shoulder. Sakura, it's already past midnight. You should sleep, Shinji said, glancing at her. Seeing Sakura, wrapped in a towel with her hair still damp and face slightly flushed, Shinji couldn't help but think to himself. How could she be even more tempting than before? Chapter 33 Hey, Sakura, at least put on some clothes properly. You'll catch a cold. Sakura shook her head, clearly unwilling to let go. For Sakura, it was hard to distinguish whether this was reality or just a dream. Given her life up until now, this moment felt more like a dream. But even if it were a dream, she didn't want to miss a single detail, such was the humble wish of a young girl. Seeing through her thoughts, Shinji put his laptop aside and leaned back on the sofa. After a long silence, he organized his thoughts and began to speak slowly. Sakura, without a doubt, this is reality. You are completely free now. Although the crest worms have been removed, the magic circuits they opened up haven't disappeared and will coexist with your original circuits. Maybe you haven't noticed yet, but with your dual attributes of water and emptiness, your abilities as a mage will gradually recover. Finally, you can choose your own path. Whether you become an ordinary person or a mage, it's your choice. No one will bind your thoughts anymore. The past suffering, helplessness, loneliness, and sadness were not in vain. At the very least, they will help you cherish every bit of your future more. I'm sorry it took me so long. It took 10 years to complete my mission, to end the history of the Mata family as a mage family, which made you wait in pain for 10 more years. Do you hate magecraft, brother? Sakura suddenly asked. Well, I guess I do. Guess? Sakura was puzzled, as her brother had firmly declared his hatred for magecraft to their grandfather. Shinji smiled without directly answering and shifted the topic. In my view, most mages are people who hold up their so-called noble ideals, which are already rotting along with their bones, continuously emitting a stench they believe to be sweet. Hearing Shinji's words, Ryder couldn't help but look at her master's brother with new respect, especially for his sharp critique of mages. Although she didn't fully understand, Sakura thought for a moment and gave her answer. Then I won't be a mage. I want to be like you, brother. Eh? Shinji was stunned. This wasn't the reaction he expected. He had said all that to encourage her to live a simple, happy life as an ordinary person. What did she mean by becoming like him? Sakura, gender reassignment surgery is quite advanced in some countries, but I suggest you think it over carefully before deciding. Seeing Shinji's serious expression, Sakura laughed genuinely for the first time, feeling her brother no longer treated her differently. Although she knew he had been pretending for the past 10 years while secretly caring for her, this newfound openness made her happiest. It was like finally obtaining something she had longed for. That tall boy had remembered his promise all along. By the way, Sakura, there's something you need to know. What is it? Do you remember Uncle Karaya? Yes. He wanted to save you more than anyone, but he failed due to lack of strength. The last time I saw him. Shinji recalled the scene, where Karaya, with his hair completely white and his right eye lifeless, could be called the only person in the Mata family with any conscience. Despite enduring soul-piercing pain, he forced a smile and patted Shinji's head. Shinji, promise uncle, don't bully your sister in the future. Shinji didn't dislike those hot-blooded characters from manga who would risk everything for what they cared about. They never hid their feelings, always stood up against injustice, and fought even when the odds were against them. Such fools, Shinji didn't dislike. Regarding Karaya, Shinji remembered mixed opinions about him, but he personally admired him. After all, Karaya genuinely wanted to save Sakura, and that was enough. However, Karaya wasn't the protagonist with plot armor to protect him from fatal mistakes. He had his own schemes, which led to his tragic end. Since regaining his memories, Shinji found his own way of acting and positioning himself. Unlike protagonists who could act recklessly and still shine, especially in the Type Moon universe where even protagonists rarely had happy endings. As for himself, survival was his only option. Unless everything was perfectly in place. Returning from his thoughts, Shinji looked at Sakura, whose expression had turned complicated as she recalled something, and said softly, "Alright, get ready for bed. Also, I'll handle tomorrow's funeral alone. Good night." With that, Shinji gently freed his arm from her soft grasp and stood up. Creak-clack. Slam. As soon as he closed the door, Shinji spat out a mouthful of blood. Nearly collapsing, he clutched his chest, enduring the pain of his organs rupturing and displacing. "Damn it, you didn't mention the side effects of the trial card. You didn't ask, refund? How could you take my 60,000 points for this? Damn it. Refund? Calm down, it's just a little backlash, how can I trust you again? Refund, half refund? Get lost." Late at night, Shinji, enduring the pain, confirmed the completion of the main task and fell asleep before he could check the rewards. At 3 a.m., Ryder, overly curious about Shinji, stood silently by his bed, staring at the bloodstains on his lips. Ryder knew that the blood on the floor and Shinji's lips was the price of borrowing future power. But she decided not to tell Sakura, as Shinji clearly didn't want her to know. This illogical dreamless man, full of mysteries, intrigued Ryder the most. He doesn't dream. What if I induce one? Ryder licked her lips. Morning. Shinji woke up feeling refreshed but sensed something was off before checking the system interface. Seeing Ryder kneeling on the floor, slumped by the bed, her clothes barely clinging and her body turning translucent, Shinji pondered. What did I do in my sleep? And, was my ability that strong? She's nearly completely transparent. Sakura's mana supply was cut off, and my own mana was drained. Ryder finally spoke weakly. Oh, I get it. This is when. Thinking, Shinji took off his shirt. No choice, being a good person, I get it. Mana replenishment, right, I'm prepared. Give me some blood. Hearing this, Shinji lay back down, pulling the covers over himself and turned away. Go play by yourself. Chapter 34. Looking at Ryder, disheveled and sucking blood from his own finger, Shinji couldn't help but feel even more uncomfortable. For a young and vigorous man like Shinji, such a scene first thing in the morning was quite a shock. However, thinking about his young sister at home, Shinji quickly discarded any fleeting wicked thoughts. What if Sakura heard something inappropriate while he was doing something bad? No, that would be terrible and would set a bad example for her. Should he tell Ryder that the finger he was sucking on had picked his nose last night and hadn't been washed yet? In the few minutes Shinji was lost in thought, Ryder's previously semi-transparent body had solidified completely, and his barely holding together clothes were gradually covering the dangerous parts again. Ryder released Shinji's finger and slowly stood up. Barrier. Huh? Shinji was puzzled for a moment, but then he sensed something and waved his hand. Dispel. With a command, the formation and restrictions in the room disappeared, and at the same time, the magical connection was re-established, allowing Ryder to feel connected to Sakura again. Looks like you didn't really listen to what I said yesterday, Ryder, Shinji said softly, with a slight smile on his lips. Strangely, Ryder didn't feel any discomfort looking at Shinji's smiling eyes. Before leaving, Ryder gave Shinji one last glance before turning into a spirit form and disappearing. Grandson, check your mission rewards. Only then did Shinji remember that he had completed the main mission yesterday. He excitedly opened the system interface. However, upon seeing the solitary, cheap-looking silver metal ring in the inventory, his face instantly fell. Are you kidding me? Just a lousy ring? Couldn't you at least embed a diamond? This looks like something bought from a roadside stall for 10 yen. Where did all the things I've accumulated over the years go? Did they grow legs and run away? In the ring. Huh? Shinji's expression softened a bit as he took the ring out of the inventory. Looking at the plain ring, which looked like it was bought from a jewelry store for 200 yen, Shinji remembered the few fantasy novels he'd read in his previous life, where there were items called storage rings. Could this be one of those? Yes, are you satisfied? Satisfied, my ass. I spent so many points and 10 years completing the main mission, and all I get is a lousy ring? Is the system space that small? Do I really need something like this? Give me back my youth. Refund? RNM. Don't complain about getting something for nothing. This is just a bonus. The real reward, you should already know. TCH. Shinji curled his lip, got up, went to the table, opened a drawer, and took out a thin platinum chain to string the ring on and wear it around his neck. This platinum chain was one of the few relics Shinji had found belonging to his unseen mother. The system was right. The real reward wasn't the 100 cubic storage ring, but something Shinji urgently needed at this stage. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul, also known as vital light, refreshing spirit, and dark essence. Some call them main soul, perceptive soul, and life soul or primordial spirit, yang spirit, and yin spirit. In the Taoist path, they are referred to as the primordial spirit, yang spirit, and yin spirit, but they are essentially the same. The 7 spirits are the celestial spirit, spiritual wisdom spirit, chi spirit, strength spirit, central spirit, essence spirit, and heroic spirit. These 7 spirits are actually the 7 chakras located along the central channel of the human body, from the crown to the perineum. The celestial spirit is at the crown chakra, the spiritual wisdom spirit at the brow chakra, the chi spirit at the throat chakra, the strength spirit at the heart chakra, and is also connected to the palms and soles. The central spirit is at the navel chakra, the essence spirit at the sacral chakra, and the heroic spirit at the root chakra. The 3 souls and 7 spirits both manifest the mind but in slightly different ways. The 3 souls are primarily associated with the mind, while the 7 spirits are not only mental but also the source of the body's vital energy. Therefore, the realm of refining spirits is a true watershed for a Taoist. Before reaching this realm, one might be superior to ordinary people but still essentially immortal. Only after reaching the realm of refining spirits does one undergo true transformation, gaining abilities beyond human power, including technology, or even the power of gods and ghosts. However, Shinji lacked one spirit, the most crucial central spirit that connects the other 6. This was why he hadn't broken through to the realm of refining spirits. The reward the system mentioned was the most important half of the missing central spirit. Just giving half and calling it a reward? Shinji sneered, muttering disdainfully as he counted his task rewards. Points reward of 100,000, a 100 cubic storage ring, Hades hat inside the ring, a large magic analysis instrument, one-time use, and half of the central spirit. Seeing the small silver metal device with a liquid crystal panel, Shinji smirked. His original reason for stealing Medea's fundamental method no longer existed. For the first time, the system did something decent. Because the half of the central spirit connected the other 6 spirits, Shinji broke through the bottleneck and entered the realm of refining spirits while asleep. Though he hadn't fully refined a spirit and reached the first stage of refining spirits, he was now a genuine practitioner in that realm. Is something missing? After counting all the rewards, Shinji raised a question. What about a weapon? Practitioners in the refining spirit realm can use magical artifacts, right? What am I supposed to use to fight others? What's this Hades hat? Did you steal it from some gold-hoarding citizen? Doesn't it overlap with the hidden breath method I developed in the soul condensing realm? Change it. Task rewards cannot be changed. Damn it. But there is a new batch of weapons in the point small. Since you did well on this mission, there's a 10% discount. Looking at the point small, where even the cheapest beginner artifacts cost no less than 98,000 points, Shinji fell silent again. Though he had always suspected it, this time the scythe's blade was too obvious. It was as if it was saying, the grass, Shinji, has grown again, time to harvest. System, can we discuss something? Can you be less obvious when you're about to cut me next time? Can't we maintain some basic decency? Does it have to be so blatant? It's not even about saving face anymore. Listening to you, grandson. So, how about changing the 10% discount to 50%? No way. Knowing the system's routine well, Shinji asked, by the way, do you have the basics of refining tools? How much is it? Buy a beginner artifact, and it comes with the basics of refining tools. Just the basics. The gift is not for sale. But you can win it in a draw. Now a 5-in-a-row draw guarantees the basics of refining tools. Shinji. At 7 in the morning, Shinji sat by the bed, his eye twitching as he looked at the tiny beechwood sword he'd bought after an hour of bargaining for 85,000 points. It was likely made from freshly cut beechwood, just 1.5 inches wide, and only 1.5 feet long, along with the first page of the basics of refining tools. Exorcism beechwood sword. Required materials, fresh beechwood, carving knife. Refining method, carve your favorite sword shape and patterns on the beechwood, then hang your favorite ornaments. Shinji had no desire to read further and instead slapped himself hard. Slap. I'm such an idiot. Chapter 35. At 7:30 in the morning, Shinji finally composed himself and changed into the solemn and dignified black traditional morning attire he had prepared in advance. He then walked out of his room unhurriedly. Today, the main event was the funeral. Shinji had already arranged all the funeral details via email yesterday. In short, everyone who needed to be notified was informed, and the cemetery, coffin, tombstone, and funeral hall were all efficiently arranged overnight by the company Shinji controlled, now a conglomerate. The monk responsible for chanting sutras had just arrived outside the Mito residence. Shinji chose a monk for the chanting instead of a priest for a Western-style funeral to announce the Mito family's complete withdrawal from the world of magic, a deliberate decision on his part. When Shinji entered the reception room, the first thing he saw was Sakura, dressed in a dark mourning dress, entertaining the monk who was familiar with him, Raiden, the elder brother of Sai. Although Shinji was somewhat surprised to see Sakura in mourning attire, he didn't question it and instead took the time to discuss some funeral arrangements with the familiar monk. By the time evening arrived, the deliberately simplified funeral had concluded. The coffin, which contained only 2 sets of clothes, had been buried. In the somber and solemn cemetery, Shinji encountered an unexpected guest. It was not a magical girl, but Elias V. van Insburn. The petite, silver-haired, red-eyed girl in a purple dress quietly observed the entire funeral from a distance. As the funeral ended and night fully descended, with the sunset almost completely gone, Elias V. van Insburn approached just as Shinji and Sakura, who had volunteered to attend, were about to leave. Once, the grand wish was with the man. So, at the end, did Makiri remember his grand wish? Ilya's voice broke the silence. Looking at the petite girl before him, Shinji remained silent. The phrase "once, the grand wish was with the man" was an epitaph on Skin's tombstone. Ah, I almost forgot. At times like this, one should start with introductions, Ilya said, lifting her skirt and crossing her feet to perform a proper German noble's curtsy. My name is Elias V. van Insburn. You can call me Ilya. Big brother should have heard of the Insburn name, right? If not, the elder sister here should have. Shinji still didn't respond, merely frowning and watching Ilya. Sakura, seeing Shinji's silence, also chose to remain silent. Ilya laughed suddenly at their reactions. Interesting. The eldest son without magic aptitude seems to know everything, while the elder sister with magical talent seems to know just a bit. Makiri's education is truly fascinating. No, your name is too long. I didn't catch it. Can you say it again? Shinji's reply caused Ilya's expression to stiffen. Just call me Ilya, big brother. Your songs and novels are quite famous abroad. I also enjoy them. Thanks for the compliment, but they were all plagiarized. Ha ha ha, big brother, you are indeed amusing. In any case, Makiri, or rather, the Mitu's intention, I understand. Holding the funeral in a traditional Japanese manner instead of a Western one indicates the Mito family's official withdrawal from the magical world, correct? But isn't that a pity? This elder sister has quite the potential for magic. Perhaps, Shinji shrugged, but my sister said she didn't want to become a magician, so as her brother, I can only try my best to fulfill her wish. Elder sister, you have a good brother, Ilya said, looking at Sakura with a knowing smile. It's enviable. Ilyas Veil, your reason for coming here is to participate in that war, right? Now that the Mito family is out of the picture. Shinji started but was interrupted by Ilya. Don't misunderstand, big brother. Since the Mito family is completely out, we are no longer enemies. I came to say goodbye to the Makiri grandfather who had ties with the Insburn. I didn't expect an unexpected gain, Ilya said, glancing at the other side of the tombstone, where there was a simple epitaph. Once forgotten the light. Such a simple epitaph, but very fitting. At the end, Makiri remembered his old wish. Dementia works that way, doesn't it? Always forgetting things, Shinji said dismissively. Ilya chuckled. Big brother is truly amusing. Shinji then changed his tone. But what's engraved in the soul isn't so easily forgotten, just perhaps overlooked. Remembering it at the end might just show that. Just that it was overlooked for a bit too long. Ilya's expression grew serious. Big brother, it's fortunate you don't have the talent of a magician, or you'd be a formidable enemy in this war. Just a few simple words made Ilya realize that Shinji wasn't an ordinary person, and if he were an opponent, he'd be very troublesome. Shinji smiled slightly and said nothing more. This seemingly innocent girl was actually incredibly intelligent. A single misstep in words could raise her suspicion. What to say and what not to say, Shinji was well aware. Honestly, Shinji hadn't expected to meet Ilya at such a critical moment, but it served as a reminder to never lower his guard. Fortunately, he had hidden Sakura's command spells with a special concoction he prepared from the two family documents before they left and kept Ryder at home. Otherwise, they might have faced the first battle of the Holy Grail War right there. Although Sakura couldn't see it, Shinji could, the fierce, burly figure hidden behind Ilya. Ilya, still looking innocent, continued, one last thing, big brother. I'm curious, how did this elder sister's function as a vessel stop and reverse? What? Shinji feigned ignorance, looking genuinely puzzled. Seeing Shinji's expression, Ilya began to doubt, could it be that at the last moment, Makiri had an epiphany, realizing his twisted evil, and saved the girl forcibly turned into the Mata family's holy grail? Don't speak, just remain silent, Shinji subtly transmitted his thoughts to Sakura, who wisely followed her brother's advice. Well, never mind, Ilya said, not finding the answer in their faces, and smiled innocently again. Anyway, we're no longer enemies. Goodbye, Makiri's elder sister and big brother. Chapter 36. After saying goodbye to Ilya, Shinji and Sakura left the cemetery. Sakura was much more sensible than Shinji had imagined. She followed quietly by his side without saying an unnecessary word. Tell Ryder there's a hat on my desk. Have her put it on and make no noise. We are being followed. Hearing Shinji's transmission, Sakura, who was following behind him as he prepared to open the door, relayed her brother's message to Ryder through their connection. Ryder, who had been staying at the house, immediately went to Shinji's room and put on the hat Shinji had prepared in advance, the Helm of Hades. Click. After Sakura entered the entrance hall, Shinji, who was trailing behind, closed the door. Although he didn't look, Shinji sensed 3 gazes behind him. One was confirmed to be Ilya's servant, Berserker. As for the other 2, one was watching from a distance. Shinji guessed it was Rin. The last one, not too far nor too close, Shinji had a few guesses about, but he didn't care much. Most likely, it was a certain idle gold named Citizen. After changing shoes and entering the living room, about 10 minutes later, Shinji felt the observing gaze disappear, and he finally relaxed. Ryder, it's okay now. Upon hearing this, Ryder, who was in the living room, removed the hat and revealed herself. Brother, what is this hat? Sakura asked in surprise. Sakura, do you think it's a bit ugly too? Shinji took the hat from Ryder's hand casually. I also think it's a bit ugly. Maybe if it were a baseball cap, it would be better. This hat can't be worn outside at all. Perhaps the hat felt it was too ugly to be seen, so it gave itself an invisibility function. Sakura laughed again. Brother, you're teasing me again. Isn't this a powerful magical tool? This is the Helm of Hades, Ryder explained. Ryder found the man before her increasingly mysterious. If such a man participated in the Holy Grail War, no matter what class he summoned, he would probably win in the end. Just this hat in his hand could increase her chances of winning in the Holy Grail War many times over. Invisibility and the spiritual form of a servant are completely different concepts. The spiritual form is detectable by other servants and some magicians, but true invisibility is a divine skill. Now, Ryder believed Shinji's earlier claim of being uninterested in the Holy Grail War. She was even more convinced that, for this man, the Holy Grail was easily within reach. After ensuring the barrier around the house was intact, Shinji finally relaxed. The array provided complete spiritual concealment. The concealing spirit array, the most advanced formation Shinji had learned, was the hallmark of evil or ghost cultivators hiding from righteous cultivators in other novels. Although the formation was set yesterday, Shinji was still worried about any mishap. It should be safe now. Although the Mata residence's magical barrier has been removed, nothing outside the house will sense the presence of a servant inside. Even another servant in spiritual form won't be able to detect it. Ryder, unable to sense any trace of the barrier, asked curiously, "What did you do?" "It's a secret." Shinji made a shushing gesture, winking. "Didn't I remind you about something earlier?" Ryder didn't ask further, but she couldn't deny that she was becoming more curious about Shinji. Ryder clearly remembered that early in the morning, when she tried to test if Shinji would dream, she didn't do anything but was instantly countered and deprived of all her power by a mental force stronger than her own. A special barrier had enveloped the room at that moment. Because of that barrier, her connection with Sakura was cut off, and she truly realized the man's strength. "I want to participate in the Holy Grail War." Ryder's statement sounded both spontaneous and well-considered. Hearing this, Shinji smiled lightly without speaking and elegantly sat on the sofa. Although it seemed premature, Ryder had given it much thought before saying it. As long as this man was around, Sakura would be safe, so she could perhaps fight for the Holy Grail for herself. The main reason was that her master seemed to have a psychological rejection towards her. It felt like she was an extra in this family. Of course, Ryder also harbored some unrealistic hopes that this man might help her, and if so. "Brother, please help Ryder." Sakura sat beside Shinji, naturally holding his arm as she spoke. Because of her connection with Ryder, Sakura had learned of Medusa's tragic past through a dream last night and deeply sympathized with her. Besides, it seemed like this family didn't need any extra women. "Sure, but we'll have to wait a bit. The preparations aren't complete." "Preparations?" Sakura was puzzled. "Yes." Shinji nodded slightly. Something he had been searching for finally showed some progress. The second phase of his plan, which involved completely separating the Matu family from the upcoming Holy Grail War to give himself enough room to maneuver, was also progressing smoothly. At night, in the deep mountains, in one of the twin mansions hidden in the forest, The ghost mansion. Bayzet, whose body had recovered quite well, sat in the living room, quickly eating the convenience food Shinji had brought earlier. For some reason, Bayzet, who had never cared about food flavor and only pursued efficiency, suddenly felt that these convenient foods, which perfectly matched her habits, were somehow different. The food was fine, but it seemed that something was wrong with her. While eating, she couldn't help but think of that big boy. Very gentle, with a warm smile, occasionally showing a bit of playfulness. By the way, he hadn't come for 2 days. Click at the sound of the door opening, Bayzet didn't even notice the joy sprouting from her heart, a joy she had never felt in her past life, a joy entirely different from anything she had ever experienced. Shinji entered, smiling gently at Bayzet sitting at the table. "Good evening, Sister Bayzet. I'm fine now. Just a few more days of rest, and I'll be completely recovered. You don't need to come anymore." Bayzet's tone was flat, with little emotion. However, after saying this, she felt a twinge of regret. Was I wrong to say that? I see. Shinji placed some medicine on the table, then walked to the kitchen. While putting food in the fridge, he casually said, "It seems I've been disturbing your rest, Sister Bayzet. I understand, I'll come less often." "That's not what I meant." Bayzet subconsciously interrupted Shinji, saying something without knowing why. Hearing Bayzet's slightly urgent tone, Shinji was taken aback. "No, it's nothing." Bayzet turned her slightly flushed face away. "I see. By the way, Sister Bayzet, you already had dinner, right? I brought some ingredients that need immediate preparation. If that's the case, I'll just have to throw them away. The food isn't quite enough." Bayzet's voice was soft, but Shinji understood her meaning she wasn't full. Chapter 37. While Shinji was busy in the kitchen, Bayzet simply sat at the dining table, quietly watching him. An unfamiliar feeling, or perhaps already a budding emotion, continued to grow in her heart. During dinner, Bayzet mostly ate in silence, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with Shinji. She didn't ask much about the Holy Grail War, but Shinji voluntarily shared some details with her. He mentioned that his grandfather had passed away the previous day, his only somewhat magically talented sister didn't want to become a magician, and thus, Makiri had completely withdrawn from the world of magic. A wise decision. Being an ordinary person is much happier, Bayzet said softly, her head lowered. Indeed, Shinji smiled, then shifted the topic. "But, Bayzet, are you sure you still want to participate in the Holy Grail War? With your command seals and servant taken away, there's no longer a need for you to continue." Bayzet didn't respond, but her eyes were full of determination. It wasn't just for revenge but also because it was her mission assigned by the Mages Association. Being sent by the association to participate in the Holy Grail War, only to be betrayed by someone she trusted and even admired, was something she needed to investigate. There were many issues in this Holy Grail War that Bayzet, having narrowly survived, wanted to uncover. Despite losing an arm and her servant, she still felt the need to participate. This was her mission and duty. Her personal grudge had taken a backseat after a few days of cooling down. Bayzet didn't want Shinji to know about these matters or many other things. If such an ordinary person got involved in this cruel war because of her, it seems nothing I say will change your mind. Then let me help you, Bayzet. Bayzet was startled, frowning as she looked up at Shinji. "What? You don't trust me? There's no need for you to get involved in such a dangerous war, and I won't allow it. Besides, you're just an ordinary person. Bayzet, you haven't contacted the Mages Association yet, have you?" Bayzet's silence confirmed Shinji's suspicion. "You're worried that if the association learns about your condition, losing an arm and your strength, they might not support you. Am I right?" "Even if I'm alone, it's fine," Bayzet didn't answer directly. Shinji sighed, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Bayzet, you really are cold. Saying you're alone, as if I haven't been here for the past week." Bayzet wanted to retort but couldn't find the right words. She couldn't say that she didn't want to involve him in danger. "Are you worried that I'll be in danger because of this?" Seeing Shinji's slightly mischievous eyes, which she didn't dislike, Bayzet forced herself to stay calm. "Don't overthink it. I was prepared to sacrifice some things when I decided to participate in the Holy Grail War. Then why? Why reject my help? Do you think I'm too weak? It's not that. It's just..." Seeing Bayzet hesitate, Shinji said nothing more. He simply smiled, got up, and refilled Bayzet's bowl with rice. For the rest of the meal, Bayzet kept her head down, eating in silence, perhaps worried that Shinji might notice her flushed face. Outside Fuiuki City, amidst a tangle of thorns and roses, stood an old castle. The castle seemed to have been there for ages. Dark green vines crawled up the high walls, almost completely covering the windows, with some even penetrating inside, adding a touch of eeriness. Under the hazy moonlight, A crow on the rooftop continued its low cawing. This was the Innsburn Castle, abandoned for 10 years until a few days ago. What should have remained silent had revived with the arrival of its recent owner. Luxurious candelabras, flickering candlelight, a warm fireplace, and gleaming silverware. Seated at the long dining table, Ilya elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin after finishing her dinner. The magic workshop has disappeared, the magical barrier has been removed, and there's no presence of a servant in the house. The only adopted granddaughter with magical talent lacks command seals. It seems, as that big brother said, Makiri has completely withdrawn from the Holy Grail War and the world of magic. The three families are now truly history. Young mistress, is it wise to assume that Makiri is no longer a threat so quickly? Sela, the woman in Innsburn-made attire standing nearby, asked with a frown. Sakura, the girl modified into a small Holy Grail byskin, having her Holy Grail functions terminated and reversed, is the best evidence. But don't they have an eldest son? Young mistress, you also said that eldest son doesn't seem ordinary. Indeed, Ilya placed the napkin down and continued softly, if that big brother were interested in the Holy Grail War, he would be a formidable opponent, even without any magical talent. Even without mana to be a master, he could strategize for a servant. After all, he understood Makiri's ideals and could summarize them simply. But I sensed his deep-rooted disdain for the world of magic. That's genuine. It's precisely because of this that he chose to let the Makiri family completely withdraw from the magical world and become ordinary people. Though ordinary might not be the best term. His background is quite intriguing. A universal genius among ordinary people, an extraordinary genius who can reach the world's pinnacle in any field he's interested in. It's hard to say if he can still be considered an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in Fuiuki's new city, at the Fuiuki church. At the front of the chapel stood a man with brown long hair and brown eyes, wearing a Kevlar fiber priest's robe, a cross necklace around his neck, a dark purple long coat over his robe, and black boots. Kairai Kotamin, also known as Father Kotamin, stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Behind him, seated among the pews, was a young man with blonde hair and red eyes, a handsome face, a slender figure, dressed in black biker attire, looking at some documents with great interest. Indeed, an interesting mongrel. Even I must admit his mundane talents are top-notch, but unfortunately, he's just a human. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, commented as he read through the documents on Shinji. They accurately recorded everything about Shinji's past 17 years. Chapter 38. This boy reminds me of you in some ways, Kairai. Gilgamesh casually tossed the documents aside and glanced at Kairai. In what way? No, that's not right. Gilgamesh shook his head again, his lips curling into a faint, dismissive smile as if nothing in the world could truly catch his interest. At least this mortal boy has genuinely been interested in all the things he's done, even if that interest faded quickly. Unlike you, Kairai. There's no difference, Kairai responded coolly, his back still turned. Despite the slight difference, this boy remains puzzled. After experiencing so many interesting things, he still hasn't found anything that can sustain his interest. That's why it's unfortunate. Such a guy has no magical talent. Even I, the king, feel like lending him a hand. It would certainly be interesting, bringing me much amusement. But it's still a pity he's not even a master. Even though he's not a master, isn't he effectively an extra servant? Kairai turned and spoke blandly, looking at Gilgamesh with indifference. Gilgamesh suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, true. It depends on my mood. If things get too dull, I might personally join the game. But I worry this boy won't bring me the expected fun. He's the first mongrel with a personality so similar to mine. Kairai remained silent, understanding that Gilgamesh referred to both of them as people who acted entirely on their whims but always within their own principles. Gilgamesh was someone who, when encountering unknown entities or concepts, would be interested like a child. But once he grew bored or thought he had thoroughly understood it, he would discard it just as quickly. This was similar to how Shinji, after becoming interested in something, would quickly achieve what took ordinary people a long time to accomplish, then abandon it without any lingering attachment. It was because of this that Gilgamesh found Shinji a bit intriguing. The Matu's early exit from this Holy Grail War was unexpected, and a complete exit at that. The Matu household has no servant presence, meaning they have entirely abandoned not just this war but all future Holy Grail wars. But I've received information from the church that Ryder has been summoned and is present in the world. This suggests that a mage I haven't detected summoned Ryder and is hiding with her. Quite an unexpected development. In the secluded mansion in the deep mountains, surrounded by moss, Rin Tasaka lay on her bedroom bed, hugging a pillow with a complex expression. Rin was one of the first to learn about Tsukumatu's death, through a voicemail from Shinji the previous night. While Rin was happy that Sakura could completely become an ordinary person, She also felt a bit conflicted or regretful. Ah. Idiot. Why didn't you discuss such a decision with someone first? Rin was a bit frantic and angry. Even though seeing Sakura's expression from afar during the day made Rin understand that Sakura also approved of this decision, to leave the magical world, she still felt a bit irritated for no apparent reason. She felt a mix of relief that her sister no longer had to face the magical world and could live freely, and a twinge of disappointment and complex emotions toward a certain person. Does that guy really hate the magical world so much? Am I also someone he dislikes? Yes, these were very girlish worries. Am I truly free from my nightmares? In the past 2 days, Sakura frequently asked herself this in her heart. Am I really in reality? Is this not a dream that will burst with a single poke? Did that figure I admired for so many years spend 10 years in silent endurance and finally save me? Why didn't I notice it all along? The seemingly indifferent actions were actually my brother's care and love for me. This morning, as usual, I got up and saw a strange monk waiting outside the door through the window. That was when I found a bit of reality. It wasn't until I saw my brother in morning clothes that I felt more at ease. My brother handled everything perfectly and maturely, as if we were from 2 different age groups, even though we were only a year apart. I had been secretly protected by such a brother for 10 years without realizing it. Late at night. I'm back. Shinji's voice pulled Sakura back from her thoughts as she sat in the living room. Welcome back, brother. Sakura quickly stood up, a bit nervous, fearing that her brother might revert to his old attitude. Your expression is a bit strange. What's wrong? Shinji asked as he changed into slippers. By the way, didn't you go to Emiya's place today? I contacted Senpai. I won't be going to his house as often anymore, Sakura said, once again affectionately taking Shinji's arm. Huh? Why? Shinji was puzzled. What's with my sister? She finally got free, so why not take this chance to pursue happiness? Grandfather is already. Sakura hesitated, her eyes complex before revealing a bit of relief. And my initial reason for going to Senpai's house has already been completely fulfilled, even more beautifully than I imagined. Huh? Shinji was a bit confused. No, it's nothing. Sakura's face turned a bit pink, and she couldn't bring herself to express her long-held admiration for her brother. However, the next moment, Sakura suddenly sensed something and sniffed the air. The smell of disinfectant, the aroma of cooking, and the scent of a woman. Brother, go take a bath first, Sakura said with a sweet smile. Oh. As Shinji's figure disappeared down the hallway, Sakura's expression quickly turned shadowy. A woman's intuition is frightening. The moment she sensed a woman's scent on her brother, Sakura was certain. It was a woman she had never met. At this moment, Shinji couldn't have imagined that even if she didn't become the Lesser Grail, his sister would develop a split personality with a yandere tendency due to certain events. Spending 10 years to save me means that I am the most important to my brother, right? Such a thought suddenly popped into Sakura's mind, but she quickly shook her head to dispel it. However, once such thoughts start to grow, even a little bit, they don't disappear easily. Chapter 39. In the bathroom, Shinji, with a towel wrapped around his waist, found himself in a staring contest with Ryder, who was curled up in the bathtub. Considering that FSN, Fate/Stay Night, is originally an R18 story, there's really nothing wrong with this scene. It's just the nature of this world, nothing unusual, nothing to worry about. Shinji thought this to himself, lowering his gaze, locking onto the sight, and not looking away. After all, he'd bragged about predicting enemy movements based on the rise and fall of their chest, breathing, so he couldn't lose face now. But then again, Ryder truly deserves praise for not reacting like an ordinary girl in such a situation, screaming or causing a scene. That definitely deserves a big thumbs up. After a full minute, Ryder finally spoke calmly. Sorry, I'll be done soon. It's fine. Next time, you can use Sakura's bathroom or the one at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. This one is the one I always use. After saying this casually, Shinji left and gently closed the bathroom door behind him. Of course, though his face remained expressionless, Shinji couldn't help but feel he'd just seen a beautiful sight or scenery. A few minutes later, Ryder, wrapped in a towel, opened the bathroom door and saw Shinji leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. To an outsider, this scene might seem strange, a man and a woman both wrapped in towels in a small space, changing room, yet it was unusually quiet and harmonious. The man was lost in thought, while the woman silently observed him, creating an oddly silent atmosphere. After over a minute, Shinji seemed to notice Ryder, gave a faint smile, and then walked past her into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Ryder was very curious about what this man, who seemed so unusual and far from simple, was thinking. Moreover, he had promised to help her participate in the Holy Grail War, but what method would he use? Could it be When Shinji finished his bath, it was already 10 p.m. Just as he entered the living room to greet Sakura before heading to the study, Sakura immediately clung to his arm, pressing herself close. "Brother. Sakura, aren't you going to sleep? It's already very late. I just want to spend a little more time with you before bed." Looking at Sakura, Shinji suddenly understood. His sister probably still didn't feel the reality of it all. With this thought, his gaze softened, and he gently placed a hand on Sakura's head, comforting her softly. "It's all right now. The nightmare is over, Sakura. Brother, from now on, it'll just be the two of us in this house, right?" "Yes, that's right." At midnight, in front of the fireplace in the living room, Shinji sat on the sofa, seriously reading the materials on command spells and the Holy Grail he had found in Skin's room. Skin hadn't left much behind, and much of the crucial information was either missing or intentionally removed. The Mata family provided command spells for the Holy Grail War, but there were very few notes or records on this part, which was odd. Logically, even if there was little information about the Holy Grail, the details on command spells should be thorough. Shinji guessed that after perfecting the command spell system, Skin had intentionally hidden part of it. However, this didn't pose much of a problem for Shinji. The complete records in the false book of command and the remaining materials on command spells were enough. Although the information on the Holy Grail was incomplete, Shinji roughly understood its principles. The method to dismantle the Greater Holy Grail system was still unclear. Although he had obtained an analyzer, time was pressing. The main task given by the system was to completely dismantle the Holy Grail system, not just destroy the Holy Grail. If it were merely about destroying the Holy Grail, Shinji could just stay home and wait. After all, wasn't Saber there? And even if Saber wasn't around, he could just prepare some explosives, throw them into the Greater Grail's location when no one was around, and that would be it. But unfortunately, the task wasn't that simple. The system required him to complete the tasks of the princess and a certain twin-tailed girl 10 years ahead of time, and to do so more thoroughly than they did. Those two had merely dismantled the Greater Grail, but his task was to completely dismantle the Holy Grail system, which was more ambiguous. This meant not just the dismantling of the Greater Grail, but also the command spell system and that factory. All of these might be within the scope of his task. The factory didn't matter. Once the Greater Grail was dismantled, the factory would shut down completely, and Ahad would switch off his power. Because it would be impossible to recreate the same Holy Grail system. The Innsburned Savior obsession would have no hope of being realized. Covered with a blanket, holding Shinji's arm, Sakura, who had been clinging to his side the whole time, looked at the still-burning fireplace and spoke softly. "I've had many dreams like this, with just the two of us snuggling together on the sofa by the fireplace, with only the dim flickering firelight, but it felt very warm, just like now." Hearing this, Shinji turned his gaze away from the book to his sister, who he had urged several times to go to bed but who had not obeyed. "Really?" Shinji's eyes softened again, and then he suddenly thought of something. "Sakura, I have a surprise for you." "A surprise?" Sakura turned her head, showing a bit of curiosity and anticipation. "Yes, but you'll see it tomorrow." Shinji smiled and raised a finger. "It's a very special gift." "A doll?" "Close, but not quite. You'll know tomorrow. Now go to bed." "I'll be done soon, just finishing this bit." Sakura chuckled. "Brother, you're mean. Knowing this, I'll be too excited to sleep." "Really? I suspect you're doing it on purpose." "I'm not. Now, go to sleep." Finally, under Shinji's urging, Sakura reluctantly went to her room. Shinji, meanwhile, carefully reviewed all the materials, memorizing the key points before going to bed. January 30th, 4 a.m. Shinji, accustomed to waking early, looked helplessly at Ryder, who, just like yesterday, lay semi-transparent and lifeless by his bedside. Why doesn't this silly woman ever listen? Seeing Ryder once again requesting blood, Shinji thought it was a bit much and perhaps it was time to give this overly curious woman a bit of punishment. Shinji, like a magician, produced a lollipop and handed it to Ryder. Ryder, confused, was about to ask something when Shinji popped the lollipop into her mouth. Mana. Pure, easily absorbed mana that helps with digestion and supplements calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and vitamins. With a lollipop in her mouth, Ryder was stunned, staring at Shinji. A lollipop that replenishes mana was too shocking. "This is the last time, Ryder," Shinji said as he got out of bed, tidying his pajamas before turning back to Ryder with a slight smile. "If this happens again, I'll have to punish you. And it'll be a serious punishment, especially for a woman." Ryder didn't respond but understood from Shinji's slightly playful tone that he wasn't joking. "Sorry." Hearing Ryder's apology, Shinji casually waved his hand, picked up his sportswear, and walked out the door without looking back. Chapter 40 At 7 a.m., Shinji, having just finished his morning exercise, opened the front door and was greeted by the long Mr. Oma of a home-cooked meal. "I'm back." Hearing the door open, Sakura, who was wearing an apron and slippers, hurriedly ran to the entrance, holding a ladle. "Welcome back, brother. Breakfast will be ready soon. Please go wash up." Seeing the happiness and contentment on Sakura's face, Shinji replied softly. "Okay, I will." At 7:30 a.m., Shinji, wrapped in a towel, stepped out of the bathroom to find the change of clothes Sakura had prepared and left in the changing room while he was bathing. Having a considerate sister isn't so bad, Shinji remarked softly to himself, casually tossing aside the towel and putting on the clean clothes. After breakfast, Sakura hummed a tune while washing the dishes. The writer, who often felt deliberately ignored by her master, offered to help. Sakura politely declined. It was clear that Sakura enjoyed taking care of her brother and the household chores. Shinji, seated at the dining table and reading the newspaper, skimmed over the headlines about a gas leak incident in a district of the new city. In the past few days, this was already the third reported gas leak. It was likely the work of the woman Shinji had initially intended to intercept. "Is it a servant?" Writer, feeling neglected by Sakura, asked. "Probably," Shinji said, casually putting down the newspaper. "But it seems the war hasn't officially started yet." With that, Shinji stood up and smiled at Sakura, who had finished washing the dishes. "Sakura, get ready to go out." "Okay. I'll go change my clothes." Watching Sakura excitedly rush to her room like a child, Shinji couldn't help but smile wryly. "She really is like a child," Ryder remarked in a flat tone, "unlike you, even though you're only a year apart." Ryder, with such a strong curiosity, "Do you want to continue tonight?" Shinji's lips curled into a playful smile as he looked at Ryder. "I'm looking forward to it." Ryder remained silent. Indeed, her curiosity about this man was growing, but she instinctively sensed the domineering and unyielding strength hidden beneath his exterior. Getting closer might truly bring unexpected dangers. But curiosity is. Seeing Ryder's silence, Shinji shrugged slightly. "I thought you would react like an ordinary girl." "What is an ordinary girl like?" Ryder asked a strange question. "Probably willful, stubborn, and unyielding." "Willful, stubborn, and unyielding?" "Yes, in short, the cute side that most girls have." Shinji glanced at Ryder with interest. After a few seconds, Ryder finally said, "I'm not cute." "Do you think you don't have a cute side?" Shinji turned his head, smiling as he looked at Ryder. "How about I help you discover your cute side? You know, there are many kinds of cuteness in a woman. You must have a unique cuteness. How about I help you find and show it to you?" Feeling a sense of crisis from Shinji, who was half a head taller than her, Ryder didn't respond. Seeing no answer from Ryder, Shinji lost interest in teasing her and changed the subject. "How about going out with us today?" "No, Sakura wants to spend time alone with her brother," Ryder replied. "Besides, I found an interesting book." "A book?" Shinji was surprised. "Aren't you only interested in reading itself?" Ryder's face showed a hint of caution. "Why do you know so much about me?" Shinji replied without hesitation, "It's simple analysis. You've been here for 2 days, spending most of your free time reading. You read any book quietly, regardless of the type. So I guess you just enjoy the act of reading. Simple reasoning, right?" "Shinji, I've played the original game so many times, how could I not know? It just sounds simple." After a long silence, Ryder said this and then turned to spirit form, disappearing from the dining room. Wearing a gray shirt with a tea-colored wool sweater over it, dark pants, and black boots, Shinji topped his outfit with a khaki wool coat. Sakura's outfit, in contrast, was more modest: a white plain dress, a pink jacket, and a red coat with an ordinary bag. "Hey, Sakura, don't you think you're sticking a bit too close?" Sakura, clinging tightly to Shinji's arm, shook her head. "No, because we're siblings." "Whatever you say," Shinji shrugged, then casually said to Ryder, who was inside, "Anyway, the house is yours to watch over." Ryder nodded slightly. Fuiuki City has a river that runs through it, Mama River. It divides the city into 2 distinct parts. The east side is the new city, a highly modernized area with everything. The west side is Mama Town, an old town with mostly residential areas. The 2 sides are connected by the modern Mama Bridge. On the bridge, as they sat on the bus, Shinji felt a bit helpless with his sister, who was sticking so close to him. Though she was his sister, such intimacy was still a bit uncomfortable for him. But knowing Sakura's past, Shinji wisely chose to stay silent. After about a 20-minute ride, they arrived at their destination, Spring Sakura Amusement Park, which was currently in its half-price trial run and would officially open in mid-March. By the way, Spring Sakura Ice and Snow Kingdom and Spring Sakura Indoor Water Park were on either side of the amusement park. The Ice and Snow Kingdom featured indoor skiing and various ice sculptures that children loved. The indoor water park was a year-round water park with artificial beaches and other recreational facilities. Brother, is coming to the amusement park the surprise? Seeing Sakura's delighted face, Shinji gently shook his head. No, it's not. It's not? Sakura, this amusement park is a gift for you. Shinji said, removing his arm and placing his hands on Sakura's shoulders, pointing to the signs of the 3 spring Sakura-themed attractions above them. Along with the Ice and Snow Kingdom and the water park, they're all gifts for you. Huh? A gift for me? Sakura was momentarily stunned. In short, this is our family's business, and it's also yours, what? Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Though she knew her brother had been managing the family's assets in recent years, she never imagined he would invest in such a project and then present it as a gift to her. Chapter 41. Seeing Sakura's surprised expression, Shinji continued nonchalantly, Sakura, you might not know this, but even though the Mita family is no longer a family of magicians, we are the wealthiest family in Japan in modern society. As my only sister, you're practically a princess now. Before Shinji could finish speaking, Sakura, overwhelmed with emotion, threw herself into his arms. Nestling against Shinji's chest, Sakura whispered, Brother, I love you the most. Did you like the surprise? Shinji asked, gently rubbing her hair with a smile. Yes, I did. That's good. Shinji then looked up at the 3 signs with a soft gaze. Winter has ended, and spring has arrived. Spring Sakura. Spring Sakura, Sakura repeated softly, looking up at the signs. Shinji extended his hand with a smile. Let's go, my princess. I'm not a princess. Sakura's face turned red. Brother, stop using such embarrassing titles. Despite her words, Sakura eventually placed her hand in Shinji's. At 5 p.m., Shinji, who had just gotten off the bus, glanced at Sakura. She was still excitedly flipping through the photos taken at the amusement park and the Ice and Snow Kingdom. He sighed lightly and shook his head. To think he'd lose to a girl in having fun. Before 2 p.m., they had tried out all the rides at the amusement park without a single break. After eating the sandwiches and bento Sakura had prepared, they toured the ice sculpture exhibition and went skiing. Except for mealtime, they hadn't stopped all day. Even when a stranger tried to chat Shinji up, Sakura, unable to contain her excitement, had dragged him away to the next activity before he could even give his name. Perhaps it was because she'd been repressing herself for so long, Shinji thought. Walking alongside Sakura, Shinji suddenly thought of something. By the way, Sakura, you can bring your friends here on your days off. Okay. Wearing a small crown from the amusement park and holding a teddy bear with balloons, Sakura responded. Knowing his sister didn't have many friends her age in class, Shinji added, you could invite people like Ryougi. I mean Mitsuzuri, Emiya, or even your sister, Rin. At this, Sakura fell silent, her head lowered. Understanding Sakura's complicated feelings towards her sister, Shinji spoke gently, listen, Sakura. Your sister cares about you a lot, even if she seems cold at school. She's asked me about you several times in private. Sakura interrupted him, her head still down. So, you and Tasaka-senpai often meet in private? Just occasionally. Shinji, oblivious to Sakura's thoughts, answered casually. Anyway, if I didn't tell you, that idiot would never say it herself. To say anyone is at fault would be incorrect. This is the fate of magicians. Even if you hadn't been sent to our family, you would have been sent to another magical household. When a magical family has 2 children with magical potential, but only one can inherit the family's crest, the other child faces a fate similar to yours. Your biological father made a rational choice from a magician's perspective, and not just as a magician but as a father in the magical world. The eldest naturally inherited the Tasaka family's crest. But what about the younger daughter with similar potential? To avoid wasting your magic circuits and protect you from the Mages Association's scrutiny, as well as to uphold the alliance between the Matu and Tasaka families, your father, Tasaka Tokiomi, adopted you into our family a year before the Fourth Holy Grail War, making you my sister. Do you understand now? Shinji's tone remained calm and objective, while Sakura listened quietly, her head still lowered. Sakura wasn't foolish. These things made sense upon reflection. However, she couldn't easily reconcile why it had to be her and not her sister. Of course, Shinji only explained this to alleviate Sakura's complex emotions of admiration and jealousy towards Rin. In Shinji's mind, it was still Tokiomi's fault. Blaming rare attributes, potential scrutiny from the Mages Association, and the need to preserve Sakura's talents. All excuses. Nonsense. Why didn't you take proper precautions in the first place? Would there have been so many problems if you had? Giving so many excuses, saying that the chance of the second child having magical potential was like winning the lottery. Bullshit. You know very well the odds, don't you? Didn't you know that foreign genes in your lineage produced twins? Even with the official background supplementing various settings and portraying Tokiomi in a positive light, to me, it's still 3 words, can't be absolved. A gentleman, huh? A gentleman who doesn't. Hold on. A gentleman? Could it be that Tokiomi's gentlemanly ways are of the kind that all men are? For some reason, Shinji suddenly felt a breakthrough in his thinking. Cough, cough. Just kidding. Got sidetracked there. Harboring some resentment is natural after 11 years of suffering, but... Suppressing his anger, Shinji spoke again, kindly soothing Sakura's emotions. He stopped and gave her a broad smile, placing his hand on her head. If you can't let go, you won't be able to move forward. Just as I said before, the long winter has ended, and spring has arrived. Though it seems abrupt, the cycle of your painful life has been broken, and your life has entered a new chapter. You can now turn the pages yourself. Looking at Shinji's smiling face, Sakura became dazed, whispering, "Brother. All right, let's go home." Shinji removed his hand and started walking again. Sakura stood still for a few seconds, then quickly caught up and clung to his arm, asking curiously, "By the way, brother, do you have a girl you like?" Huh? Shinji was taken aback. Isn't your topic change a bit too fast? I was just curious. Not right now. Shinji shrugged and sighed. And I don't know if I ever will. What kind of girl would you like, brother? Sakura asked earnestly. Why are you asking such questions? Please tell me, brother. Seeing Sakura's serious expression and eyes, Shinji finally waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's hard to say until you actually fall in love. Besides, liking someone and dating them are 2 different things. At least for me, they're 2 different things." Huh? Liking someone and dating them are 2 different things? Sakura was puzzled. Yeah, Shinji shrugged lightly, speaking in an indifferent tone. For me, dating someone must be based on the premise that we could end up in the same grave after death. Seeing Sakura's confusion, Shinji smiled and continued, "You don't need to worry about it. Just know that so far, your brother isn't the type to selflessly sacrifice for someone else. In short, I'm the worst type for a girl looking for pure love. No, brother, you're an amazing person. I admire you so much." Of course, Shinji stopped again, flicked Sakura's forehead gently, and smiled while winking. "Otherwise, how could I be your brother?" Holding her forehead, which had turned slightly red, Sakura stared at her overly familiar yet strangely unfamiliar brother in a daze. "Let's go home. By the way, we should buy some groceries before we get back. Is there anything you want to eat? The cycle of your painful life has been broken, and your life has entered a new chapter. You can now turn the pages yourself." Sakura thought about Shinji's words, then smiled and quickly caught up, holding his arm again. "Why are you clinging to me again?" "It feels a bit strange to do this outside," Shinji said, a bit helplessly. "It's fine, because we're siblings." Chapter 42 6 p.m. Carrying some groceries from the shopping street, Shinji felt a thrill upon seeing a package in the mailbox outside his home. The items I needed have finally arrived. Sakura, standing nearby, looked at the package in Shinji's hand with a hint of curiosity. Noticing her expression, Shinji smiled slightly. "Don't worry about it. I just wanted to personally check our family company's service capabilities. Our family's business is in package delivery?" "That's just one part of it," Shinji said casually. "We handle various sectors like new e-commerce similar to Amazon, energy, real estate, fast and convenient parcel delivery, digital, electronic communications, gaming, investment, clothing. These are roughly our company's scope of business. If you're interested in managing the company, I can teach you bit by bit later." Just hearing about it sounds troublesome, Sakura stuck out her tongue. After dinner, watching Shinji change his shoes at the entrance as if preparing to go out, Sakura's eyes flashed with a faint, complex emotion. "Sakura, I'm going out for a while. Be careful, brother." 9 p.m. In a ghostly mansion. Sitting on the sofa, Bayzit, with only her right hand remaining, was idly fiddling with a 4x4 sliding puzzle, similar to the Huarong Dao. It's a simple puzzle. Divide the picture into 16 pieces, remove one piece to leave a space, and then slide the pieces one by one until the original picture is restored. Bayzit had bought this for entertainment when she arrived here. It was the only thing she could call a hobby or interest. However, having only one arm made it difficult to keep the puzzle steady on a smooth table, causing it to shift around constantly. Just as Bayzit was about to lift the puzzle onto her lap, a hand reached out to hold it in place. It was a slender, fair, and handsome man's hand, belonging to a young man she had recently met. "Do you like this kind of game?" Shinji asked as he sat down beside her. Bayzit just hummed in response and continued with the puzzle. But for some reason, she began making frequent mistakes, adding unnecessary moves. What should have taken 10 steps to solve took her dozens. Watching Bayzet almost randomly slide the pieces, Shinji felt puzzled. I remember reading that Bayzet is supposed to be good at board games. Was that information wrong? Eventually, Shinji couldn't resist and moved the pieces himself. Bayzet silently withdrew her hand, watching him work. Without any extra moves, Shinji quickly completed the puzzle of a flower, then smiled broadly at Bayzet. After that, Bayzet found herself inexplicably drawn in, her heartbeat quickening and her mind silent. When Bayzet regained her senses, she realized she was left with just her last line of defense. Her body and nose were filled with the scent of the young man she had not known for long, a sunny, intoxicating smell. No, this isn't right. Bayzet pushed Shinji away, covering her chest with a flushed face and turning her back to him. This is wrong, Thud. You didn't refuse when we kissed. Half-dressed, Shinji sat up from the floor, rubbing his head and mumbling in frustration. Don't look. Alright. I know, the mood is completely ruined now. Shinji picked up his shirt and sweater from the floor and slowly walked toward the door. Creak-click. As the door closed, Bayzet finally relaxed her grip on her chest. She remembered everything clearly, from the kissing on the sofa to being carried into the bedroom. But why didn't she resist? Even if she hadn't fully recovered, she could easily push away this ordinary boy named Shinji Matu, who wasn't Mage. But why? She could have refused and pushed him away earlier. Why didn't she? What was she doing, losing herself in such a shameful act? Her mission was to participate in the Holy Grail War, seek revenge, and reclaim Lancer. Why did she act like that? As an enforcer for the Mages Association, she had little interest in matters outside of combat, let alone men. So why? Did she not gauge her strength when she pushed him away? Is he hurt? In the living room, Shinji, fully dressed, was sitting on the sofa, arguing with his system. Although the 3 souls and 7 spirits each have their own yin-yang attributes, overall, they are still yin and yang. Condensing the soul is yang, forging the spirit is yin, thus achieving yin-yang harmony. In other words, grandson, you have too much yang energy in your body now. You are overwhelmed with emotions and find it hard to control yourself. If you relax for a moment, you will. Yes, earlier, Shinji almost did something irreversible, caught between rationality and uncontrollable feelings. Isn't this the routine of a fantasy harem protagonist from a decade ago in my previous life? Translated to Japan, it would be a typical eroge protagonist plot. Things like practicing some technique that increases yang energy, attracting women, and having irresistible eyes, all the same stuff. Just like a human-shaped aphrodisiac. It's different. Grandson, you can only attract extremely weak women. The weaker they are, the stronger your attraction to them, and vice versa, damn it. Shinji cursed inwardly. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Almost made an irreversible mistake. I didn't plan to use this woman this way. What if I did something weird? A man shouldn't be so petty. Why do you care about this? Get lost. I have my principles. Wouldn't it be more convenient if she became your woman? You could get the Mages Association's information from her easily. It's not the same. Grandson. Are you a pure-hearted type? I haven't noticed that over the years. Pure my ass, get lost. After cursing, Shinji saw Bayzet standing at the bedroom door, wearing a shirt with a misbuttoned button, looking at him with a shy glance. Bayzet. Bang. As soon as Shinji spoke, Bayzet quickly turned and entered the room, closing the door behind her. This left Shinji utterly confused. He had no idea that Bayzet was just worried about whether she had hurt him with her instinctive push. As she closed the door, Bayzet felt relieved. It seems he's not hurt. After half an hour of waiting on the sofa without Bayzet coming out, Shinji finally stood up and hesitantly approached her door. After a moment of hesitation, he gently knocked. Knock, knock. Bayzet, about earlier. Shinji felt awkward. Talking about this seemed wrong no matter how he approached it. Go home. Bayzet's voice returned to its usual coldness from behind the door. Oh, okay. Shinji responded, cursing himself for messing up his plan due to his momentary lapse. He came to discuss the Holy Grail War, after all. After a moment of hesitation, Shinji tried again. Bayzet, can you come to my place tomorrow night? It's about the Holy Grail War, nothing else. Hearing his words, Bayzet, sitting on her bed hugging her knees, remained silent. If Bayzet didn't want to involve Shinji in her matters before, after tonight's incident, she felt even more unwilling. Even though she had no backup and her strength had more than halved due to her missing arm. The address is XXXXXXX. I'll wait for you at home after school. Receiving no response, Shinji left this message and slowly walked away. After tonight's awkward incident, Shinji couldn't be sure if things would go as planned. Of course, if Bayzet chose not to come, Shinji had some backup plans. Chapter 43, 11 p.m. Shinji stepped out of a dilapidated Western-style mansion, hidden in the forest atop a hill, but didn't rush to return home. Under the moonlight, he concealed himself and made his way unhurriedly to his school, Hamurahara Academy's high school division. The Mata residence. Just as Shinji returned home and said, "I'm back," he hadn't even closed the door before Sakura, who had been waiting at the entrance after hearing the door open, affectionately took his arm. "Welcome back, brother." After closing the door, Shinji turned and smiled indulgently. "Go take a bath first, the water's already prepared." Sakura pulled Shinji along, urging him. "All right." Moments later, watching Shinji disappear at the top of the stairs, Sakura's expression once again turned dark. A very strong woman's scent, the same as yesterday. It must be a woman outside. No, it must be a cat that sneaks around. Her brother was the one who cared for her the most. It was impossible for him to have another woman. It was just a cat that seduced him. Thinking this, a silent, dark aura began to rise within Sakura. Seeing Sakura like this, Ryder revealed herself and tentatively called out, "Sakura." "Oh," Sakura snapped out of it, covering her mouth in surprise and muttering to herself, "What was I doing just now? By the way, brother's clothes seem dirty. I need to prepare clean clothes for him after his bath." With that, Sakura quickly went up the stairs. After the bath, it was already past midnight. Wearing the fresh clothes Sakura had left in the changing room, Shinji came to the living room. "Sakura, did you take my clothes?" Shinji asked, puzzled. "Ah, they look dirty, so I took them to Washington." "Dirty? But I only wore them for a day," Shinji said, scratching his head. "Does my sister have a cleanliness obsession?" "Yes, very, very dirty." "You probably didn't notice," Sakura said with an unusually sweet smile, "stained with something that can't be washed out in one go, a woman's scent, but don't worry, I'll clean them thoroughly." "Alright, maybe I really didn't notice." Saying this, Shinji picked up the package he had left in the living room, said goodnight, and went to his room. At his desk, under the lamp's light, Shinji frowned, one hand on his chin as if deep in thought. At the end of Shinji's gaze was a puppet's left arm. This arm was bought from a dollmaker Shinji happened to meet during a trip last year, at a high price, of course, in the name of the company. If one took the time to investigate thoroughly, they could trace it back to Shinji, but at this critical moment, no one would bother. Though I'm not sure if I'll need it again, it's better to be prepared. If things don't work out with Bayzet, I'll have to use the second plan. With a sigh, Shinji began working meticulously, disassembling, studying, inscribing miniature magic arrays, and then reassembling. It sounded simple, but by the time Shinji finished, it was already 3 a.m. This was his first time inscribing arrays on such intricate items, almost like a more complex and mentally exhausting version of crafting. After reassembling the arm and placing it in a nearby box, Shinji wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and sprawled on the bed. This should be ready for use. At this hour, considering the situation, that expired twin tail should be searching for the king's relics in the basement by now, right? Shinji thought idly and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a basement of a Western-style mansion not far from Shinji's home, a twin-tailed girl, just having found a magically sealed wooden box left by her father, sneezed out of nowhere. "Aku." Rin rubbed her nose, muttering, "Why do I feel so annoyed?" At 4 a.m., Shinji woke to rustling sounds. Opening his eyes, he saw Ryder standing beside him. "I told you, on the third time, there would be punishment." Sitting up, Shinji looked at Ryder with interest. Ryder remained silent, and Shinji activated the isolation barrier in the room. When Ryder felt the connection with Sakura being severed, her expression didn't change. Even when Shinji, who said he would punish her, reached out to touch her long hair, she remained emotionless. "Forget it," Shinji sighed, releasing Ryder's purple hair. "Since nothing happened, I'll let it go. Just a moment ago, I felt her rising desire. Why did it disappear suddenly?" Ryder finally spoke. In summary, Shinji interpreted Ryder's question as, "Are you done? Just touching my hair did it? Wow, you recover fast." Holding his head in exasperation, Shinji waved his hand to lift the barrier and said, "Do you know how much psychological damage that question caused me? That's enough, just leave. If it weren't for Sakura being home, you'd be finished." Ryder, unmoved, continued to look at Shinji quietly. "You've beaten me," Shinji sighed, glancing at Ryder. "My mother is a Magus lineage passed down since the Age of Gods. Do you know the name of the man who started it all?" "Who?" "The man you have a grudge against." "Well, I don't want to poke at your wound. Just leave now." "Yes, a mature adult must learn to find their own way out, not just give up." "Thank you." Leaving this cryptic thanks, Ryder turned and left Shinji's room. Shinji didn't know that Ryder was not only curious about him but also had other questions. After a few days of contact, Ryder could keenly sense that this man seemed to be deliberately steering events toward a predetermined direction, working hard for it. But strangely, this man showed no desire for the Holy Grail, which seemed illogical. After careful consideration, Ryder returned to Shinji's room, trying to get an answer to her puzzlement. But she realized that this man would never reveal his true intentions to anyone at this stage. What could be confirmed was, this man indeed had no interest in the Holy Grail but wouldn't remain inactive in the upcoming Holy Grail War. The reason he didn't punish her proved that he didn't entirely see her as a familiar or a tool, surpassing most Magi. Detective Ryder's daily analysis of Shinji ends here. Chapter 44 5:40 a.m. After finishing his morning exercise, Shinji soaked in the bathtub, letting out a comfortable sigh. By the way, even though the system no longer assigned daily exercise tasks, Shinji still habitually went out for a run for about an hour. Over the years, he finally understood why Japanese people loved taking baths so much. It was relaxing. Unlike in his previous life, where he would quickly shower, apply soap, rinse off, and wash his hair all in under 10 minutes. As a working person, efficiency was key. 6:20 a.m. Wearing his school uniform for the first time in several days, Shinji appeared in the dining room, just as Sakura finished preparing breakfast. "Sakura, if you really want to go to Amiya's place, you don't have to worry about me. It's just breakfast, your brother can handle it." Thinking Sakura might be a bit embarrassed, Shinji hesitated to finish his sentence. Sakura quickly replied, "It's okay. I've already informed Senpai over the phone." After a brief thought, Shinji spoke again. "Sakura, don't worry. Your brother fully supports your romantic pursuits. Go for it." "What are you saying, brother? I'm not going to Senpai's because I like him." Sakura blushed, knowing her brother misunderstood. This sister is really shy, Shinji thought, and then waved his hand with a smile. I got it. Did you really understand, brother?" Sakura questioned. "I did," Shinji nodded. "It's normal for girls your age to be shy and not admit it. I totally understand. Just do your best." "It's not like that. You don't understand at all." Sakura's face turned even redder. She knew her primary task now was to clear up the misunderstanding between her brother and her feelings for Senpai. 7:05 a.m. Shinji and Sakura arrived at school. Looking at Sakura, who was happily clinging to his arm the entire way, Shinji felt a bit helpless. Luckily, it was still early, and they hadn't encountered anyone. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing for both of them. Shinji tried twice to pull his arm away from the overly soft hold, but failed. He then attempted to change the subject. "Speaking of which, Sakura, do you want to know how to quickly get closer to that twin-tailed girl Rintasaka?" Sakura's interest was piqued, a big question mark appearing on her face. Taking advantage of Sakura's distraction, Shinji freed his arm and leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Listening to Shinji's suggestion, Sakura covered her mouth in surprise, her tone uncertain. "Really? Of course. Trust your brother." Shinji gave a thumbs up and winked, creating small, unexpected situations can work wonders for building relationships. Haven't you seen it in class? Like when a student, too nervous, calls the teacher mom by mistake. Well, I suppose that has happened. Though it might seem embarrassing, it leaves a strong impression on the teacher and classmates, helping to quickly build relationships. It sounds reasonable, but still. Don't worry, trust your brother. Shinji patted his chest. "Hey, Shinji, Sakura, good morning." Shiru's voice came from behind them. "Morning, Amiya." Shinji turned around first. "Good morning, Senpai." Sakura turned, smiling, and once again clung tightly to Shinji's arm. "Hey, Sakura," Shinji sighed, about to say something when Shiru interrupted. Seeing the two so close, Shiru sincerely congratulated Sakura. "Although it feels strange to say this after your grandfather's passing, I am happy for you. After so many years, your wish has finally." "Senpai." Sakura, blushing, tried to stop Shiru from continuing. Noticing, Shiru stopped, glanced at Shinji, and continued, "Shinji, don't be so cold to Sakura anymore. Everyone envies you." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Shinji was puzzled. "By the way, Sakura, tell Mitsuzuri I won't be at morning practice. Sai needs my help." With that, Shiru waved goodbye and entered the school gate. Since Shinji only briefly joined and then left the archery club, Shiru hadn't left it like in the original story. He was now the vice captain and one of the main members. Watching Shiru's hurried back, Shinji frowned and muttered, "What's Amiya talking about?" Nothing. "Let's go in," Sakura urged, pulling Shinji towards the school gate. "But, Sakura," Shinji looked helpless. It's inappropriate to cling to me at school. We're high school students now, you know. Oh, are you embarrassed, brother? Sakura covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Don't say silly things. Who would be embarrassed by that? Shinji shrugged nonchalantly. Then it's fine. Let's go. But I'm not in the archery club. You don't need to drag me there. Just this once is fine. You rarely visit the archery club. In the end, Shinji couldn't refuse Sakura's insistence and accompanied her to the archery range on the north side of the campus. The archery club's range was indeed a highlight of Hamurahira Academy, with its large area, complete facilities, and luxurious decor, unmatched by any other club. The reason, probably because the school's chairman had a personal interest in archery. The exact reason was unclear. Many things couldn't be explained, like why Taiga Fujimura, a skilled kendo practitioner, was the advisor for the archery club instead of the kendo club. Shinji had subtly asked about it before, but Taiga didn't give a direct answer to one of FSN's many mysteries. As they approached the archery club, Shinji could clearly hear Rin and Mitsuzuri's voices from inside. Shinji gestured for silence and stood at the door, listening to the unusual combinations conversation. Let me ask you directly, Tasaka. How are things on your end? You must have found a reliable partner by now, right? Mitsuzuri's voice rang out, boyish as ever. Phew, you're really getting straight to the point, Rin replied, a bit helpless. Are you implying that you've already found someone? No comment. Not until you confess first. So, what's your status? You look exhausted. Did you find any clues? Chapter 45. Listening to their conversation, Shinji finally remembered that in the original game, the two of them often talked about strange topics in the archery club when no one was around. The topic was about a promise they made: whoever got a boyfriend first before graduation would win, and the loser would have to listen to the winner for a day. Now, they were probing each other's progress. Why are we talking about this again? Rin, sitting by the table at the entrance, asked, putting down her tea as if she had just remembered something. What do you mean why? Wasn't it you who started it, Tasaka? Mitsuzuri, sitting opposite her, replied. You complained about never having a boyfriend, so we made a bet on who would get one first before our third year. Rin recalled, oh right, it was during that argument. The loser has to listen to the winner for a day. But isn't limiting it to just boyfriends a bit restrictive? Huh? Is it? Mitsuzuri instinctively responded, not realizing that the last question wasn't from Rin. Rin, with her mouth half open and twitching, showed an overly shocked expression. Yes, it is. Shinji, who had somehow approached them unnoticed, stood beside them, arms crossed and eyes closed, speaking earnestly. Why not change it to whoever finds a partner first? After all, in this era, partners aren't limited to just boyfriends. Women with women are also accepted. Why be confined by gender? Don't you agree? By now, Mitsuzuri had also realized Shinji's presence, looking at him and Sakura with a strange expression. What's wrong? Shinji casually asked Rin, whose face was twitching in disbelief. Why do you look like someone who woke up an hour early and got caught having their secret overheard by an acquaintance? Hearing this, Rin's expression grew even more shocked. As expected of a genius, Mitsuzuri sighed. You even guessed that Tasaka's household clock is an hour fast. Really? Shinji feigned surprise. Good morning, Captain, Tasaka-senpai, Sakura greeted with a bow and then looked apologetic, hesitating. I tried to stop him, but my brother. I understand completely, Rin said through gritted teeth, standing up and cracking her knuckles. I just wonder if Shinji is ready to face the consequences of eavesdropping on ladies' private conversations. Indeed, Mita-kun. Are you prepared? Mitsuzuri stood up as well, her smile not reaching her eyes, which made Shinji instinctively sense danger. Huh? Ladies? Shinji looked puzzled, glancing around. Where? I don't see any except for Sakura. At this, both Rin and Mitsuzuri's expressions became identical, wearing sweet yet humorless smiles. The farce ended with Shinji paying a small price, in pain. Listen, if you dare spread this, I'll kill you, Rin threatened, but Shinji remained indifferent. Mitsuzuri, why don't we try dating? Shinji pointed at Rin and looked at Mitsuzuri. She has to listen to you for a day, right? My condition is simple, make her end every sentence with meow on that day. You bastard. Rin exploded like an angry cat. Ha ha ha, that sounds fun, Mitsuzuri laughed heartily. No, wait, Sakura weakly interjected. But I can't accept a relationship that has nothing to do with love, Mitsuzuri continued, even if Mita-kun is very attractive. Hearing this, Sakura sighed in relief. Alright then, I wish you victory in advance, Mitsuzuri. Why are you wishing Mitsuzuri-san victory? Rin clenched her fists, trembling with anger. Do you really think you have a chance, Tasaka-san? Shinji said, looking surprised. Honestly, even Mitsuzuri, who sweats it out in the archery club every day, seems more likely to win than you. Why would you make a bet you can't win? Ha ha ha, sorry about the sweat every day, Mitsuzuri laughed, then looked at Sakura. Your brother has a sharp tongue? Even his compliments sound like insults. Ha ha. Sakura laughed awkwardly, silently wondering if she also had a sweat smell and considering buying some perfume. Mita Shinji, exclamation mark. What now, Tasaka-san? Seaweed head. Expired twin tails. Scum. Demon. Bamboo stick. Mousepad. Top student. Humphrey. You too. Watching their brainless back and forth, Mitsuzuri asked Sakura, for them, is top student an insult? Well. Sakura just smiled wryly. After 5 minutes of this back and forth, Mitsuzuri sighed and intervened. Can you two take your usual bickering elsewhere? The club members are about to arrive. Humphrey. Rin crossed her arms and turned away with a huff. TCH, Shinji stuffed his hands in his pockets and looked away with a click of his tongue. As they were leaving, Shinji cleared his throat and gave Sakura a meaningful look. Catching Shinji's hint, Sakura hesitated, then blushed and stammered, thank you, Tasaka big sis. You too, Sakura. Huh? PFFT. Shinji couldn't hold back his laughter, quickly opened the door, and walked out, leaving behind Mitsuzuri. Sakura, I'll leave now, see you. Haha, big sis. Mitsuzuri also laughed. Rin finally realized what had happened and, smiling, asked Sakura, Sakura, did Shinji teach you that? Anyway, do your best here, Sakura. I'll have a good talk with Shinji. With that, Rin waved and stepped outside. The student council room at the corner of the 3rd floor stairs in the teaching building. Sai, standing outside the door with his arms crossed, quickly grabbed the collar of Shinji, who had run past him in a hurry. Matu, how many times have you broken the no running in the hallways rule? Sai, this is different. There's a demon behind me. Demon? You mean? Before Sai could finish, Rin leisurely ascended the stairs, smiling as she approached. Thanks for the help, President. Rin said with a smile, smoothly taking hold of Shinji's collar. I see, a real demon indeed. Sai adjusted his glasses. Ignoring Sai, Rin turned and dragged Shinji towards the stairs. Come with me. Sai. Shinji pleaded with his eyes. Matu, you must face your own karma, Sai intoned, silently expressing his inability to help. Sai, it's fixed. Carrying a newly repaired heater, Shiru stepped out of the student council room and placed it on the floor. Sai quickly took a few steps forward, apologizing, sorry for making you do all the work, Shiru. What's next? Time is short, Shiru asked, but then noticed the two figures disappearing at the stairway. Was that Shinji and Tasaka? That's Matu's own doing. No one else can help. Haha. The next item is Chapter 46 Rooftop. As the morning bell rang, Shinji, with his hands in his pockets, let out a soft sigh and looked with a bit of helplessness at Rin, who was standing with her hands on her hips, silently glaring at him with gritted teeth. Hey, the morning tutoring session has already started. How long are you going to keep glaring at me? TCH. Rin clicked her tongue, folded her arms, and turned her face away. Since we're already late, let's skip a class for once. After all, it's not my fault we got delayed. Shinji sat down on the steps with a smug expression, which reignited the fire in Rin's eyes. How can a guy with an attendance rate below 70% say that so casually? Watching Rin clench her fists, her eye twitching, Shinji crossed his legs elegantly and chuckled. I heard the Tasaka family values maintaining elegance at all times, but I don't see that in you at all. Anyone would lose their elegance when dealing with someone as infuriating as you. PFFT. Shinji couldn't help but laugh again. Haha, Tasaka, you have a surprisingly cute side. See cute? Rin blushed, raising her hands defensively. You're trying to mock me again, aren't you? Bring it on, Mita Shinji. Seeing Rin in this state, Shinji lost interest in teasing her further. He lowered his head and sighed. Can we get to the point? You didn't bring me here just to be ridiculed, right? Ridiculed? So you were mocking me. Rin's expression turned serious as she pursed her lips and remained silent for a while before quietly speaking again. Are you really an idiot? The person calling others an idiot is the real idiot. You fool. Are you a child? Shinji looked exasperated, then waved his hand tiredly. Anyway, hurry up and say what you wanted to talk about, head of the Tasaka family. Rin sighed, putting one hand on her hip and looking into the distance. There's nothing important to discuss, you disgrace of the Mata family. Shinji seemed surprised by her response. Seeing Shinji's unexpected reaction, Rin turned her face away and scoffed. Why are you so shocked? Didn't get the answer you expected? Yeah, Shinji shrugged. I didn't get the typical response from a Magus, but as an older sister, your answer is acceptable. Rin understood what Shinji meant. Simply put, as the head of the Tasaka family, she had the right to reclaim Sakura, who had been adopted into the Mito family but still possessed the qualities of a Magus. If her father were still alive, he might have done so, especially since the Mito family broke the contract first. He might have even taken all the Mito family's magical knowledge and made Sakura a branch of the Tasaka family. As a Magus, that might be the most logical course, Rin continued. But it seems that child doesn't want to continue the fate of a Magus. Otherwise, even if Sakura had the slightest objection, you wouldn't have been able to end the Mito family's history as Mage so smoothly. This was true. The Mito family wasn't just Shinji and Sakura, there were scattered spiritual grounds and many collaborators and stakeholders across the country. As long as they existed, Shinji couldn't easily end the Mito family's involvement in the world of Magecraft alone. With Skin gone, those people would definitely try to put Sakura in charge and suppress Shinji. Unless Sakura herself willingly gave up the position of head of the family. However, Shinji wasn't worried about that. Most of them were third-rate Magi, easily handled by the Magi secretly hired by his company. It's common for large corporations to hire Magi secretly, it's almost an unwritten rule in this world. For understandable reasons. In recent years, as the company grew larger, more and more third-rate Magi were hired by competitors to steal confidential documents. Helpless, Shinji secretly hired a group of Magi for the company. On the surface, the Mito family has cut ties with Magecraft, but behind the scenes, they are still entangled in necessary compromise. By the way, what do you plan to do with the Mito family's spiritual grounds? Rin asked. I don't know. If necessary, I'll give them away. With no Magi in the Mito family, managing them is impossible. You're quite generous. Want me to give them to you? What scheme are you up to now? Rin assumed a defensive stance again. None at all. Shinji sighed. Although those things have some value to Magi, to ordinary people like us, they're just useless. It's better to give them to a familiar Magus than to someone I don't know. You really are a disgrace to your family, throwing away centuries of the Mito family's heritage without a second thought. Maybe, Shinji shrugged indifferently, but for me, ending the Mito family's history of Magecraft is my true responsibility. Unlike you, who must inherit and continue the Tasaka family, my duty is to end it. Surprising, coming from you, Rin smiled. Shinji glanced at Rin, then casually continued, it's simple, being an ordinary person is much happier than being a Magus. Rin laughed, I guess I don't need to worry about Sakura with a reliable brother like you. Shinji frowned, are you mocking me? No, not at all. It's more like a compliment. TCH. Shinji made a face of disdain. Anyway, I'll leave Sakura's matters to you, Mita Shinji. You're quite cold. Sakura just decided to get closer to you, and you're already pushing her away. The secrecy of Magi's mysteries, you know. You've decided to live as ordinary people. Shinji interrupted her, but before that, you're sisters, right? Can't you just interact as sisters, ignoring the Magus and ordinary person identities? Rin was taken aback. Your brain works worse than I thought. Shinji sighed and slowly stood up. That's all I wanted to say. And when Sakura tries to get close to you, don't push her away. She's very sensitive, especially when it comes to you. Chapter 47. Wait a second. Rin called out to stop Shinji. What now? That is, Rin mumbled, her hands clasped behind her back, fidgeting in place for a long time before finally, with a red face, she whispered, thank you. I didn't quite catch that. Can you speak up? I said. Rin's voice grew even softer, then before she could finish, she realized what was happening. Looking up with a flushed face, she glared at Shinji, who had a playful look on his face. You bastard. Oh my, I never thought I'd hear such words from you, Shinji said, crossing his arms and giving a theatrical shiver. It's even colder than all the bad jokes I've heard combined. Could you be any more annoying? Are you reflecting on yourself? Just die already, you jerk. Fuming, Rin lunged at him. As Rin pinned him down, clutching his clothes with gritted teeth, Shinji thought to himself, does she not see me as a man at all? Realizing her position, Rin quickly stopped and stared blankly at Shinji's strange expression. This time, I'll let you off, Rin said, turning her face away as she slowly got up, pretending not to care. But the next time, I won't be so lenient. Remember that. Yeah, I got it. Shinji supported himself on the ground and slowly got up. And also, recently, if you don't have anything important to do, try not to go out at night. At night? Shinji frowned but quickly understood. Oh, it's about that war, right? Are you planning to participate? Rin didn't answer, but her silence was telling. I see. Got it. You should tell Sakura yourself, it's a good chance to get closer to her. See you. As Shinji turned to leave, waving his hand, Rin suddenly felt that something was missing. Wait, don't you have anything else to say? Rin frowned, feeling a bit dissatisfied. He should at least tell me to stay safe or wish me luck from a friend's perspective, right? Anything else? Shinji stopped and turned back, feigning confusion. After a moment of mock contemplation, he exclaimed, "Oh! Almost forgot. When you're fighting in that war, try to pick a spot far from my house. I'm a light sleeper, and even the slightest noise wakes me up. So, please, be considerate." Hearing this, Rin's face darkened, and her eye began to twitch uncontrollably. Just then, as Shinji was about to leave again, he added, "Oh, and don't worry about burial arrangements if you die. For Sakura's sake, I'll contact the funeral home. But I hope you'll pay me in advance. If you survive, I'll return the money. And rest assured, I won't overcharge." "You bastard, you're doing this on purpose." Rin exploded once again. "And one more thing," Shinji said as he opened the door to the rooftop, "take care of yourself, you klutz who always messes up at critical moments." Hearing this, Rin paused, thinking, how does he know I sometimes mess up at crucial times? Wait, is he actually worried about me? Just as Shinji descended the stairs, he passed by 3 girls coming up. Without acknowledging them, he continued on his way. Meanwhile, as Rin exited the rooftop and closed the door behind her, she froze at the sight of the 3 girls, her classmates, standing there. Mac Heidricht, the short-haired girl with tan skin, glanced at the disappearing Shinji and then looked at Rin, her face slowly registering horror. "Kusagakure Rin, are you skipping class to meet a guy on the rooftop?" "Mac Heidricht-san, you misunderstand. We just ran into each other." Rin quickly reverted to her usual top student mode, smiling while internally cursing her timing. "If I had known this would happen, I should have waited a bit longer before coming down." "That's enough." Mac Heidricht pointed at Rin, her voice filled with anguish. "I'll never trust you again, Kusagakure Rin. Just go pursue your happiness selfishly." "Calm down, Maki," said Himuro Kane, the long-haired girl with glasses. "Anyway, you've misunderstood," Rin said as she descended the stairs. "We were just talking because our families know each other, and the Matu family has had some issues recently. That's all. It's not what you think." "I see," said Yukika, the cute brunette of the group, responded with a sweet smile. Mac Heidricht immediately retorted, "Yukika, don't be so naive. There's definitely something between those two. I've known it for a long time." "There's really nothing," Rin insisted, still smiling gracefully. After morning classes ended, it was lunchtime. Students had an hour to eat or take a short nap. Shiru spent his lunch breaks in the student council room. Sai, having just finished his lunch, put down his tea and looked at Shiru, who was tinkering with something on the floor. "Shiru, if you don't eat your lunch, the break will be over." "Almost done fixing this," Shiru replied without looking up. "Sai." With a shout, Shinji burst into the student council room, pulling the door open with a loud screech. "How many times have I told you to knock before entering, Matu?" Sai turned to Shinji, speaking calmly. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Shinji, holding his lunchbox, walked in, his face full of irritation. "I've tolerated you cutting our anime club's budget to almost nothing to cooperate with you as a friend. I've tolerated you downgrading our club to a circle. I've tolerated you moving our activity location to a rundown classroom. But now you want us to share a room with the fortune-telling circle? What the hell? Are you inhuman? Matu, would you like me to show you the contraband I confiscated from your anime circle?" Sai responded slowly. "Not dissolving your circle altogether is already lenient." "You!" Shinji glared at Sai. "Was it adult manga again?" Shiru, standing up after finishing his repairs, asked. "And adult games and magazines?" Sai added. Shiru sighed. "Shinji, I've told you not to bring that stuff to school." Chapter 48. Looking at the gyoza and side dishes in Shinji's bento, Sai showed a bit of surprise. "It's rare to see gyoza in a bento." "Don't talk to me. We just officially ended our friendship," Shinji said, pounding his chest as if he were choking. "Sai, get me a cup of hot tea, quickly." Beside him, Shiru, who was eating his bento leisurely, couldn't help but comment, "Weren't you just saying you ended your friendship with Sai?" Taking the tea Sai handed him with a resigned expression, Shinji gulped down half of it and said, "Tea time doesn't count." "You know." Shiru sighed. He'd known his friend since middle school, and Shinji's personality hadn't changed a bit over the years. "Think about it, Emiya. Wouldn't you be mad if a club you started was suppressed to this extent by a friend? Not helping is one thing, but to continuously suppress it? Maybe you shouldn't have brought contraband. I admit those magazines and games were mine, but those adult manga weren't ours." "They weren't?" Shiru was surprised. "That's right," Shinji muttered through bites of food. They were drawn by members of our anime club as part of our activities and results. That makes it worse. Shiru's eye twitched as he broke into a cold sweat. It seems like Sai's been lenient with you. If the teachers found out, you'd be facing serious consequences, maybe even suspension. Don't worry, Emiya. Shinji put down his chopsticks, crossing his arms with a light chuckle. The teachers will never find where I've hidden them. But, Shiru glanced at Sai, who was calmly sipping tea. Sai, who knows you well, managed to find them. TCH. Shinji clicked his tongue and muttered, maybe next time I should replace the temple scriptures with adult books when I visit the temple. If you did that, you probably wouldn't be seen again before graduation. What do you mean? Shinji asked, puzzled. Getting beaten up by the monks until every bone in your body is broken would take a long time to recover from, Shiru replied matter-of-factly. If an accident like that happens, I will pray for you all night, hoping you find peace in the afterlife, Sai said, closing his eyes and murmuring a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. I'll help too, Shiru said, mimicking Sai. Are you two really my friends? Shinji asked, deadpan. Matu, can I have one of your gyoza? For some reason, seeing them has made me crave one, Sai said suddenly. I feel the same. Seeing the gyoza makes me want to eat one, Shiru added. Sure, I can't finish them all by myself anyway, Shinji said, pushing the bento towards them. But cold gyoza are somewhat lacking. They don't have that crispy, juicy, mouth-burning flavor. Imagining the taste, both Shiru and Sai couldn't help but swallow a bit of saliva. For some reason, hearing Shinji describe it makes me crave freshly made gyoza even more, Shiru said. Indeed, my training still has a long way to go, Sai muttered as he picked up a gyoza. It has nothing to do with training, Shinji waved his hand. As the ancients said, food and sex are natural human desires. It means that liking good things is human nature. Material and sensory pleasures are human nature, and training can't change that. The goal of training is to control excessive desires, reaching a state of refined enjoyment, not to eradicate desire itself, Sai. Indeed, I've learned something today, Sai said. Shinji, you're quite good at Chinese cuisine, right? Shiru asked. Not bad. Can you teach me how to make those juicy gyoza? Shiru clasped his hands together and bowed his head. As Shiru, Sai, and Shinji left the student council room together, Shiru spoke up, thanks, Shinji. Tonight, I'll try making these gyoza. Fujimura-sensei will be happy to taste a new dish. Just then, Shiru noticed Shinji stopping, his face scrunched up in annoyance as he looked at a girl passing by the student council room. Sai, too, showed a look of disdain upon seeing the girl Tasaka Rin, the high school idol admired by nearly all the boys. Shiru didn't understand why his two friends disliked this perfect young lady. He knew a bit about Shinji and Rin's feud, mostly about how Shinji confessed to her in middle school and got beaten up. As for Sai, Shiru knew he and Rin went to the same middle school, but little else. Oh my, student council president, Mata-kun, if you don't hurry, you'll be late. Hearing this, Shinji clicked his tongue and turned away. You don't need to remind us, you fox. Sai snapped. Is that so? Well, goodbye then. As she left, Rin's gaze lingered momentarily on Shiru. The school day passed, and it was now after school. Tasaka Rin, the exemplary student, was heading home alone when she was drawn by the aroma of cooking. She stopped at an intersection and looked over to see a crowded Chinese restaurant near the shopping street. It was rare for Rin to see this Chinese restaurant so busy. Usually, it was quiet despite its prime location close to the school. Growl, what a delicious smell, Rin murmured, touching her stomach. She suddenly had the urge to have dinner there. But before she could move, she shook herself out of it. No, that's not a good idea. Considering the wait time and cost-effectiveness, Rin decided against her fleeting thought. She mentally noted the restaurant's chalkboard sign advertising the special of the day juicy gyoza and decided to try making them at home later. Just as she was about to turn around, she saw Shinji coming out of the restaurant. Shinji, too, noticed Rin. Where's Sakura? Rin asked, maintaining a 2-meter distance. She went home early to prepare dinner, Shinji replied nonchalantly, holding 2 bags of food. I told her I'd buy gyoza, but she said gyoza alone doesn't count as dinner. I see. Want some? Shinji held up one of the bags. I bought too much. Huh? Rin was taken aback. Chapter 49. After parting ways with Shinji, Rin found herself carrying a food bag. Inside the bag was an insulated foil box containing the 500 yen juicy gyoza, along with some dipping sauces. That guy obviously bought too much by mistake, but he still charged me the full price without a discount, Rin sighed, rubbing her forehead. As expected, he and I just don't get along. But, Rin sighed again, thinking, well, at least half of dinner is taken care of. I can just whip up something else when I get home. With that, Rin returned to her home, the Tasaka residence, which to outsiders appeared isolated and desolate in the countryside. Entering through the front door and walking down the short hallway, Rin's attention was caught by the phone on the small table at the corner of the stairs. The blinking light signaled a voicemail. Voicemail from January 31st at 3:21 p.m. The phone helpfully announced the time of the message as Rin pressed the button. It's me. You should know the deadline is tomorrow, Rin. If you keep procrastinating, it's going to be a headache for me. Only 2 slots are left, Archer and Saber, but there's no time left. You need to find a master quickly, summon a servant, and activate the command seals. Of course, if you don't plan to participate in the Holy Grail War, just ignore this. But if you value your life, get to the church immediately, beep. Rin cut off the message from the man, whose tone was hardly pleasant and even somewhat nagging, before it could finish. Humphrey, I don't need you to tell me that. Unbeknownst to her, it was already 8 p.m. In the living room on the second floor of the Mito residence, dinner had long been over. Taking a sip of the tea Sakura handed him, Shinji said, Sakura, can you stay up a bit later tonight? We might have a guest. The astute Sakura quickly understood. She brushed her hair behind her ear and asked, is it Ryder's new master? To keep the Mito family out of the war while still allowing Ryder to participate, both Sakura and Ryder had considered this the only possibility. Yeah, you could say that, Shinji nodded. What kind of person? Sakura asked, and Ryder, standing nearby, also looked at Shinji. Honestly, I don't know, Shinji shrugged. Most of the time, there are multiple choices, and I can't predict how things will turn out. Huh? Sakura looked puzzled, not entirely following. Shinji smiled gently and said, anyway, no matter who it is, after tonight, the brutal war for that thing won't involve you or me anymore. Seeing Shinji's gentle smile, Sakura felt a deep sense of reassurance. She smiled and nodded, her eyes bending happily. Okay. Late at night, at 11:50 p.m. In a room lit only by a dim table lamp, Shinji sat at his desk, frowning and holding his chin as he stared at 2 items, a cell phone and a puppet arm. These represented the different choices for Ryder's next master, a Mage secretly hired by his company, or Bayzit. Time ticked by, and Bayzit still hadn't arrived. Watching the clock tick down to the final 10 seconds before midnight, Shinji sighed and reached for his phone. But just as he was about to touch it, he sensed a ripple in the barrier outside. She came in the final second. Dressed in a suit, with a 10-centimeter diameter, 50-centimeter long silver cylinder strapped to her back, and her left arm missing, Bayzit looked at the Mito residence, which still had traces of the barrier, with mixed feelings. Though she heard that the Mito family had completely withdrawn from the world of Magecraft, she hadn't expected it to be so thorough that even the magical barriers were dismantled. Bayzit didn't know what drove her to the Mito residence. It wasn't just because of Shinji's talk about the Holy Grail War. Hesitating at the door for a long time, Bayzit finally reached for the doorbell, but pulled her hand back at the last moment. Bayzit, you can just come in. Shinji leaned out of the window and waved with a smile. Seeing Shinji's sunny smile, Bayzit suddenly remembered last night, her face flushing as she looked away. Sitting on the sofa in the second-floor living room, Bayzit felt surprisingly nervous. She didn't dare to look directly at Shinji, remembering how they almost made a mistake last night. Beside her, Shinji spoke in a calm tone. Basically, that's the situation. Bayzit, are you listening to me? So, the Mito family summoned a servant but doesn't want to participate in the Holy Grail War, Bayzit said, trying to sound calm but not daring to look at Shinji. That's right. It was my grandfather's decision, and summoning the servant was also his command, not Sakura's wish. You want me to become the master of the Mito family's servant? Bayzit quickly understood Shinji's intention. That's not quite right. The servant is a separate entity and has nothing to do with the Mito family. You can have complete control over the servant. You should have noticed by now, our family's workshop and magical barriers are gone. The Mito family has severed ties with Magecraft. We don't want to continue in the brutal Holy Grail War. Is your sister willing? Transferring command seals and a servant is. Bayzit hesitated. Of course, I won't let my sister go through anything cruel like having her arm cut off or her nerves extracted. To put it simply, the command seal system for the Holy Grail War was provided by the Mito family. No one understands it better than us. I know how to transfer the command seals without resorting to those methods. Bayzit pondered. If what Shinji said was true, taking over the Mito family's servant was the best choice. But she still felt uneasy about why this man would help her so much. Why didn't you tell me the Mito family had already summoned a servant when you informed me of Skin Mito's death? It's a simple answer. I was being cautious of you, Shinji shrugged. Compared to you, Bayzit, my sister and I are just ordinary people. Even though my sister has some magical talent, it's nothing compared to yours. If I were in your situation, The Meta family's servant would be something I must strive for. It's the best choice. The essence of the Holy Grail War is the mutual killing between Magi. Then why tell me now? I could still forcibly take the command seals from the Meta family. Because after these few days, I've realized you're a good person, Bayzit. If we talked things out, you probably wouldn't do that. Seeing Shinji's smile again reminded Bayzit of the vivid memory from last night, causing her face to heat up once more. Chapter 50. Wait a minute, Bayzit said, stopping Shinji. What now? I mean, there must be some other reason you're helping me, right? Maybe some conditions or something. Well, if I had to say, there is one condition. Shinji nodded slightly. Besides hoping to avoid me and my sister being dragged into the war, there is one other condition. A flash of disappointment crossed Bayzit's mind. So he did have an ulterior motive, just wanting to use her. The Tasaka family will also be participating in the Holy Grail War. I hope that when you face the Tasaka master, you can spare her life. Hearing this, Bayzit was taken aback, showing an expression of disbelief, as if to say, is that all? I don't have much choice, Shinji sighed again, showing a helpless expression. After all, she's a cherished sister to Sakura. If she were to die in the Holy Grail War, Sakura would undoubtedly blame me. Sister? Bayzit was puzzled. Although she had investigated the Tasaka family among the 3 founding families upon arriving in Fuiuki, she was unaware of such details. My sister, Metu Sakura, was adopted from the Tasaka family 11 years ago. She's the biological sister of the current head of the Tasaka family. Is that the only condition? The Holy Grail, Shinji interrupted Bayzit. Don't worry, neither my sister nor I have any interest in the Holy Grail. As for other conditions, at most, I would add one more, try not to involve too many ordinary people in the Holy Grail War. This is a personal request. Seeing Shinji's sincere expression, most of Bayzit's doubts vanished. Alright, I don't want to involve ordinary people either. Then that's all. Shinji smiled, his eyes curved pleasantly. Then hold on a second. Shinji pushed a small wooden box on the table toward Bayzit. Consider this a bonus. It might not be as good as the original, but the seller said it's not far off. Opening the box, Bayzit saw the puppet arm inside and was momentarily stunned. This is how is it? The arm? Shinji asked. Bayzit clenched her fist, feeling the newly attached prosthetic. After a moment, she spoke. The work of that genius puppeteer is flawless. All the nerves are connected, and the magical energy flows smoothly. That's good. Now there's just one last step. Shinji turned toward the hallway and called out, Ryder, please call Sakura and ask her to come here for a moment. Bayzit's heart skipped a beat. Had Ryder been watching her this entire time? A few minutes later, Bayzit looked at the purple-haired girl holding Shinji's arm and smiling sweetly. She confirmed that this girl truly had no desire for the Holy Grail, just as Shinji had said. Seeing Ryder, Bayzit felt a certain affinity, which Ryder seemed to reciprocate. If she had to pinpoint the reason, it was probably their similar heights. How tall are you? They asked simultaneously. 172 centimeters. Clap. We'll definitely make a great team. They hadn't even started transferring the command seals yet. Seeing the two bond over their height and shake hands, Shinji suppressed the urge to comment. Of course, it wasn't just their height that connected them. Bayzit and Ryder sensed other similarities between them. Bayzit, you two can discuss the details later. Also, Ryder hasn't left the Mita residence since being summoned, so she hasn't been discovered. Big sister? Sakura tilted her head, looking at Shinji in confusion. Bayzit Frogum Grimitz, Bayzit introduced herself. I'm a participant in the Holy Grail War sent by the Mages Association. My servant is that's enough, Bayzit. Shinji cut her off with a smile. Understanding Shinji's intention to keep his sister out of the Holy Grail War and the world of Magecraft, Bayzit fell silent. Sakura, you can think of her as a distant relative from my mother's side. Brother's mother's side? Sakura looked surprised and scrutinized Bayzit more closely. From the moment she saw Bayzit, Sakura had a feeling that this tall, well-proportioned woman with a cold demeanor was the one her brother had been spending a lot of time with recently. The scent on her was the same as the one on her brother recently. But if she's a relative, then maybe not. I still can't let my guard down. Alright, Sakura. After dinner, I'll teach you the new spell for the modified Grimoire of False Servants. We can start tonight. But the new spell requires a formal blood-related contract. Besides you, brother. No problem. A little trick will do. Shinji looked at Bayzit. Bayzit, extend your left hand. Knowing they were about to transfer the command seals, Bayzit complied without question. Shinji also extended his left hand, pulling out a folding knife from his pocket. A flash of silver, and both Bayzit's and Shinji's hands were cut. Blood dripped from Shinji's wound onto Bayzit's. It's ready, Sakura. I understand. Sakura raised her left hand, bearing command seals shaped like cherry blossom petals, and closed her eyes. At the same time, the command seals on her hand emitted a bright, blood-red glow. Command. By the power of the command seals and my mana, I change the source of my mana. Conceal it within the blood contract. As the words fell, Sakura felt the connection with Rider sever, as if she had lost an organ she had just gotten used to. The burning and pain she had felt since receiving the command seals vanished, replaced by a feeling of weakness and fatigue as much of her mana disappeared. Her vision went black, and her legs gave way. Fortunately, Shinji was beside her and caught her with his right hand, holding her close as she leaned against his chest, breathing softly with her eyes closed. Brother's scent is so nice. Blood continued to flow from Shinji's wound, turning into bright red runes that entered Bazet's wound. The petal-shaped command seals flashed briefly on Shinji's hand before transferring to Bazet's. During this process, Rider felt her connection to her master change from Sakura to Shinji and finally to Bazet, solidifying. As the bond formed, Rider sensed the stable and ample mana supply from Bazet, acknowledging that her new master was indeed a skilled magus. What impressed Rider the most was the brief moment when Shinji became her master. Though the connection was fleeting, Rider sensed a powerful spirit or soul hidden beneath Shinji's exterior. Seeing Shinji retract his hand, Rider felt more assured, with him protecting Sakura, she was no longer needed. Chapter 51. Watching the wounds gradually heal, Bazet, who now had 2 command spells shaped like flower petals on the back of her hand, gave a faint smile and said, "It seems successful. However, because we used 1 command spell for the sacrificial offering and to change the master, only 2 remain. Don't move." Bazet wasn't concerned about that. Instead, she reached out and grabbed Shinji's still bleeding left hand. A simple healing spell was activated. A blue light covered Shinji's wrist, and soon, the wound on his arm completely healed. "Thank you, Bazet." Shinji curved his eyes into a grateful smile. "No, it's I who should be thanking you. I can now continue my mission." "Mission, huh?" Shinji murmured, then smiled again. "Actually, if you don't want to think of it as a mission, that's okay too." "No, it is my mission. Sometimes, it's good to do things that make you happy, things you've never tried before, things that seem interesting. If you keep living a mechanical life devoid of joy, you'll lose yourself sooner or later." Bazet frowned and immediately retorted, "My life? No need." Shinji waved his hand, smiling as he interrupted Bazet. "It's just a suggestion, there's no need to argue with me. Most of the time, arguing is meaningless, like you wanting to argue with me now. We both know you can't persuade me, just as I can't persuade you. In the end, we just part ways because of our differing viewpoints, so arguing is pointless. Honestly, it doesn't matter, but I felt like I should mention it. If you ask why, it's probably because I've never seen you smile." After saying this, Shinji once again curved his eyes into a sincere smile, leaving Bazet stunned. She was about to retort when she finally snapped out of it. "That kind of thing. Ah, that's enough." Shinji waved his hand, interrupting Bazet again. "I said there's no need to argue. You wanted to say that kind of thing is unnecessary for work, right?" "Yes." Bazet, with her arms crossed, responded softly. Shinji exhaled lightly and continued, almost as if talking to himself, "Humans inherently have their own values. In someone else's value system, your own values might be wrong, and vice versa. Human interactions are essentially clashes of values. There are 2 types, those that are similar or acceptable to oneself and those that are fundamentally incompatible. It's a bit different from simple friend and enemy relationships. Simply put, even an enemy can have values that you might recognize. No, I don't disagree with your values, nor do I see you as an enemy. I just..." Bazet's tone became urgent, but she stopped midway. "I see, so you don't disagree." Shinji smiled. "That's good. We can talk about the rest later when you have time or want to. You're about to face your battles, right? If I say too much now, it might affect your performance in the upcoming fights. It's better not to be distracted during battle." "Yes. Of course, there's one thing you should understand early on," Shinji continued, seemingly on purpose. "If you subconsciously realize that you can't continue with the current situation and contradictions, it's better to make changes early. Brother." At this moment, Sakura, leaning against Shinji's chest, finally regained a bit of consciousness and called out softly. Standing at the door, facing Shinji, was Bazet with a cylindrical object on her back. Rider had reverted to a spirit form and was following Bazet. "It seems our paths diverge for now, Bazet. Don't be careless and lose what you've worked so hard to regain." Bazet uncharacteristically showed a hint of embarrassment. If you need help, feel free to find me. Don't worry, We've completely left the world of magecraft and become ordinary people. We won't encounter any more dangers. The Holy Grail. If you or your sister have any wishes, Seeing Bayzet, who seemed anxious to repay a favor but couldn't find a proper way, Shinji chuckled. There's no need. My sister and I don't have any wishes to be fulfilled by such a thing. If I had to wish for something, it would probably be a softer, more comfortable bed. Bayzet's expression turned serious, and she nodded. A softer, more comfortable bed? Got it. Wait. Realizing Bayzet was serious, Shinji quickly stopped her. That was just an example. No need to take it seriously, Bayzet. It just means we don't have any wishes. Besides, you don't need to worry about repaying favors. It may seem like I helped you, but you helped us a lot too. At least, we don't have to participate in that war of mutual slaughter anymore, right? Bayzet didn't respond, but her conflicted expression showed she was still troubled by how to repay the favor. Lastly, be a bit more confident. You do have a cute side, Bayzet. Shinji leaned in and whispered in her ear, about last night, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Hearing this, Bayzet's face turned red, her ears almost glowing. Let's go back, Ryder. We need to discuss our future plans. Bayzet, now flushed from Shinji's words, turned around first but didn't forget to remind, try not to go out at night recently. If you need anything, come find me at the Twin Pavilion during the day. Good luck to you both. Shinji waved with a smile, then discreetly glanced at Ryder, who hadn't turned around yet and was still in spirit form, and winked. Does this man see me in my spirit form? Ryder was shocked but suppressed her curiosity, not asking since her master had changed to Bayzet, severing her connection with the Matu family. Thinking of this, Ryder felt a faint, inexplicable sense of reluctance. Chapter 52 Brother. Sakura, who was lying on the sofa resting due to almost exhausting her mana, saw Shinji returning after sending off their guests. She struggled to sit up and called out softly. Sakura? Shinji approached, sat next to her, and gently comforted her. You worked hard. No. Sakura shook her head and leaned lightly against Shinji's arm. I know you're doing all this for my sake. Anyway, it's all over now. The Holy Grail War, the fate of mages, everything has ended. As he spoke, Shinji magically produced a lollipop and handed it to Sakura with a smile. Seeing the doting smile on Shinji's face, Sakura was momentarily dazed, staring at him with a blank expression as if in a trance. What's wrong? Shinji asked. Taking a deep breath of the sunlight-like scent from her brother, which fascinated her deeply, Sakura leaned back against Shinji's shoulder. Nothing, I just think your scent is very reassuring. Seeing Sakura's face gradually flush and her breathing become more rapid, Shinji suddenly remembered his old problem of being like a human aphrodisiac around weak women. Even my sister can fall for it. Shinji was mentally breaking down, and he quickly unwrapped the mana-replenishing lollipop and held it out to Sakura. Here, Sakura, keep it in your mouth and don't let go. Meanwhile, a certain twin-tailed girl had just kicked open her broken door. She wore a strange expression as she looked at the man sitting cross-legged on the ruins of her living room furniture, with an air of self-importance, wearing a red jacket and having tanned skin and white hair. Rin suddenly noticed the clock in the living room, which had just passed 2 o'clock, and instantly realized something. I remember the clock at home is an hour fast today, which means it's not 2 a.m. but 1 a.m. Rin hugged her head, showing signs of frustration. Ah. I messed up. That guy actually called it. I messed up at the crucial moment. Ah. If he finds out, he'll definitely mock me. Ah. Damn it. Watching Rin squat on the ground and go crazy, Archer, Rin's summoned servant, remained expressionless, with a hint of a playful smirk. So, who are you? Rin asked, forcing herself to accept the situation. The Phantom Mansion, also known as the Twin Pavilion. As the name suggests, twin pavilions mean 2 identical Western-style houses. Due to long-term uninhabitation, they appeared desolate and dilapidated, both deep in the mountains and forests, thus called the Phantom Mansion. One of the twin pavilions was located in the suburban mountains of Shindo in Fuiuki City, while the other was in the mountain forests of Mama Town in Fuiuki City. Bayzet's residence was one of the twin pavilions hidden deep in the mountains of Mama Town, even more secluded than the Tasaka residence. Returning to the twin pavilion, after a brief introduction, Bayzet and Ryder had largely acknowledged each other as their new servant, master. Both were the quiet type and had many similarities, such as considering themselves completely unattractive women who didn't even like looking in mirrors. More importantly, they were of the same height. This was especially significant. It laid a solid foundation for their future friendship. I feel like we will make a great team. Just call me Bayzet, Ryder. Bayzet initiated the goodwill, sensing the genuine contract within her body. Ryder responded softly and then couldn't help but ask, Bayzet, Did that man's words shake your heart? No, no. Bayzit suddenly became a bit agitated. She confessed without a fight. Seeing the silent rider, Bayzit hurriedly changed the subject. Alright, we need to discuss our strategy, rider. We've fallen behind due to some issues, so we might need to adapt our battle plans as situations change. Let's start with the basic strategy, okay? Okay. Rider nodded slightly. First, my strategy is to act secretly and avoid unnecessary battles. Investigating enemy masters is the top priority. Once we understand the situation of this Holy Grail war, we can decide on the order to eliminate them and strike each one. Time. Rider hesitated, implying there wasn't enough time left to investigate and grasp the situation fully. Yes, time is indeed short, Bayzit nodded. But as a general strategy, this is the most reasonable. Rider nodded in agreement. The association's instructions are to investigate the masters of the 3 founding families first, then the remaining 3 masters. Now that the Mito family has confirmed their withdrawal from the Holy Grail War, only 2 remain. Among the remaining 3 masters besides me, 1 is entirely clear, including their servant's abilities. Seeing Bayzit's expression become a bit unnatural, Rider asked, that servant is? Ah, it's the servant I lost, Lancer. He was taken by someone I considered a trustworthy acquaintance, the overseer of this Holy Grail War Kotamin Kairai of the Holy Church. The overseer. Rider frowned. Doesn't that mean? Bayzit, knowing what Rider was going to say, continued, yes, that person is the biggest cheater in this Holy Grail War. After he ambushed me, my left arm and servant were taken. At the brink of death. I was saved by that man, Shinji, Rider finished. Yes. Thinking of Shinji, Bayzit felt a strange sensation. Not only did he save her, but he also gave her a new arm and a new servant without asking for anything in return. What a genuinely good person. He's practically the epitome of truth, goodness, and beauty in this world. Compared to that formerly trusted scumbag. TSK. The difference is night and day. Handsome, mature, gentle, considerate, good cook, great kisser. No, no, no. Realizing where her thoughts were going, Bayzit quickly shook her head and refocused. Her current goals were to complete the mission from the Mages Association, get revenge on that traitorous pig, and reunite with her original servant by taking him back. But thinking of Shinji's face made these goals seem less urgent. Forcefully shaking Shinji's face out of her mind, Bayzit continued, anyway, this Holy Grail War is probably different from the previous ones. The cheating overseer is our main focus. Investigating his motives is one of our primary tasks. And if possible, avoid fighting his servant, Lancer. After speaking, Bayzit seemed to realize something or worried Rider might misunderstand and added, of course, it's not because a Lancer was my original servant that I refuse to fight. It's because of his noble phantasm. If we have to fight, I won't hold back. But even with my counterattack sword, facing his noble phantasm would only lead to mutual destruction. As a master, you still have a noble phantasm? Rider was surprised. This new master was indeed a very powerful mage. Yes, time is tight, so there's no need to hide anything. We're different from other pairs, we don't have time to gradually get to know each other. So, you're telling me everything to quickly build rapport and mutual understanding? Rider analyzed softly. Okay, I'll also try to entrust everything to you, Bayzit. My true name is. Thus, the two began to reveal their true selves to each other. Chapter 53 Friday, February 1st 6 o'clock a.m. At the Mita residence, Sakura was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron and humming a cheerful tune. Although it was strange that her brother hadn't gotten up for his morning exercise yet, she didn't think much of it. After all, making a nutritious and delicious breakfast for her brother was the most important thing. The thought of her brother waking up, wearing the clothes she washed, eating the breakfast she made, drinking the coffee she brewed, and reading the newspaper she fetched from the mailbox. Today's breakfast is delicious. Today's coffee is great too. Hearing her brother praise her like that made Sakura extremely happy. However, just as she was fantasizing about some forbidden scenarios, Shinji's weak voice came from behind her. Sakura, I think I have a cold. I'll skip breakfast and sleep a bit more. Upon hearing this, Sakura's body stiffened for a moment. She then mechanically turned her head to see Shinji wrapped in a blanket, looking pale and sniffing, with no energy at all. 8 o'clock a.m. After taking another nap and with Sakura's attentive care, Shinji finally felt a bit better. He sat in front of the burning fireplace, wrapped in a blanket and holding a cup of hot tea. Sakura, Sakura. Shinji, lying on the kitchen table, looked up at Sakura, who was busying herself around the house, and called out, I'm fine now. You can go to school. I'll be completely better after a bit more rest. You have such a high fever. Don't push yourself, brother, Sakura said while tearing open a heat patch. I searched the house but couldn't find any medicine. I'll go out and buy some. Just stay home and rest. No, I said I'm fine before Shinji could finish his sentence. Sakura had already placed the only heat patch they had on his forehead and stood up. I'm heading out, brother. No, I just said before Shinji could finish his words again. Sakura had already put on her coat and was walking out of the living room without looking back. Safe travels. Watching Sakura's energetic back as she closed the living room door, Shinji felt something was off. Why does my sister seem a bit too happy? Shinji's symptoms were actually the after effects of tempering his 10th chakra wheel. Each of the 7 chakras had to be tempered 1,000 times to reach saturation before moving on to the next. Cold, extreme cold, not physical but mental cold. According to the system, this coldness or discomfort would only appear at the beginning of the chakra tempering and would gradually decrease and disappear afterward. Of course, there were also benefits. Both physical and mental enhancements were significant. To put it simply, if he could play games for a day or two without sleep in his previous life, now he could play for a week. His physical abilities had increased by at least half. Roughly speaking, it was like the human limit times 2 or 3, like Batman. However, he still couldn't compare to a servant, as his strength didn't even match the lowest E rank. Moreover, with each chakra wheel tempered, the improvement would gradually shrink, like squeezing out potential bit by bit until everything was extracted. It was like forging steel to perfection. Hence the name, chakra tempering. 10 o'clock a.m. I'm back. Do you feel any better, brother? Sakura opened the living room door, carrying a bag of medicine. Welcome back, Sakura. Thanks for your hard work. Shinji, who was fiddling with a laptop, stopped and looked at Sakura with gratitude. I feel much better already. Just as he finished speaking, Shinji noticed an unexpected red figure. It was Rin Tasaka, who was standing behind Sakura with a slightly awkward expression. Sorry for intruding. Despite the surprise and slight annoyance on Shinji's face, Rin maintained her manners. The story began about half an hour earlier, almost 40 minutes ago. Rin, who was planning to take Archer out to familiarize him with the city, had just arrived at the bus stop to head to Shindo when she saw Sakura getting off a returning bus with a bag of medicine. Caught off guard, the thought of finding a hiding spot flashed through Rin's mind, but it was too late. Their eyes met. Noticing Rin's changing expression, Archer, in his spirit form, asked through their contract channel, Rin, is it someone you know? Sort of. I wasn't planning to meet her since I skipped school today, but I didn't expect to run into her now. Sakura, seemingly making a decision, took a deep breath and walked over nervously. Tasaka-senpai, good morning. Oh, Sakura, Rin smiled with one hand on her hip. What a coincidence. Why aren't you at school today? Sakura responded softly, looking a bit uneasy. My brother caught a cold, so I took the day off. Your brother? Shinji? Rin was surprised. After almost 2 years in high school, she had never heard of Shinji being sick. Yes, he has a fever and can't stop sneezing. Maybe he caught a cold last night. I see, Rin nodded slightly, then looked at the bag in Sakura's hand. Did you just buy some medicine? Yes, Sakura answered. But, Tasaka-senpai, why didn't you go to school? Despite her efforts, Sakura couldn't bring herself to call Rin sister. Rin, noticing Sakura's hesitation to call her sister, felt a bit panicked. I had something to do today, so I took the day off, Rin said, trying to sound calm. I see. Then I won't bother you, Tasaka-senpai. Sakura bowed slightly, her voice gentle but with a hint of unhidden disappointment. Seeing the lingering disappointment in Sakura's eyes, Rin remembered what Shinji had once said: if Sakura approaches you, don't always push her away and reject her feelings. She's a very sensitive girl. Especially when it comes to you. Well, actually, my business doesn't start until the afternoon, so I'm pretty free in the morning. If you want, we could, chat for a bit. Really? Sakura instinctively asked in surprise. Realizing her excitement, she quickly bowed again, apologizing. I'm sorry, Tasaka-senpai, I just... Seeing Sakura's reaction, Rin's gaze softened, thinking, this isn't a bad start. Chapter 54. Sorry, Archer, I'll introduce you to the city this afternoon. Following behind Sakura, Rin apologized to her spirit form Archer. No problem, it seems like this matter is more important to you. I was also quite surprised. As far as I remember, this is the first time my brother has caught a cold, Sakura said with a smile, brushing back her hair tied with a ribbon. The thought of him catching a cold does seem pretty unbelievable, Rin agreed, recalling how she'd often seen Shinji swimming in ice water wearing nothing but swim trunks. I hope it's not anything serious like the flu, Sakura said as they approached her house. But before she could open the door, a man's voice interrupted her. Excuse me, is this the home of Shinji? A young driver had stopped a small delivery truck nearby and was leaning out of the window. Yes, Sakura replied politely, turning around. And you are? I have a package for Mr. Shinji. Please sign for it. The delivery man got out of the truck. That's roughly what happened before. Keep an eye on your packages, Rin said, stepping forward and placing the large package heavily in front of Shinji. Honk honk. Watching Shinji blow his nose into a tissue, Rin looked at him with disdain. After crumpling the tissue and tossing it into the fireplace, Shinji finally focused on the package in front of him. I almost forgot about it. The efficiency is impressive. I can't believe you actually caught a cold. It's really unbelievable, Rin said, sitting down on the sofa. I thought idiots don't catch colds. Oh, I see, Shinji said lightly while unwrapping the package. So that's why you never get sick? I'm so envious. You. PFFT. Archer in spirit form couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Rin was annoyed. Nothing, it's just rare to see you get embarrassed. This guy is just that kind of person, never gets along with me. Tasaka-senpai, tea. Taking advantage of the moment, Sakura brought in a tray with tea and placed it on the table in front of Rin. Thank you, Sakura. Not at all, I was the one who invited you, Tasaka-senpai. Shaking her head, Sakura then picked up a glass of water and some medicine and approached Shinji, who was still unwrapping the package. Brother, here's your medicine. Seeing the assortment of pills in Sakura's hand, Shinji's forehead creased with black lines. No, I just need a little rest. There's no need for. You'll get better only if you take the medicine, Sakura insisted, hands on her hips. Even if you say so, isn't his a bit too much? What exactly did you tell the doctor? I asked for one of each type of cold medicine, Sakura said, holding up one finger. For a moment, Shinji didn't know how to respond. Did his sister have a thick-skinned side to her? After taking a sip of Sakura's brewed tea, Rin's eyes lit up, and she praised, I'm surprised. This tea is perfect, Sakura. And is this Chinese red tea? All the tea at home is bought by my brother, and he taught me how to brew it. Bohia's earliest meaning, Shinji said without looking up. What you're drinking now is red tea, once selected by the English royal family as the royal tea and sparked the famous afternoon tea Chinese Lopsong Sishong. I knew that, Rin said calmly as she put down the teacup. I'm just surprised you like this kind of red tea. My brother loves Chinese culture, like tea and calligraphy, and he's best at cooking Chinese food. Rin showed a bit of surprise and looked at Shinji, who was carefully examining two oil paintings of different sizes taken from the package. You really can't tell, liking Chinese cuisine and all. Isn't it obvious? Shinji replied casually. After all, you don't look that smart. Ha ha ha, Shinji just said something very interesting. Rin's smile was sweet, except for the twitching corners of her eyes. What? Are you going to praise my keen eyes? No need to be so polite, guest. You. Rin's fist clenched unconsciously, trying to suppress her anger, especially since Sakura was present. Exposing her true nature now wouldn't be good. Alright, assessment completed. Saying this, Shinji placed the two oil paintings on the floor beside him. Brother, are those paintings you bought to hang up? Yes, I'll handle it later. Throw that wood block print into storage, and the landscape painting can be hung anywhere, even in your room if you like. Aren't they expensive? Sakura asked, puzzled. Picking up two books from the tall stack on the floor and tossing them into the fireplace, Shinji said indifferently, expensive? Not really. It only cost a few million yen. Cough, cough, cough. Rin started coughing uncontrollably, her expression horrified. A few million yen? Of course, that's just the purchase price. The true value can't be estimated now because they need cleaning, restoration, and professional appraisal. It might take a long time. Although I initially thought of it as a small investment, the lengthy and tedious process makes it too troublesome. I'll just throw them into storage. The true value? Sakura understood immediately. So they really are famous paintings. Ah, that landscape painting is Van Gogh's Sunset at Montmajour, and the dirty portrait wood block print is Da Vinci's Salvator Mundi. PFFT. Rin ultimately couldn't hold back and spat out her tea. Chapter 55. Looking at the paintings Shinji had carelessly tossed on the floor, Rin's voice trembled. Are these really Da Vinci and Van Gogh's originals? Sort of, Shinji replied, looking at Rin with a strange expression as she rushed over. What's wrong with you? Your expression looks weird. Do you realize the true value of these originals? Around $1 billion combined? Shinji said nonchalantly. And you just leave these priceless treasures, which people would fight over in the magical world, just lying around on the floor. What is wrong with you? In this world, famous painters like Da Vinci, Van Gogh, and Picasso were also renowned and powerful magicians. The two paintings Shinji picked up could be used as holy relics. Besides their collectible value, they had practical value, making these masterpieces much more expensive than their counterparts in the previous world. These need extensive authentication, right? So, for now, they're just paintings I bought for a few million. A few million? Rin could barely control herself. She then noticed something else. The fireplace was burning not with wood, but with the Matu family's collection of books. They finally have some use. Saying this, Shinji tossed the last few books into the fireplace. Among them, Rin saw the cover of one book, clearly an analysis of the Holy Grail command spell system, Volume 1. What have you been doing? Rin finally snapped. Sister. Sakura called out instinctively. Watching Rin kneeling on the floor, staring blankly at the rescued cover of the command spell system book, Shinji nonchalantly tossed his used tissue into the fireplace. We've left the world of magic. These things are useless now. Why are you so upset? That may be true, but... Rin clenched her fists, her face full of pain. Do you know the value of these books? Do you? Over $100 million, maybe? And you burned them all. Are you an idiot? Is that a lot? This was the most soul-crushing question Rin had ever heard. Huh? Rin mechanically turned her head, her vacant eyes staring at Shinji. Say that again. Shinji shrugged. It's just some money. No need to keep such risks. Since we've left the magical world, we should do it thoroughly. Besides, Sakura agreed with me. Sakura covered her mouth, murmuring in shock, I didn't know those books were so valuable when you asked me. I had no idea. Come on, Sakura, aim higher, Shinji said with a hint of exasperation. It's just some money, far less than the gifts I've given you. Gifts more valuable than those books? Rin looked at Sakura, then realized something. Did Sakura just call her sister? What are you staring at me for? Shinji, bored and watching the stock market on his laptop, looked at Rin with disdain as she peeked over at his screen. Nothing. Rin turned away, feigning disinterest, but kept glancing at Shinji's screen. She had learned from Sakura that Shinji had initially multiplied their family's assets through stock trading. Do as you like. Shinji closed his laptop and stood up. By the way, are you staying for lunch? Rin hesitated, thinking Shinji would mock her if she said yes. Today, it's okay. What? Rin was surprised. Normally, Shinji would mock her at this point. She realized Shinji's reason. Sakura was sitting quietly nearby. He's a pretty good brother, Rin thought. Rin quickly understood that Shinji just wanted Sakura to bond with her. But I'm not making anything complicated. How about Chinese fried noodles? Brother, you're cooking? Sakura stood up, surprised. You're still not fully recovered. Let me do it. I'm almost better. You just need to do what you want to do. With a wink from Shinji, Sakura looked a bit embarrassed. Shinji turned to Rin and said, and you, don't forget why you're here. There's still some time before lunch, so I'll leave it to you two. See you. Without looking back, Shinji left the living room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him, giving the sisters a rare chance to be alone. Rin, this girl named Sakura, what is she to you? None of your business. Archer, you can leave too. After being told this, Archer left in spirit form. Having sensed only faint remnants of magic where there had once been barriers throughout the Mate house, Archer fully understood the true meaning of leaving the world of magic that Shinji and Rin had discussed. Realizing there was no master here, Archer decided to head to the roof for some fresh air. However, he was intrigued by Shinji's expert knife skills as he passed by the kitchen. Time flew by, and it was soon noon. Knock, knock. Shinji gently knocked on the living room door. Ladies, lunch is ready. 12:40 p.m. Thank you for the meal. Rin, having just finished lunch, clasped her hands together in thanks. Then she looked at Shinji, who had also finished eating. You really surprised me, Shinji. I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills. Shinji smirked, making a disdainful noise but didn't respond. If he spoke, he might end up arguing with Rin as usual. Even the noise was enough to annoy Rin. She'd known for a long time that her compatibility with Shinji was probably the worst in the world. Brother's cooking has always been amazing, Sakura said with a smile, trying to ease the tension. He's made midnight snacks for me since we were little. Oh? Rin looked at Shinji again, crossing her arms and humming lightly. It seems you really are a good brother. Ah, Shinji shrugged, pretending to be distressed. Compared to someone, I guess I'm a bit more decent. You. Seeing Rin grind her teeth, feeling the tension rise between them again, Sakura quickly changed the topic. By the way, brother, these noodles are really delicious. Can you teach me how to make them next time? Sakura, these aren't regular meat sauce noodles. There's a jjangmyeon, Shinji corrected. To make them authentic, I even made the noodles myself. Sakura nodded, holding her chin. No wonder they taste different from usual. The texture and chewiness are great. Really, Shinji, you impress me, Rin admitted. Chapter 56. After lunch, Sakura eagerly took over, or rather, snatched away the task of washing the dishes from Shinji. Rin wanted to help but was politely refused by Sakura, citing that she was a guest. In the living room, Shinji stood by the cabinet, searching for tea leaves. He turned to Rin, who was sitting on the sofa, looking more at ease than when she first arrived. Is green tea okay? It seems we're out of red tea. Ah, that's fine. Thank you. A few minutes later, Rin politely thanked Shinji as she took the green tea he handed her. After taking a few sips, she placed the cup on the table in front of her. Are you leaving already? Shinji casually asked, sipping his tea while looking at his laptop. Aren't you going to let Sakura show you her room or something? No need, Rin shook her head and stood up. Although it's my first time visiting the place where Sakura grew up, it's much nicer than I imagined, especially considering a certain brother. Is that a jab? No, it's a compliment. TCH. Shinji clicked his tongue and waved his hand dismissively. If you're leaving, then hurry up and disappear. Anyway, thanks for the lunch. I'll repay you sometime. No need. I wouldn't give you a chance to poison me. What kind of person do you think I am? Rin was speechless. Shinji answered bluntly, like one of those evil witches in a dark castle who studies dark magic and potions, like in Tom and Jerry. You just want to argue. Who are you calling an evil witch? And I said, stop smiling at me. Huh? Smiling? Shinji was puzzled. I'm not smiling. No, nothing, just misspoke. Rin turned her face away. Actually, the stop smiling comment was directed at Archer. Creak as the door opened, Sakura walked in and saw Rin, who looked like she was about to leave. Sis. Are you leaving? Though still a bit unfamiliar, after spending the morning together, Sakura could now call her sister smoothly. Rin walked over, affectionately patting Sakura's hair like an older sister, and smiled. Yes, I'm glad to see you're growing up healthy. After I finish my current tasks, we'll have plenty of time. Let's leave it at that for today. Sis. Sakura blushed slightly, whispering softly, her eyes trembling. Shinji spoke nonchalantly, Sakura, don't bother pretending to ask someone who comes empty-handed to stay. Brother. I'm not pretending. Just kidding, just kidding. Rin, wait a moment. Archer suddenly spoke up as if he had discovered something. Noticing Archer's serious tone, Rin asked, what's wrong? Did you sense an enemy nearby? Look at that man's left wrist. Hearing this, Rin turned to look at Shinji, who was joking with Sakura. She saw a faint red mark peeking out from under his shirt sleeve. Rin's expression froze. There's no mistaking it. That's a command spell. It's proof of being chosen as a potential master by the Holy Grail. From the look of it, it had only recently appeared. Judging by Shinji's reaction, he hadn't noticed it yet. A regular person being chosen as a potential master by the Holy Grail? This makes no sense. What should we do? Archer asked. Rin furrowed her brows, analyzing the situation. Ignoring it shouldn't be a problem. He's just a potential master. As you can see, he's an ordinary person with no magic circuits. There's no way he can summon a servant. Besides, this person has always shunned the world of Magi and their conflicts. That's why he decided to completely withdraw the Mito family from the world of Magecraft after the old man died. There's still one master left, Saber's master. The Holy Grail probably chose multiple candidates. Once Saber's master summons their servant, the command spell on his hand will disappear. But Archer started to speak but was cut off by Rin. I know, leaving it completely unchecked isn't good either. I'll give him a heads up. Thus, using the excuse of staying a little longer, Rin decided to remain. Seeing Sakura's delighted expression, Rin silently apologized for the lie. What? You're not leaving now? Shinji asked with a strange look as Rin sat back down on the sofa. Are you not satisfied with lunch and planning to stay for dinner too? Sakura, the tea has cooled down. Could you make a fresh pot? Rin smiled sweetly, like a model student. Hey, you're really making yourself at home. Sure, sister. I'll make some more. While Sakura was out making tea, Rin's expression changed. Shinji, look at your left wrist. Hearing the serious tone in Rin's voice, Shinji frowned in annoyance, flipping his wrist. Before he could complain, he saw the faint red mark and froze. After staring at it for a long time, Shinji looked up at Rin, his face darkened and his eye twitching. So, this is exactly what you think it is, Rin confirmed. In an instant, Shinji's face fell, and he seemed to question his existence. When Sakura returned with the tea, she saw Shinji holding his head, looking near collapse, and Rin sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Brother? Sakura called tentatively, Then with concern. What's wrong? You look terrible. Is your cold still not better? And no, Sakura. Shinji looked up, his face starting to crack. I just realized I missed the latest issues of Jump magazine, and Sunday this week. I'm dying. Brother. Pull yourself together. Sakura panicked. Please, Sakura, get me this week's manga magazines. It's my life's request. Leave it to me, brother. With that, Shinji managed to get Sakura out of the house. After Sakura left, Shinji finally broke down. What the hell is this? This is insane. The criteria for selecting masters are this random? Calm down, Rin said, somewhat exasperated. According to my father's notes, the Holy Grail randomly selects potential masters. That's probably why you were chosen. But don't worry, there should be multiple candidates. Once the actual master summons their servant, your command spell will disappear. So, relax. Chapter 57. Shinji rolled his eyes at Rin, then propped his chin up and began to analyze. It's true that it's somewhat unexpected that the Holy Grail chose someone like me who doesn't even have a magic circuit, but you're right about the latter part. As long as other candidates summon their servants, the command spells on my hand will naturally disappear. The latter part? Rin detected something off. Wait a minute, are you saying my first part was wrong? Are you an idiot? Shinji looked at Rin with disdain. Do you really believe that the Holy Grail randomly selects masters? Hold on, that was in my father's notes. Then your father is also an idiot. You jerk. Rin, being a daddy's girl, immediately stood up. But Shinji didn't mind and continued explaining on his own. Listen, Tasaka. I don't know why the Tasaka, one of the founding families, can't even figure this out, but remember this clearly, the Holy Grail does not randomly choose masters. Eh? It doesn't? Rin blinked, surprised. Yes, the Holy Grail has rules and priorities for selecting master candidates. Those with a strong desire for the Grail to fulfill their wishes, including subconscious desires, will have a very high priority. Those without such desires will have a very low priority, regardless of their magical abilities. Additionally, you should know that the founding families themselves have a very high priority. Combining these two factors might be the reason why someone like me, who isn't even a magus, was chosen as a candidate this time. I see. Rin nodded but then noticed the implication in Shinji's words. Her expression hardened slightly. Do you have a wish you want the Holy Grail to fulfill? Ah, just this morning, actually. I just remembered now. Saying this, Shinji recalled his idle wish earlier that morning when Sakura went out to buy medicine. If only the Holy Grail could cure my cold, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. That's probably it. Shinji raised a finger and continued, maybe the Holy Grail heard it and gave me this chance. After seeing Shinji's memory, Rin's eye twitched uncontrollably. No, isn't that wish too trivial? And you're not even a magus, are you? So didn't I say? The founding families have a very high priority. This priority even overlooked the fact that I'm not a magus. Shinji showed a look of reluctance. Damn, I shouldn't have said anything. Now I've gotten myself into such a troublesome situation. Damn it. It should be fine, Rin said. The Matu family has withdrawn from the world of magic. The other masters shouldn't target the Matu this time. Besides, you don't even have any magical power. I bet you definitely can't summon a servant. If you're worried, just stay home for a few days until the command spells disappear. Yeah, it seems that's the only thing I can do now. Shinji nodded, though his expression remained calm, his heart was racing. Shinji had noticed Archer since he entered, but pretended not to see him. Archer's presence meant that the Holy Grail War hadn't deviated from its original course, which meant that the Saber class hadn't been summoned yet. The fact that he, who shouldn't have had command spells, now had them, might mean that his secret plans were detected by some higher power. A warning in this manner? It's not impossible. The Holy Grail has its own will, like Evander and the depersonalized Justice. Not to mention, this world has something called the counterforce. If he really was detected, things could get complicated. Maybe going abroad and hiding until the war ends would be better? Shinji muttered to himself. How worried are you about getting involved? Rin retorted, exasperated. I told you it's fine. Just think of it as a temporary tattoo. True. Shinji nodded again. Being chosen as a candidate by the Holy Grail at this time didn't seem like a good omen. Then, could it be that his soul, which came from another world, had been noticed by this world's counterforce, Alea, Gaia, from the start? Shinji had considered this possibility. The system had previously confirmed that he was a transmigrator, not a reincarnator with memories from another world. So when he crossed over, he might have been noticed by those two entities. This wasn't good news. In Shinji's understanding, the counterforce is, in simple terms, the will to prevent the extinction of humanity, Alea, and the planet, Gaia. Although these forces are generated by the collective unconscious will of humanity and the planet, Shinji saw them as the true controllers of everything, with humanity and the planet being like a train fixed on a track they deemed safe. If someone jumps off the train or deviates from the track, they will be quickly eliminated by the counter-forces' small agents, which have no humanity. Gaia's goal is the planet's survival, making humanity an obstacle. Allah's goal is the survival of primates, making Gaia a threat. Thus, they oppose each other. However, a war between Earth and primates would endanger both, so they coexist and cooperate. But one day, primates will venture into space, and the Earth's fate will be uncertain. Thus, a clash between the two is inevitable. Such is their complex relationship. To give a simple example, both counterforces prevent Magi from reaching the root, but for different reasons. Allah's counterforce prevents it because it's a power humans shouldn't have. Attempting to reach the root triggers the counterforce because an omnipotent human could potentially cause the apocalypse. Gaia's counterforce restricts it because human actions might destroy celestial bodies. If deemed a threat by these forces, it's basically game over. So Shinji reflected on what might have made him appear as a threat to humanity or Earth. Probably nothing. All he did was save his sister. All he did was secretly eliminate some third-rate Magi coveting the Matu family's magical knowledge after Skin's death. All he did was discreetly remove a few local Japanese magic families trying to take over unguarded ley lines after Skin's death. All he did was introduce some advanced technology to accelerate the world's progress just a bit. He hadn't affected this world at all. Yes, he was that confident. But if it's not the counterforce? Seeing Shinji deep in thought, Rin, after calling his name several times to no avail, finally couldn't hold back. She walked up, put her hands on her hips, and took a deep breath. Hey! Quickly covering his ears, Shinji looked at Rin with an odd expression. If anything, both counterforces were currently friendly towards Shinji, with Allah being more favorable than Gaia. This would be explained in future plots. However, Shinji's antics would eventually turn this friendliness into hostility or resentment. Chapter 58. What's with that look on your face? Rin asked, annoyed. She then folded her arms and turned away. Didn't I already tell you not to worry? I bet you can't even summon a servant. No matter how Shinji heard it, it sounded like a flag. He had a feeling that if he really drew the summoning circle and recited the incantation, he would likely end up summoning not just any servant, but something akin to a skeleton. Actually, Tasaka, not being a magus doesn't mean you can't summon a servant. Besides, as one of the 3 founding families, the Matu family has many methods to control a summoned servant, as written in the books I burned. Wait. Rin's expression changed slightly, glancing at Shinji. Are you saying that in just a few minutes, you've developed a sudden interest in the Holy Grail War? TCH. Shinji clicked his tongue, propping his cheek with one hand and waving the other. Don't act like you know me so well. I was just stating some objective facts to remind you not to be too careless in the upcoming war. As he spoke, Shinji glanced at the command spells on Rin's hand. After all, it looks like the war hasn't even started yet, and you've already used one of the most important command spells on something trivial, right? Miss Screw Up. You. Rin was struck where it hurt but still retorted stubbornly, I didn't use the command spell on something trivial. It was something very necessary. Rin, I also don't think that was necessary, Archer commented. Shut up. Besides, isn't it all your fault? Still, this guy's insight is not to be underestimated. I know that. It's exactly why I can't stand him. Shinji spread his hands and said, anyway, as Sakura's brother, I just wanted to remind you to avoid anything that might upset her. Also, don't worry, I'm not interested in participating in that war or fighting for that thing. I have no interest in anything related to magic. I was just thinking about why the Holy Grail chose me. Rin was a bit surprised. Huh? Didn't you already analyze the reason earlier? Ah, but I just reanalyzed it and came up with another possibility. This one is probably the real reason why I was chosen. Seeing Shinji's serious expression, Rin couldn't help but swallow nervously and tentatively asked, what is it? Do you even need to ask? Shinji looked at Rin confidently, of course, it's because my looks and talent deeply attracted the Winter Saint, Justice, residing in the Holy Grail. It's love at first sight. Please just drop dead, Rin retorted with a vein throbbing on her forehead. Then she suddenly realized, wait, did you just say the Winter Saint Justice resides in the Holy Grail? With a melancholy look, Shinji rested his cheek on his hand and glanced at Rin. Why are you staring at me? I was just making stuff up. Rin gritted her teeth and glared at Shinji. From their conversation and his attitude, she could tell this guy knew more about the Holy Grail War than she did. The Winter Saint Justice, that name had appeared in her family's library. She knew its significance. Given her understanding of this guy, What he just said about the Winter Saint Justice residing in the Holy Grail was probably true. Although she could verify it later with Kyrie, it irked her that this non-magus knew more than she did. It was infuriating. With a plan forming in her mind, Rin huffed disdainfully. Humphrey. Don't misunderstand. I just think you're too full of yourself. How could the Winter Saint Justice in the Holy Grail possibly take a liking to someone like you? Rin? Do you know? No, I don't. I'm just trying to bait him. Maybe I can get some critical information out of him. Tasaka. What? Shinji grinned. You're really an easy-to-fool idiot. You. Rin's temper flared up again. She got it now, she understood completely. This man had intentionally slipped up to see her reaction. His goal was to watch her pretend to know what she didn't and make a fool of herself. After silently reciting her family's creed 3 times, Rin unclenched her fists. After chatting with Shinji for a while, Rin took a sip of tea and calmly said, I didn't expect you, raised as an ordinary person, to know so much about the Holy Grail War. Shinji shrugged. Well, it's not much. But it's nothing compared to someone like you who was raised as a magus. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me, Mantu? Rin smiled sweetly, though her eye was twitching. No, I just find it surprising that someone from the Tasaka family knows so little about the Holy Grail system. I'm the one who's surprised. How does a guy without a magic circuit know as much as I do, if not more? I can't understand it. Brains work differently for different people, Tasaka. Rin snapped. You really want to fight, don't you? Fine, bring it on, you jerk. See, you can't even accept being called dumb, Shinji sighed, waving his hand. Forget it. Unlike you, I'm not stupid enough to fight a magus. Ah. I've had enough. Rin finally lost her patience, grabbed her head in frustration, and stood up. Seeing Rin's aggressive stance and clenched teeth, Shinji raised his hand to stop her. Hey, what are you doing? Wait, calm down. Don't calm down my foot. Rin finally lunged at Shinji. Just then, Sakura's voice came along with the sound of a door opening. Brother, I bought the manga magazine you. Sakura's words stopped as she saw the scene in front of her, Shinji being pinned down by Rin, who was straddling him with her fists raised. Wanted. Sakura. Rin froze mid-action, a slightly awkward smile on her face. This is just, Shinji got up nonchalantly. Sakura, based on my preliminary diagnosis, your sister likely has a serious mental illness. You should contact the best psychiatric hospital for her. Don't worry about the money. For your sake, I can cover the initial costs. You jerk. Chapter 59. At this moment, Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, so it's just their usual bickering. I almost misunderstood. Sister, maybe you should leave earlier? Brother, stop bullying sister all the time. Sakura walked over. A girl's heart is very delicate. Saying such hurtful things will make her angry. Sakura? Shinji slowly got up from the floor and sighed. Don't confuse girls with mountain gorillas. Who are you calling a mountain gorilla? Rin's fist landed heavily on Shinji's head. Ow! Can't you hit a little lighter, you mountain gorilla? Even your head is gorilla level hard. You're the gorilla. Sorry, Miss Gorilla, you must be mistaken. I'm not your kind. Your home is on the hillside a few kilometers south. The hillside a few kilometers south. Rin suddenly realized, that's my house. You jerk, go to hell. Watching the two of them argue yet again, Sakura hurriedly tried to stop them. Both of you, calm down. Brother, apologize to sister quickly. Calling a girl a gorilla is bound to make her angry. And if sister is a gorilla, then I am too. Rin was the first to stop, turning her head to look at Sakura with a strange expression. Sakura, whose side are you on? At 2 p.m., shortly after Sakura returned, Rin left the Mita house. After all, staying any longer, Rin felt she would likely lose control and punch Shinji, maybe even use her gem magic on him. Before leaving, Rin subtly reminded Sakura to rest early and not go out at night. She also secretly hinted to Shinji about a private chat on the school rooftop tomorrow. Time passed, and soon it was dusk. The golden sunset bathed the living room through the windows. Shinji stretched lazily after finishing some barring work. Finally done. Creak brother. Sakura entered the room with a bright smile, holding a guitar. Sakura, didn't I throw that guitar away? Shinji looked over, puzzled. I saved it. By the way, brother, I don't think you've ever played it at home. Sakura hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed. Seeing her like this, Shinji sighed and reluctantly took the guitar from her. Seeing Shinji take the guitar, Sakura's face lit up with joy. She sat down beside him, resting her chin on her hands, smiling expectantly as he tuned the guitar. Just one song, okay? I'm not really interested in this anymore, Shinji said, adjusting the strings before closing his eyes and strumming softly. The soothing, tranquil prelude in C major began to play. C, E, M, D, F, G, C, A. Just sit and relax for a while longer. Shinji's voice, still a bit husky from recently going through puberty, matched the song perfectly as the sun set. Twilight is falling, and the evening glow will soon fill my eyes. As Shinji played and sang softly, Sakura closed her eyes, swaying gently to the melody. In the dim living room, illuminated only by the last rays of the sunset, the purple-haired girl's heart gradually sank into the simple, pure, and soul-touching melody. Only my shadow remains, standing alone. As the song ended, Shinji put the guitar aside. Sakura, it's over. It's a new song, brother, Sakura said happily, opening her eyes. And it's just as wonderful as always. It's just someone else's song, Shinji waved dismissively. Why do you always say it's someone else's song or book when you clearly wrote it? Sakura asked, puzzled. I've said it's borrowed. I'm not thick-skinned enough to claim others' work as my own. Then tell me, brother, where's the original song from? Sakura, hands on her hips, looked at Shinji with a knowing smile. Shinji was at a loss. He couldn't tell her it was from another world, and thinking about his past life. Dad. Mom. Sister. He wondered if the flow of time in the two worlds was the same. If so, his parents would be over 60, and his sister would be in her 30s, possibly with a child in high school. And then? Would his computer's hard drive have been discovered? Would his physical death have led to a social death as well? Watching Shinji silently lying on the floor with his hands behind his head, Sakura felt a small sense of pride and hummed as if to say, I knew it. Sakura, who's cooking dinner? As if remembering something or just wanting to change the topic, Shinji suddenly asked. Please let me handle it. Sakura stood up enthusiastically. When I went out to buy your manga, I also bought dinner ingredients. Just wait and see. Seeing Sakura's eager expression, Shinji didn't argue. However, the sight of her bouncing made him a bit dizzy, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Brother, what are you looking at? Nothing, Shinji shook his head, wondering, could Sakura's impressive figure be due to those special late-night snacks I used to make? Oh, almost forgot, Shinji said, getting up. Sakura, I need to visit the temple. I'll be back before dinner. Is it about donating that golden Buddha statue you mentioned? Shinji smiled. No, not donating. Just gilding the temple's statues with a thin layer of gold leaf. Shinji had arranged this a month ago with the previous head monk, who had been his master during his harsh training at the temple. Sai's father. To Sai's father, who had muscles of steel, Shinji was a remarkable and rare disciple. After all, Shinji had completed all the absurdly tough training in just 3 months. Both Sai's father and brother, the current head monk, liked Shinji. The former saw him as an outstanding disciple, while the latter considered him a younger brother, much like Sai. This was why Shinji and Sai had a good relationship. At the entrance, Shinji sat on the floor, changing into his outdoor shoes, while Sakura stood behind him, looking worried. Are you sure you can go out? Even though your fever's gone? Yes, I'm almost fully recovered. Come back before dinner, Sakura reminded him. Shinji smiled warmly as he opened the door. I will. I'm off then. Have a safe trip. Chapter 60. Ruta Temple, situated on Mount Enso at the eastern edge of Fuiuki town, was quite a distance from the Mata residence, taking about an hour to walk there. So, Shinji chose to ride a motorcycle. Coincidentally, on the way to Ruta Temple, Shinji happened to run into Sai, who was walking home at a leisurely pace after school. Hey, Sai, need a ride? Shinji stopped his bike and called out to Sai. Matu. Sai, carrying his bag, stopped in surprise. Weren't you supposed to be homesick with a cold today? Were you faking it? No, it was real. I'm feeling much better now. I just wanted to check on the progress at the temple before dinner. Sai's expression softened a bit. I see. As for the progress, the craftsmen arrived this morning. According to my brother, they discussed the plan and started work before noon. I was surprised you offered to gild the Buddha statue, Matu. It's nothing. After all, gilding Buddha statues brings great merit, and it was thanks to Reiknisan that my grandfather's hasty funeral was well managed. At the foot of Mount Enso, Shinji parked his motorcycle and looked up at the long staircase, shaking his head with a sigh. Every time I see it, it looks exhausting. A cable car would be nice. Matu. Have you become so lazy? Sai rebuked sharply. You used to carry water up and down 10 times a day without complaint when you trained with my father. I think you should come back to the temple during the holidays to train your mind again. No, thanks. Shinji waved his hand dismissively. By the way, didn't you just choose the easy way? Riding my motorcycle. It's hard to imagine Sai being lazy. To shut up. Sai blushed slightly, as if his sore spot had been hit. I'm not like you. I just have no energy left. Is that so? Yes, Sai adjusted his glasses and started climbing the long stairs. For some reason, my energy was depleted unusually fast today. After lunch, I was hungry again before school ended, whereas I usually don't feel hungry until around 7. Probably a growth spurt, Shinji replied nonchalantly. Your body needs more nutrients. Besides, your bento is always simple. It might not meet your daily nutritional needs. That makes sense, Sai nodded. Everyone must be going through a growth spurt. Everyone? Yes, during breaks, the students chat about being hungry around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I should remind everyone to eat more nutrients at our next meeting, otherwise, they'll lack energy in class. You're really dedicated, Shinji muttered. Being hungry is uncomfortable and causes problems. Many students ran home for dinner after school, which is against the rules. Sounds like elementary school kids, Shinji commented. It does. They're high schoolers but still rush home to eat, Sai grumbled. But because of this, another task is progressing smoothly. Another task? You weren't at school today, Matu, so you missed it. Last night, there was a murder at a crossroads near the school. A family of 4 was attacked, only the child survived. The parents and sister were killed by a sharp object to the chest. This is the second home invasion murder recently. First, there was a gas leak in Shinto, and now this murder. For students' safety, the school decided that everyone, except those in club activities, must leave by 6. These are troubling times, Shinji sighed. Indeed, Sai sighed as well, then glanced sharply at Shinji. Speaking of which, it's strange for you, who often skips school without reason, to actually take a sick day. What do you mean? Shinji asked, puzzled. I mean, with your usual behavior, I'd expect you to skip without any excuse. Sai, are you? Shinji almost said, are you suspecting me? But he stopped, thinking Sai probably wouldn't make that connection. Another honor student took a sick day today too, also for a cold. Oh? Who? Shinji feigned surprise. Sai withdrew his gaze. Forget it. From your reaction, it's not what I thought. If it was, I'd suggest my father confine you to the temple for retraining. Shinji knew who Sai was referring to and what he suspected. But to Shinji, Rin wasn't someone he liked or disliked intensely. He found her attractive and appreciated her personality but didn't harbor romantic feelings. Standing by the temple gate was a man with long, dark blue hair tied in a ponytail with a light purple ribbon, strands falling to his collarbone. He was handsome, wearing a deep purple sleeveless hari over a purple kimono, with purple wrist guards and straw sandals. He had a twig in his mouth. Behind him was a 5-foot-long pole with a purple sheath for his sword, named Mono Oshizao. Sasaki Kojiro stood with his arms crossed, calmly gazing ahead. He made no sound and his presence was almost undetectable, blending perfectly with his surroundings. Shinji knew this ability wasn't a class skill but a technique called presence concealment, which Kojiro had mastered as a swordsman. This wasn't a skill for sneaking around but a technique of blending his presence into his surroundings, achieved through spiritual discipline. Though not as refined for assassination as Husan's presence concealment, Kojiro's skill made him a formidable opponent, hard to detect even for other servants. Shinji could sense Kojiro's presence for 2 reasons. First, Shinji knew Kojiro was here, so he deliberately searched for him. In fact, knowing Kojiro's existence in advance made it easier to detect him. Second, Kojiro's presence concealment had similarities to Shinji's own techniques for hiding his presence. Chapter 61 Because his gaze wasn't focused on Kojiro, Kojiro didn't notice Shinji's quick glance in his direction. However, as Shinji approached the temple gate, Kojiro felt a slight sense of unease. This boy's movements were too natural. Every swing of his arm, every step he took, was natural, coordinated, and without any superfluous motion, a samurai's son of this era? Quite a promising youth. Kojiro praised Shinji in his heart but didn't pay much attention to him. At 7 o'clock, after finishing his business at the temple, Shinji exchanged a few pleasantries with the monks and left. Even until he left, Shinji didn't see his hidden target for this visit Caster. No one at the temple mentioned anything about a new woman living there either. Worried that Caster might have used some kind of suggestion magic to prevent people from talking about her, Shinji didn't ask directly to avoid alerting her. However, Shinji keenly noticed an unusual atmosphere around a particular room in the back courtyard and a strange aura covering the temple's natural barrier, undetectable by ordinary people. Shinji knew that once Caster settled down, she had begun to act again, as Sai mentioned the murder cases. The 2 recent home invasion murders were Caster's attempts to gather magical energy from ordinary people. Shinji had considered preventing the tragedies and saving people. Last night, he even secretly searched for and infiltrated the home of the 4-person family for an hour. But it was too late, the boy's sister and parents were already dead. If they had even a breath left, Shinji could have extended their lives by expending some of his own energy, just like he saved Base before. Unfortunately, Shinji didn't have the power to resurrect the dead. Before leaving the crime scene last night, Shinji felt a pang of pity for the little boy sitting in a daze, covered in his family's blood, his mind shattered or mentally collapsed. Even if he survived, the boy's life would be shrouded in darkness, plagued by mental and psychological illnesses. Understanding this, Shinji found a way to make the boy fall asleep, knowing that staying awake until dawn would completely break the child's spirit. As Shinji left the boy's home, his attitude toward Castor plummeted, even considering setting a trap for her in the Holy Grail War. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an office building in Shinto, standing at the edge of the unprotected building, Rin placed one hand on her hip, facing the distance. She exhaled softly before speaking. "Sorry, Archer. I delayed a bit too long. I couldn't take you around as planned. If necessary, I can take another day off tomorrow to show you around. For now, let's just look at the city's panorama." "No, that's not necessary." Archer's voice came from behind Rin before his figure appeared. He continued, "Just being here is enough for me." "What are you talking about?" Rin naturally replied, feeling the cool wind. "From here, you can only see the city's panorama. How can you understand the layout without walking around?" "That's not entirely true. The archer class isn't just for show. Poor vision would disqualify me as an archer. For example, I can clearly count the tiles on that bridge." "That's amazing. You really are an archer." Seeing Rin's surprised expression, Archer seemed a bit helpless. "Rin, though it might be my imagination, are you underestimating me?" "Of course not." Rin smiled as she turned back, starting to walk. "All right, let's go back, Archer. My magical energy hasn't fully recovered yet. A good night's sleep should help." "Wait, Rin. You still have other concerns, right? What about that man?" Rin's steps halted instantly. After a few seconds, she turned around with a constipated expression. "I have to say, you sure know how to bring up topics people don't want to talk about." "What do you mean by that?" "Although he said so this afternoon, if he lied to you today and later summoned a servant to become a master, he would be your enemy in this Holy Grail War." "That won't happen." Rin's tone suddenly relaxed. "Do you trust him that much?" Archer frowned. Even with his fragmented memories of this era, the Mata Shinji he vaguely remembered wasn't like this. Rin waved her hand dismissively, looking indifferent. "I know that idiot well. He has no interest in the Holy Grail or Magus battles, just as he said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the Matu family withdraw from the world of magecraft even with a child possessing magical potential." "Are you sure you know that man, Mata Shinji, well? From what I heard in your conversation, he doesn't seem as superficial as he appears." "I know better than you," Rin affirmed, then looked at the distant night sky. After a few seconds, she spoke again. "Archer, do you believe in true geniuses in this world? Do you mean people with exceptional talent in certain areas?" "Something like that. I believe they exist." "Then that idiot is someone who is even more abnormal than those with overwhelming talent in one area. Simply put, anything he's interested in, he can achieve results far beyond normal people in a short time." "What do you mean?" Archer slightly furrowed his brows. "Let me explain through his actual experiences." Rin began to recount Shinji's incredible feats, which seemed unbelievable to ordinary people. In short, anything he finds interesting, he can reach heights others can't in a very short time. "What would you call such a person?" Looking at Rin, who turned back to stare at him, Archer pondered for a moment before slowly uttering two words. "A monster." Rin nodded. "Exactly, he's a real monster that makes everyone lose the desire to challenge him. Of course, this is only within the realm of ordinary people. He doesn't have the basic requirement for being a Magus magic circuits and he has no interest in magecraft." "Are you sure?" "Of course. He never hides his dislike for magecraft in front of me." "From your words, it seems you really understand him." "Of course," Rin replied instinctively, but then she blushed and stammered, "WHWH, what are you talking about?" "Just so you know, don't get any weird ideas. We're just from the same school." "All right, I'll take it that way." "What do you mean, take it that way?" "That's the truth. Let me make it clear, I have no interest in that guy. Didn't you see how we always argue when we meet?" Chapter 62. "Okay, understood. As a master, I won't comment on your private matters. Let's talk about how you plan to handle this situation." Rin folded her arms and turned away, her face slightly red. "Simple. We'll just observe for now. As long as he doesn't summon a servant, he's just an ordinary person unrelated to the Holy Grail War. The command spells won't form, and we can wait for someone else to summon the last saber." "So, you're not considering the possibility that he might summon a servant or that you might have to fight him? How did you interpret it that way?" Rin retorted, blushing. No matter how I hear it, that's what it sounds like. You. Rin tightened her fists, gritting her teeth. I swear, in some ways, you really are like that guy, especially in how you annoy me. Archer chuckled softly. What's so funny? I told you it's not like that. I can't stand that kind of man. Calm down, master. I haven't said anything yet. TCH. Rin turned away, perhaps to hide her embarrassed expression. Enough. Right now, I'm more concerned about something else. The matter of the Winter Saint, Justice, residing in the Holy Grail that he mentioned? Yes, although he might have been mocking me, the more I think about it, the more it seems the Holy Grail isn't as simple as I thought. I agree. Archer nodded. Even though I was only listening, that man seems very knowledgeable about the Holy Grail. Ugh. Rin sighed, putting one hand on her hip. Looks like I'll have to dig through the basement archives when I have time. There are still many things about the Holy Grail that I don't know. Why not just ask that man directly? Rin laughed in exasperation. A Magus asking someone who's left the world of magecraft for guidance? How do you come up with these ideas? Besides, didn't you see today how poorly we get along? I don't want to ask that guy for anything. Alright then, do as you wish. Let's go back. Tonight is for recovering my magical energy. Without hesitation, Rin turned and walked away, clearly irritated by Archer's suggestion. Wait, Rin. I have one last question. Rin stopped again, turning back with a look of impatience. What now? Don't tell me it's about that idiot again. No, it's something else. Rin, you've been trained since childhood to become a master, and you've adhered to this goal, right? Yes, for the Tasaka family, the Holy Grail is a long-standing wish passed down through generations. Rin answered without hesitation. Then you must have your own wish. If I don't know my master's wish, I can't be your sword. Archer stood up and looked straight at Rin. Rin, what is your wish? My wish? I don't have one. What? Archer was surprised. That's impossible. The Holy Grail is the omnipotent cup that grants any wish. It holds the power of the entire world. But conquering the world sounds troublesome. Wishing for such meaningless things is pointless. That's hard to understand. Archer shook his head. Then why do you fight? Because the battle is there, Archer. Looking into Rin's clear and serious eyes, Archer suddenly realized something. So, you mean yes, I fight simply for victory. I see. You truly are worthy of being my master. You are undoubtedly the strongest master, a most suitable one for me to serve. Rin was momentarily at a loss, her face slightly reddening as Archer suddenly bowed respectfully. But just then, Archer sensed something. He instantly summoned the blade, tightly gripping it in his right hand and turned to protect Rin. Who's there? An enemy? Rin was startled but remained calm, crouching and slipping her hands into her coat pockets, fully alert. If it was indeed an enemy, this could mark the beginning of her first battle in the Holy Grail War. They've fled already, moving very fast. Archer said. It was a servant. What should we do, Rin? Archer's tone implied whether they should pursue. After careful consideration, Rin decided against pursuing. First, her magical energy hadn't fully recovered since summoning Archer. Second, the enemy's master hadn't shown themselves, and they didn't know which class the servant was. Pursuing without knowing their true intentions or strength wasn't wise. Third, she wasn't sure if the enemy had gathered any information about them. The information gap between the two sides could determine the battle's outcome. Additionally, according to Archer, the enemy's speed far surpassed theirs. Archer agreed with Rin's decision. At 9 p.m. Meta residence. The fire in the living room's fireplace was dying down, and the kotitsu had long been put away by Shinji. At this moment, Shinji was barefoot, lying on the sofa by the fireplace, resting his head on his hand, looking at a laptop screen, occasionally moving the mouse and tapping the keyboard. Brother, my bathroom's water heater seems to be broken. Can I use yours? Sure. Shinji responded without looking up. Then, he turned around and added, but there are more than 2 bathrooms in the house. Before he could finish, Shinji fell silent, several lines appearing on his forehead. Standing at the living room door, wrapped only in a towel and partially exposed, was Sakura. Shinji sighed in exasperation. Sakura, even though we're siblings and at home, you should be mindful of your age. Sakura stuck out her tongue. Sorry, brother. I only realized the water heater was broken after getting into the bathroom. Use another bathroom for now. We'll get it fixed tomorrow. Then I'll just use your bathroom for now. There's no need to use mine specifically. Before Shinji could finish, Sakura had already exited with a smile and closed the living room door behind her. The bathroom, huh? In the short time since Suzuki's death, Sakura had indeed become more cheerful, but she was also becoming increasingly bold, Shinji thought to himself. Meanwhile, At the Twin Towers, Bayzet was listening to Ryder's report of the day's findings after her patrol. Due to certain reasons, Bayzet had not yet revealed that she was alive, so she hadn't accompanied Ryder. Yes, it was wise not to act hastily. Bayzet said as she flexed her wrist. Finding 4 servants in one day was beyond my expectations. The assassin guarding Ruta Temple, the Innsburn berserker who was repelled, the witch in the temple gathering souls, and the archer and his master patrolling as well. The strongest seems to be the berserker, whose stats allow him to take on 6 servants alone. It's not a favorable situation. Chapter 63 Bayzet, although I wasn't followed, I was detected by Archer. So our base. Ryder hesitated. There's no need to move for now. This peculiar barrier, although its principle is unclear, can't be seen through by anyone unfamiliar with this place. Did he set it up? Huh. Bayzet's face showed a hint of discomfort, but she quickly explained, it's a barrier completely different from magical barriers. It doesn't use any magic, yet it can deceive the 6 senses. It's a very practical barrier. Seeing the awkward look on Bayzet's face, Ryder felt a strange emotion stir within her, almost like jealousy. Late at night, Bayzet was sitting in front of the sofa, fiddling with a puzzle Shinji had played with earlier, while Ryder sat by the window with her back to Bayzet, quietly reading a book. Ryder, what are you reading? A novel that Sakura said Shinji wrote. Ryder pointed to 2 books stacked on a nearby table, but she didn't take her eyes off the pages in her hand, fearing that without her mystic eye killer, she might accidentally petrify Bayzet with her eyes. He wrote novels too? Bayzet was surprised. She got up and examined the covers of the 2 novels titled The 3-Body Problem Part 1 and Part 2. Can I take a look? Sure. Ryder nodded slightly. And so, the 2 of them spent the entire night immersed in Liu Cixin's imaginative world. Back at the Mata residence. Hearing the dull sound of the clock, Shinji, who had been engrossed in his laptop, looked up at the clock in the corner showing midnight. He then glanced at Sakura beside him. This girl was perfect in many ways, but she was too clingy. After her bath, she didn't go to sleep but instead stayed quietly beside him for 2 hours. What was she always thinking about? Sakura, it's midnight. Go to bed early. Shinji smiled, pulling out his arm that had gone a bit numb from being leaned on. Sakura pouted and clung to his arm again. Seeing this, Shinji decided to use a gentle approach to persuade her. Sakura, are you interested in traveling abroad? Traveling abroad? Sakura perked up, clearly interested. Yes, in a few days. I plan to travel for a few days. Would you like to join me? Yes. Sakura responded eagerly. Traveling with Shinji sounded like a dream she couldn't refuse. Alright, then let's prepare. We'll go after finishing up here. Shinji smiled, then thought of something and looked around the living room. Speaking of which, Sakura, how about we renovate the house while we're away? It feels a bit too dark. Even with the curtains open during the day, it's not very bright. The entrance is always so dark when we come back home. Sure, whatever you decide, brother. Sakura smiled sweetly, looking satisfied. Shinji began counting on his fingers as he looked around. We can repaint the walls, install 1 or 2 large windows on the sunny side to brighten the living room, and replace the chandelier with a big crystal one that lights up the entire hall. We also need to redesign the hallway and deal with the overgrown trees and grass in the yard blocking the sunlight. We should also replace the wallpaper, carpet, appliances, and furniture. Speaking of appliances, don't worry about the water heater in your bathroom. Use another bathroom for now, and we'll replace it during the renovation. Okay. By the way, will my room be renovated too? What do you want? Shinji asked, as he skillfully searched for images of princess-themed rooms. Sakura's eyes lit up. This pink one is so cute. Should we go with this style? But this white Snow White theme is also adorable. How about the white one then? But the Smurfs theme is cute too. You like those little blue guys? That's an unusual preference. No, it's just cute. Geez. February 2nd, Saturday. The day Shiru Amiya meets Saber. At 7 a.m., Shinji finished his morning training in the basement, which used to be Skin's workshop. Without the bugs, it was now just an ordinary basement, perfect for morning exercises. In front of the dining room. Sakura. Creak. Shinji opened the dining room door and saw the breakfast laid out on the table. He muttered to himself, she left me breakfast and went to school for morning club activities. Such a considerate child. Well, time to wash up. In the bathroom, Shinji pulled open the door and froze at the sight of Sakura soaking in the bathtub. Sakura, equally stunned, covered her chest and stared at Shinji. The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze. Sorry, I didn't know you were in here. I'll use another bathroom. Shinji quickly closed the door and fled, leaving behind an awkward apology. Feeling both embarrassed and confused, He wondered why these motherly, accidental encounters kept happening to him, a side character. Seriously, what's with this? Cough. I mean, what's with this situation? Sorry, Sakura, today was my mistake. I'll be more careful next time. Let's just pretend it never happened. On the way to school, Shinji spoke awkwardly. Sakura smiled. It's okay, it was just an accident. I'm glad you understand. Shinji sighed in relief. I'll be more careful from now on. I'll use my dad's old bathroom for the time being. Okay, Sakura responded softly, remembering the morning scene, and tightened her grip on Shinji's arm. Sakura. You're bleeding from your nose. Are you alright? Are you feeling unwell? At noon, the door to Hamurahira Academy's infirmary was opened. Sakura, Emiya is here to see you. Shinji entered first, announcing teasingly. Sakura, are you feeling better? Shinji said you weren't feeling well today. Following closely behind, Shiro entered, looking concerned. Seeing Sakura flustered, he asked, Sakura, were you just? It's nothing, it's nothing. Sakura quickly composed herself, adjusting her hair. Thank you for your concern, senpai. I just have a bit of a heat stroke. She really can't hide her feelings. Seeing Emiya made her so flustered. Shinji mused. What Shinji didn't know was that Sakura had been trying to hide an old manga titled Miyuki that she had been reading all morning. Chapter 64 Squeak Sakura, I heard you're not feeling well? Huh? Rin entered the room and paused, seeing Shinji and Shiro already inside. Thank you for your concern, sis. Tasaka-senpai, I'm fine now. Sakura smiled gratefully. Seeing this unusual combination, Shinji suddenly thought, is this the high jump team? No, it's just everyone watching Shiro jump high. Wait, wasn't I supposed to support my sister? So what I should be doing is being a good wingman. That's good. Anyway, take it easy and rest. I need to talk to your brother. Before Shinji could say anything, Rin grabbed his sleeve and pulled him out of the room. Sakura could only watch as her brother was taken away by her sister, not daring to stop them. On the familiar rooftop, Shinji was eating the bento Sakura had prepared for him that morning, savoring every bite. Although it was Saturday with only morning classes, Sakura had still prepared a bento, probably because she had archery club activities in the afternoon. Sitting beside him, Rin held a sandwich and a carton of milk, her face twitching in irritation as she watched Shinji. Her posture had been the same for the past 5 minutes. The situation began when they first reached the rooftop. Rin, don't play dumb with me. Is Sakura feeling unwell because she received the Menta family's magic crest? Shinji, what nonsense are you talking about? Grandpa was cremated. How could there be such a thing? I saw it myself, it burned cleanly. After that initial exchange, Rin fell into a prolonged silence. Of course, Shinji was just joking. Skin's magic crest didn't exist. The insect-like body didn't possess such a thing. If anything, the worm inside Sakura was Skin's entire legacy, but unfortunately, when Shinji redeemed Skin, he found no magic crest on it. Skin had never intended to raise an heir. In fact, he no longer deserved to be called a magus, as others had said, he was merely a vampire. Sure, if one dug deep enough, they might find some remnants of a magic crest on the worm, but Shinji didn't want Skin's affairs to be exposed. Dealing with the Mages Association would be a headache, so Shinji faked Skin's cremation thoroughly. If the Mages Association investigated, they wouldn't find anything. In fact, Shinji could proudly declare it as the Meta family's determination to completely withdraw from magecraft. Moreover, Shinji had hidden Sakura's imaginary element with some methods, making her appear as a normal girl with mediocre waterline magical aptitude. I'm full. Shinji put down his chopsticks, clasped his hands together, and then looked at Rin, who was still holding her original posture. What's wrong? Not hungry? Rin finally snapped out of it and took a deep breath. You're truly a dutiful grandchild. Don't praise me too much, I might get embarrassed. That wasn't a compliment. Huh? It wasn't? Seeing Shinji's smug expression, Rin decided to hold back her urge to punch him. Sacrificing centuries of magical knowledge and even the family's magic crest. This guy wasn't just ruthless, he was hardcore. Suppressing her annoyance, Rin turned away and angrily bit into her bread. The Mages Association in London contacted me. They want the Tasaka family to investigate and report on the Mata family's withdrawal from magecraft. Just report the truth. Shinji shrugged indifferently. Even if I report it truthfully, the Mages Association will send someone to verify it. Magic crests are serious business. What you did is unprecedented. Be prepared for what's coming. Whatever. Shinji remained indifferent. He had a good idea of who the Mages Association would send. They wouldn't send someone from far away, they'd likely ask Bayzet, who was already nearby, to verify it after the Holy Grail War ended. Bayzet. She's easy to fool. Give me your left hand. What for? Shinji looked at Rin strangely. Just give it to me. Rin grabbed Shinji's left hand, carefully examining his wrist before letting go. You don't suspect I was lying yesterday, do you? Shinji glanced at the faint, incomplete command spell on his wrist and smirked. I told you, I'm not participating in that boring war. Rin turned away, her face slightly red, and mumbled, just checking, don't make a big deal out of it. But, I didn't expect you really had no intention of joining the Holy Grail War. It seems you're quite self-aware of your capabilities. You're really annoying, you know that? Shinji shrugged. But you're wrong about one thing. I'm not participating because I don't want to be involved in magecraft anymore, and because it's boring. If I did participate, victory would be a foregone conclusion. Overconfidence can be your downfall. Believe it or not, if I wanted the Holy Grail, victory would be mine. But I'm not interested. Seeing Shinji speak so nonchalantly, Rin's brows furrowed. What made Shinji, who wasn't even a magus, so confident? Could he really know something crucial about the Holy Grail War that she didn't? She had stayed up late last night to confirm that the Holy Grail War and the individual who could manifest the third magic, the Winter Saint Justice, were indeed related. But what did Shinji mean by saying Justice resided at the bottom of the Holy Grail? Alright, time to go. Shinji stood up after packing the bento box. He then paused and added, by the way, good job earlier. Earlier? Rin was confused. Giving Sakura and Amiya a chance to be alone. You mean Amiya Shiru? So, you know Sakura likes him? Anyone with eyes can see it. But Sakura is too shy to confess. Shinji chuckled. Then, looking into the distance with a soft expression, he continued, you know, Tasaka, for ordinary people, having something they love is happiness. But having someone they love makes them even happier. Watching Shinji smile beautifully after saying this, Rin felt her cheeks begin to burn. What are you suddenly saying? Idiot. I'm just telling you that Sakura is probably happy now. Haven't you always cared about her? Oh, is that so? Rin turned away quietly. Anyway, no classes this afternoon. I'm going home to have some tea and take a nap. Wait. Chapter 65. What now? Shinji stopped and looked at Rin with some irritation. I just wanted to remind you that there seem to be other masters at school. Keep your command spells hidden so you won't be mistaken for a master and dragged into the war. How do you know? There's a strange barrier over the school. It's hard to detect, but it's definitely there. I'm not sure what it does yet, but it could be set by a servant. I plan to stay and investigate tonight. So perceptive. Shinji praised her internally. It was the first time anyone had noticed the barrier he set up. Though it was just a basic barrier with its power dialed down to the minimum, its function was simply to speed up metabolism and increase energy consumption slightly, enhancing appetite to help students avoid picky eating. The purpose was simple, to make students hungry earlier and go home for dinner and sleep sooner, avoiding any potential dangers at school. Take care of yourself then. Goodbye. With that, Shinji raised his hand and turned to leave, but then he heard Rin speak again. Meta Shinji, let me ask you one more time. Are you really not going to summon a servant and join the Holy Grail War? Of course not, I have absolutely no interest. Shinji replied without turning back, waving his hands lightly. Rin finally let out a sigh of relief as Shinji left the rooftop. Meanwhile, Archer, who had been in spirit form above them the whole time, was puzzled by something else. Did that kind and gentle junior really like me? At 3 p.m. In a hotel suite in Shinto, Shinji had just finished his afternoon tea and was now taking a shower. After his shower, he walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, ready to change and leave, but then he sensed something. The faint sounds in the suite indicated the presence of a third person. However, Shinji wasn't alarmed because this presence was very familiar. At the door of the room, Shinji stood with his arms crossed, looking amusedly at Ryder, who was bent over, feeding on the pale neck of a young woman. Shinji knew that even if her master provided ample magical energy, Ryder would still secretly drink blood, just like in the HF route of Spring Song. Dietary habits are hard to change, Shinji thought. He himself still preferred Chinese food in this life. Be careful not to let Bazit catch you, Ryder. Too much. Ryder stood up, licking the blood from her lips, and turned to face Shinji. This woman is just an ordinary person. Your excess magical energy would be wasted on her. After glancing at the woman, seeing she was only slightly drained of excess mental energy, Shinji replied casually, "You're wrong, Ryder. That wasn't magical energy. It was just excess mental energy, the third element for Mage. It's not a waste. Overflowing energy needs to be vented occasionally, or my mind can't handle it." Ryder didn't reply. After a moment of silence, she walked straight toward Shinji, driven by curiosity. "Why not give it to me instead?" Shinji furrowed his brows and thought deeply. When did his kind-hearted nature get exposed? As Shinji pondered, Ryder stopped in front of him. Thinking his silence meant consent, Ryder leaned towards Shinji's neck. Wait. Shinji suddenly raised his hand to stop her, speaking righteously, though I understand dietary habits aren't easy to change, a monotonous diet can cause nutritional deficiencies? Ryder tilted her head, question marks popping up over her head. Also, you should be more sincere in your interactions. Your current attitude won't do. And as they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Huh? Ryder was confused, then suddenly realized Shinji had undone her mystic eyes, killing silently. Don't. As Ryder averted her gaze in embarrassment, Shinji maintained his serious expression and said, be more sincere. Look me in the eye and state your request. Ryder swallowed and hesitantly met Shinji's gaze, but quickly looked away again. Shinji sighed deeply, sounding disappointed. Alright. I'll help you a bit. Not just with sincerity in dealing with people, but also with your picky eating problem. Huh? Ryder was puzzled but suddenly found herself being princess carried by Shinji. In that moment of eye contact, the already startled Ryder panicked even more and tried to look away, but Shinji sternly ordered. Look at me. Not even my master dares to be this bossy with me. Ryder felt indignant but inexplicably complied. At 7 p.m., in another room of the suite, two sharp fangs pierced Shinji's skin, and blood flowed into Ryder's mouth, which she greedily sucked. This man thinks he can change my eating habits? Ridiculous. Such deeply ingrained habits can't be changed so easily. Everything I did for the past few hours was just a facade to get to this point. Yes, that's it. Ryder reassured herself. After drinking about 20 milliliters of Shinji's blood, Ryder said Bazet was waking up and left. Servants really are convenient. Shinji muttered to himself, marveling at how even clothing could be magically conjured, making things so easy. On the hotel's rooftop, Ryder appeared and contemplated. This man is definitely different from ordinary people. That immense third element, the blood rich in vitality, and the soul that seemed both normal and abnormal. I can't see through him. Even after all this, I still can't understand what this extraordinary man is thinking. In conclusion, Detective Ryder took a big risk today, but her investigation into Shinji yielded no progress and reached a dead end. Balanced diet. Ryder murmured, touching her stomach. With the immense third element, mental energy, the blood rich in vitality, and the magical energy generously provided by Bazet. This should be very balanced, right? Leaving the hotel, Shinji suddenly felt a moment of enlightenment, like the protagonists in certain novels he had read in his past life. Shinji knew this was thanks to Ryder. She had enlightened him. And this enlightenment was wasting. Spiritual energy, inner power, mental energy, vitality, is shameful. Why not give it to those in need? Helping servants lacking magical energy isn't good? Frugality and making the best use of everything are virtues that should never be abandoned, no matter the world or era. I must not become like those despicable actions my grandfather mentioned from my previous life, where Americans would waste milk rather than give it to the poor. Realizing this, Shinji felt his sense of morality rise to a new level. So this is what enlightenment feels like. I've learned something new. Since he had already informed the family that he wouldn't be home for dinner and would be back late, Shinji wasn't in a hurry to return. Wandering around Shindo until 10 p.m., Shinji didn't encounter any lone servants or masters. Except for a certain helpful citizen, Gilgamesh. Hands in his pockets, Gilgamesh's eyes flashed red as he passed by Shinji. Huh, so even a guy without magic can get command spells? How unexpectedly interesting, this mongrel. Chapter 66. Damn it, how did I end up getting noticed by the big boss? Shinji was frustrated as he walked, cursing his luck. He had remained calm when he passed by the helpful citizen, acting as if he was just another passerby on the street, not revealing any sign of recognition. However, Shinji noticed that Mr. Gold had smirked. He had actually smirked at him. Damn it, he really got the big boss's attention. Shinji could only smile bitterly inside, becoming even more determined to act cowardly. Even though this world's Shinji didn't join the archery club and didn't ask Shiru to clean the dojo, fate still led Shiru to stay behind and clean the dojo thoroughly by himself. The reason for this was simple. In the original timeline, as the vice captain, Shinji was asked by Taiga to clean the dojo, and he conveniently passed the job to the ever-helpful Shiru, acting as the matchmaker for all of Shiru's routes. In this timeline, Shiru was the vice captain and was entrusted by Taiga to clean the dojo. Shiru, being diligent and meticulous, completed the task without complaint, regardless of his hunger. By the time Shinji realized this, it was almost midnight. At 11:30 p.m., after searching every corridor of the school building and finding no bloodstains, Shinji frowned in thought. There were no signs of battle on the playground either, meaning that in this timeline, Archer hadn't encountered Lancer at the school. Should be fine, right? Shinji thought. Leaving the school, Shinji walked about 50 meters before he noticed faint bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned properly. He continued walking for about 500 meters until he reached an intersection. The upturned pavement, fallen street lights, signal lights, and telephone poles, along with the still sparking torn wires on the ground, all indicated that a battle had taken place here recently. Shinji stroked his chin, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment, quickly deducing the likely scenario. Failing to find anything unusual and with her stomach growling, Rin had left the school with Archer. Upon reaching this intersection, they encountered Lancer, who was perched on a telephone pole with a long spear, looking as unlucky as his fate with women suggested. A battle erupted instantly. Archer and Lancer fought fiercely, while Rin watched with bated breath, her fist clutched to her chest, engrossed in the fight. Each time Archer's sword was shattered by Lancer, Rin's expression grew more serious. Of course, Archer didn't realize his master was mourning the loss of those swords. Rin's thoughts were actually along the lines of, those swords could sell for a lot, such a pity. Meanwhile, a red-haired boy who had just finished cleaning the archery dojo stepped out of the school gate, ready to head home, but was drawn by the clanging sounds from the opposite direction. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached the source of the noise. In the ensuing battle, Lancer, growing impatient, prepared to use his noble phantasm but was interrupted by approaching footsteps. The events unfolded just like the original timeline: bloodstains, the fallen boy, faint breathing, a guilt-ridden girl, the boy's identity, memories of his sister, and a high jump in the sunset. Finally, after a mental struggle, the girl used her family's heirloom jewel. Afterward, the boy lay by a roadside garbage bin for over 2 hours. Yes, this seems right. Shinji confirmed his speculation internally. This felt just about right. Of course, there was one small difference in the actual events. Rin, upon seeing that the boy stabbed in the heart was Shiru, thought of her sister but didn't recall any sunset high jump. Instead, she remembered what Shinji had said that afternoon: having something you like is a happiness for ordinary people. But having someone you love makes you even happier. Ultimately, for Sakura's happiness, Rin sacrificed her heirloom jewel. Emiya residence. Hearing the sounds of weapons clashing from the courtyard, Shinji sighed in relief. As he opened the front door, he glanced at his clean left wrist. Entering the house, Shinji calmly found the slippers he had worn on previous visits. Yes, it's important to be polite when entering someone's home. After changing into the slippers and neatly arranging his shoes, Shinji leisurely made his way down the corridor toward the backyard, not even pausing when he heard a loud crash. You dodged it, Saber. You actually dodged my killing blow. Lancer looked up, his eyes wide and face twisted in anger, at the golden-haired, green-eyed girl, Saber, who was sitting on the ground clutching her injured left shoulder. A curse. No, that was a reversal of casualty. Guy Bolg, you must be the son of light from Ireland. TCH. Realizing his identity had been discovered, Lancer clicked his tongue in self-mockery. I messed up. If I can't kill with this move, it's trouble. He shouldered his spear and started walking towards the wall, muttering, my employer is a coward, telling me to retreat if my spear was dodged. Are you running away? Saber shouted. You can chase me if you want. Lancer paused, then turned sharply to glare at Saber with a fierce expression. But you'd better be prepared to die. With that, Lancer was about to leave when he heard a voice. Excuse me. Shiru. Saber. Lancer. Shiru stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Shinji, who was standing by the broken glass door in the corridor. Shinji, why are you here at this time? On my way back, I noticed bloodstains near the school. After checking around, I heard sounds from your place and came to see if you were okay. Just then, Shiru yelled, get out of here, Shinji. At that moment, Lancer had turned into spirit form. This scene was all too familiar to Shiru. Simultaneously, Shinji noticed the spear tip appearing suddenly and coming straight at him. Oh, crap. Stumbling back to dodge the spear, Shinji turned and ran back the way he came, shouting, Emiya. Who is this guy? Lancer showed no emotion, but his steps quickened, moving swiftly even in the narrow corridor. Rolling to avoid another strike, Shinji shouted back without looking, why are you chasing me like a mad dog? You're dead, kid. Lancer's face turned livid, and in his fury, his spear missed for the third time. Holding an iron pipe, Shiru yelled, stop joking around. Hang in there, Shinji. I'm coming to help. Saber, now standing, summoned her sword and chased after them. Stop, Lancer. Be careful, Master. Chapter 67. In the short and narrow corridor, 4 people were in a frantic chase. The person at the front was panicking and constantly muttering things like, are you really a mad dog who won't stop chasing people? The one with the spear right behind him was gritting his teeth in fury, determined to take down the person ahead of him. Lancer easily dodged the attacks from Shiryu behind him, not caring about them at all, and was solely focused on teaching the boy in front of him a lesson. Master! Don't get in the way. Let me handle this. Saber shouted from the back, but Shiryu didn't make way. He kept chasing Lancer, hoping to save Shinji with his own strength. The narrow corridor couldn't accommodate 3 armed individuals, resulting in a rather comical scene of 4 people chasing each other. Mainly, it was because Shinji was incredibly agile, narrowly avoiding each attack from behind. Your luck is really something, kid. Lancer's face was livid with rage, veins popping out. To Lancer, Shinji was merely lucky. Just like the last strike where he aimed at Shinji's back, but Shinji suddenly stopped to steady a vase on a nearby table, causing Lancer's attack to miss. Rubbing his head, Shinji apologized. Sorry, Emiya, I almost broke the vase. Is this really the time to worry about that? Watch out. Whoa. Ducking just in time, Shinji avoided another horizontal swipe, the spear tip grazing his hair. Crash. Seeing the shattered vase on the ground, Shinji got up and dashed toward the entrance, shouting back, Emiya. The broken vase isn't my fault. You saw that, right? I said this isn't the time to worry about such trivial things. Shiryu charged forward again, hoping to block Lancer with the iron pipe in his hand. Seeing Shinji stop in front of the closed door, Lancer's face twisted into a sinister smile. This time, stay down and die, kid. Lancer thrust his spear again, but Shinji did something unexpected. Instead of opening the door and running out, he turned around and ran back. This unexpected move caused Lancer's strike to miss again. Seeing Shinji slip past him again and head back, Lancer grew even more furious. Shiryu was stunned but didn't have time to ponder. Run. As Shinji passed by Shiryu, his shout brought Shiryu back to his senses. Without thinking, he turned around. Thud. Ah. Unlike Shinji, who escaped through a gap, Shiryu, in his panic, collided with Saber, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Staring at Saber's delicate and beautiful face just a few centimeters away, Shiryu was momentarily dazed. Especially when their eyes met, he even forgot what he wanted to do. Sorry. Shiryu averted his gaze, his face red with embarrassment. Just call me Saber, master. Saber spoke. Shiryu scratched his cheek awkwardly, his eyes darting around. I'm Shiryu. Shiryu Emiya. Emiya? Saber seemed to realize something. This place. No, wait, Shiryu scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Hearing the conversation behind him, Shinji really wanted to remind them that someone was still being chased. At this point, Lancer rematerialized and closed in on Shinji. It was only then that Shiryu finally snapped back to reality and scrambled to his feet. Crap. Shinji. Leave it to me, Shiryu. Saber stood up, but before she could follow, Shiryu rushed ahead, chasing Lancer who had disappeared around the corner. To Shiryu, although he didn't understand why this girl was fighting that blue-haired guy or what he had gotten himself into, she's a delicate girl. How could he let a girl be in danger? Absolutely not. Seeing Shinji about to reach the broken glass door, Lancer's lips curled into a smile. Once they were outside in the open, he could finish this brat in an instant. The corridor was too narrow, limiting his movements. Coupled with the boy's luck, it might take some effort, but out in the open. One moment was all he needed. With that thought, Lancer stopped and thrust his spear with all his might, not to kill Shinji but to force him outside. However, perhaps due to his luck, things didn't go as Lancer planned. Seeing Shinji turn around and dodge under his arm again, Lancer was beyond enraged. Are you a fox, kid? Cursing, Lancer turned around and chased again. Shinji. Seeing Shinji running toward him unscathed, Shiryu was overjoyed. What are you standing around for? Run, Emiya. As he passed by Shiryu, Shinji shouted another reminder. Oh, right. This time, Shiryu didn't hesitate and sprinted after Shinji. Filled with adrenaline, Shiryu couldn't help but recall when they were chased by upperclassmen in middle school. Back then, under Shinji's guidance, they had always managed to outsmart the upperclassmen and escape safely. But this time... Thud. Seeing Shiryu, distracted and unable to mimic his sidestepping maneuver, collide with Saber again, Shinji's eye twitched. Only a protagonist could do this. Fighting and flirting simultaneously. No matter what, he never dies. So envious. Seeing Lancer leap over the two and charge at him, Shinji wanted to complain, asking why Lancer was only targeting him. Didn't he see those two who had already fallen? And it's the second time. Are you blind? Humphrey, this ends now. In the Emiya family's front yard, Lancer materialized in front of Shinji. Shinji stared in disbelief at the spear piercing his chest, the red spreading across his clothes. Shinji. Shiryu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Saber saw an opening and charged, sword in hand. Clang. Lancer pulled his spear from Shinji's chest to block Saber's attack, retreating several steps. Seriously, I eliminated a witness for you, and you don't even thank me. Fine, fine, I'll retreat now. Wasn't it your order to eliminate witnesses? With that, Lancer leaped away, disappearing quickly. Saber wanted to pursue but felt her wound ache. Moreover, her master seemed to be in a strange state. Chapter 68. Kneeling on the ground, Shiryu stared blankly at Shinji, whose chest was covered in blood and whose breathing was faint. Shinji, on the other hand, looked at Shiryu, who was gritting his teeth in distress, with gentle eyes and a tragic smile. Hold on, Shinji. I'll get you to the hospital right away. You'll be fine. Seeing Shiryu's panic, Shinji smiled weakly and spoke in a faint voice. No need. I know my own condition best. You know it too, right? There's no saving me. So, at least let me say something in my final moments. Shiryu's nose tingled with emotion. Indeed, just as Shinji said, being stabbed in the heart with such a strange weapon, there was no hope. Listen, Emiya. I'm entrusting Sakura to you. Yes. Suppressing his sobs, Shiryu nodded heavily. To him, Sakura had long been a true sister, a family member. That's good. Shinji looked relieved, his voice growing even weaker. And one last thing. There's something I've always told you jokingly, but now, at the end, I hope you'll understand. What is it? I like. Shinji didn't finish his sentence, but the tenderness in his eyes made Shiryu understand. I know this feeling will never lead to anything, so I've kept it hidden. But at this very end, can I say it? Though surprised by this revelation, the grief of losing a friend overwhelmed any other feelings. After all, the dead deserve respect. So Shiryu's response was a forced smile. Yeah, go ahead. No matter what you say, I'll remember it. We're friends, after all. Saber, who had been listening, turned away at this point. Such private matters were not for her to hear or comment on, a common courtesy she understood. That's good. And finally. Shinji's voice grew weaker, as if he was on the brink of death. Could you give me a kiss? So I can leave this world without regrets. Shiryu was stunned again, but seeing Shinji's eyes about to close and his breathing slowing, he steeled himself. Ignoring the presence of others, he closed his eyes and puckered his lips, moving slowly towards Shinji. At the same time, Saber began walking towards the door, sensing that staying longer might negatively affect her state of mind. But then... Click. Click. The sound of 2 camera shutters made Shiryu open his eyes in confusion. Seeing Shinji holding a new model phone with a mischievous grin, Shiryu finally realized what was happening and shouted. Are you kidding me right now? Sorry. Your reaction was so genuine, I couldn't help but play along. Shinji laughed, dusted himself off, and stood up as if nothing had happened. Huh? Shiryu looked up, dumbfounded at the sight of Shinji, who appeared perfectly fine except for the bloodstain on his chest. You're okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Shinji put his phone back in his pocket, shrugging nonchalantly. But you were stabbed in the heart by that cursed spear. Saber frowned, watching Shinji intently, as if on guard. Yes, my heart was pierced, Shinji nodded, then reached into his coat, but it wasn't my heart. It was this little guy's. He pulled out a dead rabbit, making Shiryu's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Poor little thing, getting its heart pierced like that. Shinji sighed, then handed the dead rabbit to Shiryu. Didn't you just promise to let this life leave with your kiss? Go on, Emiya. Who would do that? Shiryu shouted, and why did you have a rabbit in your coat? I found it injured in the bushes on my way here. It looked like someone's pet, so I thought I'd take it home and treat it. But then, finding a broken bone on the rabbit, Shiryu muttered, your luck is incredible, dodging so many attacks and still surviving. Wait. Shinji, delete those photos now. Seeing Shiryu revert to his usual self, Shinji sighed. I say, Emiya, now isn't the time to worry about that. Realizing the situation, Shiryu glanced at Saber and nodded. You're right. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell is going on. Shinji nodded, cutting him off with a serious expression. The most important thing now is to eat. Right, the most important thing is to eat. There's still some food in the fridge, Shiryu began automatically, then stopped. No way. That doesn't make any sense. Just then, Shiryu's stomach growled loudly. Told you it was important, didn't I? Shinji said, smiling and winking. Emiya Household Late Night Dinner Edition. In front of the refrigerator was Shiryu, who had changed his clothes. Squatting and searching for ingredients, Shiryu asked, Shinji, you seem unfazed by what just happened. Well, I have some understanding, Shinji replied without looking up, examining the dead rabbit by the trash can. Simply put, Emiya, You've been dragged into a ritual where 7 masters and their servants fight for the Holy Grail. You're a master, that girl is your servant, and you'll be fighting together from now on, getting married, having kids, and living happily ever after. Wait. What was that last part? Shiryu exclaimed, his face turning bright red. Be serious, Shinji. 7 pairs of masters and servants fighting for the Holy Grail. I'm not really suited to explain this. Shinji sighed, internally blaming Rin for not arriving on time. She was the one who should be explaining this to Shiryu. Shinji got up, placing the rabbit in the sink to prepare for its disposal. Anyway, let's start with the Holy Grail. Emiya, do you know what the Holy Grail is? Chapter 69. Is that the legendary one? The cup filled with the blood of gods, capable of performing all kinds of miracles, even granting the world itself. But isn't that just a myth? Shinji nodded. Yes, although it's not exactly like the legend, there is an underground ley line in this city where a ritual similar to the legendary Holy Grail can be performed. This is known as the Holy Grail system. It's said that the person who obtains the Grail can have any wish fulfilled. The war you've been dragged into is a battle to complete the Holy Grail ritual and seize the final Grail, the Holy Grail War. Shinji then briefly explained to Shiryu about the Holy Grail War, what servants and masters are, the nature of heroic spirits, their relationships, and the command seals that bind servants, as well as their role as sources of mana or powerful spells. Shiryu nodded thoughtfully. I see. So the Holy Grail preselects 7 Magi, marked by these holy marks on our hands, and these chosen Magi must summon heroic spirits like Saber to be their servants. Once all 7 pairs are ready, the Holy Grail War begins. That's right. But Shinji, I still don't get it. If the Holy Grail is such a wonderful thing, why must we fight to the death for it? Can't everyone just share it? You'll have to ask the overseer of the Holy Grail War that question later. I have to go there soon anyway. Being a witness to this war and almost getting silenced, he's the only one who can help me now. Overseer. Yes, someone who knows the detailed rules. All I can tell you now is to always be prepared for battle, be ready to kill or be killed, and never use up your command seals unless absolutely necessary. If you run out, you will die. But didn't you just say that we only need to deal with the servants? Why do I also have to? In theory, yes, but as a magus, can you really defeat your own servant? Before Shiryu could answer, Shinji continued, no, right? So the simplest way to eliminate other servants is to target their masters. Does it make sense now? Yes. Shiryu wasn't stupid, he quickly understood the implications with Shinji's brief explanation. No, wait. Shiryu suddenly thought of something. Shinji, how do you know so much? Are you a master too? No, just an informed person. Although our family was once a historic magic family and even participated in the past 4 Holy Grail Wars, we withdrew from the world of magic after my grandfather's death. But this withdrawal is a recent development. A magic family, huh? Shiryu was surprised and a bit sentimental, but his curiosity soon took over. Why did you withdraw from magic? There are several reasons. Firstly, our family migrated here from another country, and Japan's ley lines don't suit us, so over time, our magical abilities dwindled. By my generation, I don't even have the basic prerequisite for being a magus, a magic circuit, signaling the end of the Mita family's magic lineage. Secondly, it's happier to live as ordinary people, both Sakura and I think so. There's a third reason too, but it's not really important. So, after my grandfather passed away, I officially led the Mita family out of the world of magic. From then on, the Mita family had nothing to do with magic or mysteries. I see. I didn't expect your family to have such a history, and to have participated in 4 Holy Grail Wars. That's quite surprising. While performing fire therapy on a rabbit, Shinji casually replied, well, others might see me as an unfilial descendant who ended the Mita family's centuries-old obsession. It's not your fault, Shinji. Without magic circuits, it's not something you could control. Shiryu defended Shinji, but then he suddenly noticed something. Wait, Shinji, what are you cooking? Braised rabbit. So, you turned that rabbit into a dish? Wasn't that your life-saving rabbit? Saving lives till the end, delivering kindness all the way. It saved my life, and in the end, it used its body to save me from hunger. It's truly a noble creature. Seeing Shinji's look of sentiment, Shiryu's mouth twitched again. You really are. Don't worry, with such great merit, this rabbit will surely be reborn as a human in its next life. Bless it. If Sai knew, he would definitely pull out the ruler. Can I call you Saber? At the low table, Shiryu scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed to look Saber in the eye. What Shinji just said. Saber, sitting at the low table, nodded affirmatively. Yes, your friend is correct. Only the last pair of master and servant has the right to obtain the Holy Grail. Shiryu didn't respond. Instead, He tightly grasped one arm. Thinking about how such meaningless slaughter had already occurred 5 times in this city made his heart tighten. He asked, Shinji, did anyone obtain the true Holy Grail in the previous 4 wars? The first 3 wars happened too long ago. I only know they all failed and no one obtained the Grail. As for the last war, which was 10 years ago, my uncle represented the Matu family but failed midway. However, I heard someone won and obtained the Grail. Did they make a wish? Shiryu asked, frowning. How could I know? Shinji shrugged. If you want to know more about the command seals, I can tell you, but other things. Does the Matu family know a lot about command seals? You mentioned several uses earlier. Of course, the command seal system was developed by the Matu family. What? Shiryu was shocked. Although it's fine to tell you now, it's better to hear it from the overseer than from me. I'd rather hear it from a friend. Shinji sighed softly and continued, in short, you need to know that Fuiuki's Holy Grail system was created over 2 centuries ago by the combined efforts of 3 magic families. The Matu family contributed the command seal system that controls servants, while the other 2 families provided the ley lines of Fuiuki and their family secrets. Because of this, our 3 families were once called the rightful owners of the Holy Grail, known as the 3 Great Families. Unable to achieve their respective goals alone, they chose to cooperate and built the Holy Grail system on this land's ley lines. However, since there is only one Holy Grail and all 3 families wanted to monopolize its results, they tore up the agreement and became enemies at the start of the First Holy Grail War. Due to the failure of subsequent Grail summonings, the current Grail doesn't belong to any family. The 3 great families are now just participants in the Holy Grail War without any special privileges, only having the non-privileged privilege of being easily chosen as masters by the Grail. Chapter 70. After listening to Shinji's explanation, Shiryu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. This kind of unbelievable story was too much for someone like Shiryu, who had no basic knowledge of magic, to accept in a short time. Several minutes passed. Shinji, what is the wish of the Matu family? Huh? Shinji was a bit taken aback by Shiryu's question after hearing all that. Why are you asking that? Is it something you can't talk about? Shiryu showed an apologetic expression, as if he had asked something inappropriate. Well, it's not like I can't talk about it. After all, I've already completely abandoned it. Shinji shrugged while casually flipping the meat in the frying pan. The true wish of the Matu, or Makiori, family for the past 500 years was to eliminate all human karma, to eradicate the evil within humanity and achieve salvation for all mankind. A very noble wish, Shiryu nodded, affirming, it's indeed a wish that can't be fulfilled without a miracle like the Holy Grail. Well, it's unrealistic if you ask me. I can't even imagine what the world would be like if it were achieved. Anyway, let's eat. Before Shinji could finish speaking, Saber suddenly stood up. Enemy presence. 2 of them. With those words, Saber, now in armor, rushed towards the entrance at full speed. Is she an idiot? Shiryu was startled and hurriedly ran after her. Even though her wounds weren't fully healed. And I haven't even decided whether to participate in this brutal war or not. At this moment, Shinji, who calmly turned off the stove, let out a long sigh. That overdue twin tails finally arrived, at least half an hour later than in the original world. Saber. Stop. Please, stop. Why should I? They are enemies. Outside the wall came the sounds of Shiryu and Saber, followed by the clash of weapons and the rapid sound of footsteps and retreating steps. Standing in the courtyard, Shinji, to avoid them wasting command seals, decided to use a long-lost British magic. Emilia. And Saber. I'm starting dinner because I'm too hungry. Outside the wall, upon hearing Shinji shout, Saber, who was about to finish off Archer, paused for a moment. And in that brief pause, Archer found an opportunity, steadied himself, and prepared to defend Rin. I'll try to save some food for you. Upon hearing Shinji's second shout, Saber completely stopped, and couldn't help but recall the enticing aroma from the kitchen. What is he doing here? Rin, who had fallen to the ground behind Archer, showed a strange expression. Great, seeing Saber stop, Shiryu let out a long breath and, with the moonlight, clearly saw the opposing master. His eyes widened. Wait? You're Tasaka? Oh, so that's what it is, Rookie Master. Rin elegantly stood up, showing a look of realization, then softly sighed. Anyway, good evening in advance, Emilia. Shinji squinted disdainfully at Rin, who was sitting at the low table. Knowing I'm here, why did you come in? I've already told Emilia the rules. It's none of your business. Rin turned her face away arrogantly, and you should be the one to leave, right? You're an unfilial descendant who isn't even a magus. Shinji, Tasaka came because she heard you were almost stabbed by Lancer. Shut up, Emilia. Rin, blushing, loudly interrupted Shiryu. Shinji curled his lips and waved his hand. Really, You came to see my miserable state? Sorry to disappoint, but I wasn't hurt at all. No, Shinji, that's not what she meant, right? Shiro awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tasaka was obviously concerned. Humphrey. That is indeed regrettable, Rin huffed, but her eyes secretly glanced at Shinji's chest. Shiro was dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on between these two, and dared not ask more. Instead, he awkwardly pointed to the rice cooker. Tasaka, would you like to eat with us? Rin sniffed the air, smelling the aroma of the Chinese dishes on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head. No need. Good, I didn't prepare any for you, Shinji said, picking up his chopsticks, clasping his hands together, and closing his eyes. Let's eat. Huh? You cooked this? Rin was surprised. So, you were saved by a rabbit? That's really lucky. What happened to the rabbit? Shinji glanced at Rin's chopsticks, which were holding a piece of meat. You're eating it. Huh? Rin was stunned, her right hand slipped, and the meat fell onto the table. You almost made me eat what? The elegance disappeared as Rin grabbed Shinji by the front of his shirt and shook him. Wouldn't it be wasteful to throw it away? Shinji shrugged, looking completely justified. That's not what I mean. That rabbit was your savior. Yes, so I'll always remember it. It saved my life and now it's filling my empty stomach. What a selfless rabbit compared to Rin and Shinji's noisy argument. Saber and Shiro were much quieter. Staring at the braised rabbit in front of him, Shiro hesitated for a long time before tentatively reaching out with his chopsticks. Wait. Shiro. Saber stopped him. The rabbit killed by that cursed spear might be carrying a curse. I can't allow that risk, let me taste it first. With that reason, Shiro accepted Saber's proposal to taste the food first. 10 minutes later, seeing Saber's empty rice bowl and hearing her request for another, Shiro realized something but dared not ask directly. Instead, he subtly asked. Saber, how is it? The meat is tender and juicy, the ingredients are perfectly handled with no gamey taste. The color is rich sauce red, the aroma is fragrant, the meat is tender and flavorful, not greasy despite its richness, and not tough despite its leanness. Excellent. Shiro, why the strange expression? Is the rice gone? No, there's still some left. In the end, Shiro swallowed his retort and obediently served another bowl of rice for Saber.